edgbaston.com and also via the Warwickshire Cricket YouTube page. Thank you for joining us. Ready to start. My name is Mike Perkins. Alongside me today is Claire Jenkins, women's cricket commentator, former county cricketer herself, and also Samara Afzal, who is an ex-Warwickshire player and one of the first Asian women to play county cricket. So we are well served today. Let's bring you news of the toss. It was won by Warwickshire and they have chosen to bowl, unsurprisingly, at this time of year. There's been a lot of moisture around overnight and they will be hoping that some of that seeped through into the pitch and can, despite all the covering, and allow them to get some early breakthroughs. As for the two teams, Warwickshire in no particular order are Davina Perrin, Katie George, Nat Wraith, Em Arlett, Karis Pavley, Izzy Wong, Georgia Davis, Mary Taylor, Hannah Baker, Amma Surrey Kumar and Chloe Brewer. So that is the Warwickshire 11 for today. As for Surrey, they are Kira Chatley, Maitland Brown, Alice Capsey, Tilly Courtine Coleman, Alice Davidson Richards, Sophia Dunkley, Danny Gregory, Alice Monaghan, Paige Schofield, Jemima Spence and Danny Wyatt Hodge. So the Surrey one was at least in alphabetical order, I think. Now it's that time of year where we don't really know exactly who's going to come out the pavilion when, really, but we've a fair idea that for Warwickshire, the likes of Perrin, Wraith, Brewer, Pavley will be doing a lot of the batting. Amma Surrey Kumar as well. Of course, Katie George will want to go pretty early on, and she'll want to go with the ball as well, Claire Jenkins, because Warwickshire have unsurprisingly chosen to bowl as the umpires make their way out to the middle, but they have strengthened their bowling quite considerably, really, with Mary Taylor coming into the team. We'll see Alexa Stonehouse later in the season. She's joined from Surrey, so they've chosen not to play her against Surrey, interestingly. And, of course, you will have the Phoebe Brett joining her as well this season. So they've chosen to strengthen their bowling, which I thought was an interesting choice, because generally Warwickshire have struggled for runs rather than wickets.
Maybe they're expecting Izzy Wong and Emily Arlott to be called up, etc., and maybe it's back up for that. So, but a new season, Mike. It's like that first notebook. Brand new page, lots of things to write on. Waiting for anything can happen from here. We've even got the floodlights on here at Edgbaston.
We have, and I think we do need them, despite that sunshine that was over Birmingham when we first switched on the mics to talk to you, because it's already clouded over there, although there's a little bit of brightness about, and crucially there is no rain about, which was our big concern. Certainly my big concern, coming from a little further north this morning, because it's definitely damp up there. We will keep you across all the scores of all the cricket being played today across the UK, but our focus is here at Edgbaston. The start of the Women's One Day Cup, 50 overs aside, and the clock is at 10:29, and interestingly enough, the name Dunkley has appeared on the scoreboard. So Sophia Dunkley, the England international, will be on her way, and I think, if I'm eagle-eyed enough, that we might well have Danny Wyatt Hodge with her. So some international class. Looks like it will be starting the innings for Surrey. Claire Jenkins will be taking you through these first 10 overs, and Warwickshire are now making their way out the women's changing rooms. Though we're at the pavilion end, the traditional pavilion end, the women's teams tend now to get changed at the far end, which
they've got their own changing. They've got their own changing rooms and their own gym at the far end. So yes, that's a sort of.
Well, it was something that happened during COVID, wasn't it? They had to separate the changing rooms, and it's ended up that the women have continued to take the Birmingham end. Now, straight off with the sweater is Speedy McQueen herself, number 95, Izzy Wong at the far end, and that's unsurprisingly already a little chat with the umpire, smile on her face. She's ready to go, and if anyone enjoys a new season, I imagine Izzy Wong is chiefly amongst them. Dunkley is going to take the first ball, and as we said, Claire Jenkins will bring you the first 10 overs.
Yes, welcome everyone to the live stream on YouTube. Please remember to press the like button, and you can get there also through the Edgbaston Match Centre as Izzy Wong marshals her fielding side, making a move already. The umpires today are Amy Clark and Paul Baldwin, and the match referee is Sarah Bartlett. And Amy Clark is just holding back the said Izzy Wong at the Birmingham end. Coming into the right-handed Sophia Dunkley. First ball of the season, here it comes. It's played forward straight to the fielder. There's a nice stop there, and there is no run.
Smooth drive to get underway with. So often we get a leave outside off stump, don't we, even in a one-day game, but I was half expecting that with you having given it the big build-up, but we did at least see bat on ball, even if no runs, just to give you that field as well. There's a fielder down at third and a fielder at backward square leg outside the ring. You then got slip, backward point, cover, extra cover where that last ball went mid-off on the offside.
Wong in again. Oh, that one's left. You mentioned about a leave. There's a leave there.
Well, that's what I thought was going to happen first.
Yeah, and Katie George touching the ball there. Now, the thing to watch out for is, particularly in these early overs, is a magnificent catch from Katie George at slips early on. So,
well, through the whole season, really.
Yeah.
You can produce them at any time.
I know, yeah, she can, but she was making a bit of a habit of it last season, so it's something to watch out for. 99 on her back. The sun starts to make an impact on the shadows on the ground. As one comes in again. It's played into the leg side. There's a short boundary there. It's stopped on the boundary. Beautiful stop there. Diving stop. And they just get through for the single. Score off the mark. Hit well to backward square, but beautifully stopped out there on the boundary by Hannah Baker. Just put her hands back in her pockets because I think it's quite cold out there. Izzy Wong has a little chat with the captain, Georgia Davis.
I think I'm coming through a little quieter than you, Claire, so I have tried to turn
that
up, so hopefully that's now working.
It's not often, is it? That's played forwards straight to the incoming fielder, and there is no run.
It's usually the other way round, to be honest, but there we go.
People trying to turn you down, Mike.
But it's early season, isn't it? We're feeling our way in here
are.
on the Match Centre at Edgbaston.com and via the Warwickshire Cricket YouTube page. Brilliant to have you with us. Make sure you hit the thumbs up button if you like what you're hearing. That'll help other people find our stream. Feel free to interact on the comments as well, and make sure you let us know how you're enjoying this season.
Katie George moves to fine leg, and that's played, of course, to the other side, through the posh side, out through the covers, and that's 4 easy runs there for Surrey. The score moves to 5 without loss. Still that first over. Everything's all shiny and crisp and new for this new season. But I think it is quite chilly out there. It was damp as we arrived, and we're hoping that the weather's not going to do anything naughty today and we'll get a full game in. 50 overs, of course. Katie George decides she's going to come to slip again now for this one.
I thought it would be Wyatt Hodge, but it's Paige Schofield.
Schofield, yeah. Schofield, right-hander. Oh, thumps the pads, and there's a big appeal. They're all very excitable first over. Amy Clark unmoved. So just a dot ball, and that's the end of the over. 5 runs off it, and 5 without loss. Dunkley on 1, and Schofield on that lovely 4 through the covers.
Must confess, there didn't look a lot wrong with that. Maybe a touch leg side. Maybe Schofield's, where she's taken a guard, just saved her there. The shot before it was one of international class, but we are just watching the replays I'm sure you've just seen, and it looked very adjacent to me, that one, but perhaps just creeping down the leg side. First, from the sort of the natural view, if you like, out the window, the commentary position, I thought height might be an issue, but it's very hard to judge when you're sort of high up yourself. And certainly looking at that one, it didn't seem to be an issue with height, but maybe just creeping down the leg side. It was a very good shout anyway, and that's why most of those in Warwickshire blue rather than Surrey black were appealing for that.
But he got a very excitable first over. They're all very, they're switched on, aren't they? That first over. Big appeals all round. And we are going to see Mary Taylor, are we not? On her Warwickshire debut. We had a Millie Taylor last year, now we've got both Taylors. That's played into leg side by Dunkley to square. There's a lovely bit of fielding there. And they just get through for the single.
I don't know what sort of rivalry the Taylor sisters have. She could almost be a bit miffed at her twin that she wasn't in the squad.
Yeah.
And her twins arrived from Hampshire
She's come
and straight in there.
Straight in the squad. But
I'm sure she'll be pleased for it.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a good thing. We've got the speed of Mary Taylor and the spin and guile of Millie Taylor, but just Mary Taylor on display today. So, that thumps the pads again. Another appeal. Not quite so excitable as the last over, but still an appeal. Warwickshire will feel like they're in the game here.
I think if you're not giving the last one, you're not giving that one, if that makes sense. But
Cold
Schofield's certainly, she's paid for those pads and she's using them at the moment, isn't she?
And it's making a very pleasing thunk for Warwickshire, certainly.
But I can see why they were up for that one again. Again, height not an issue, but at the line just not quite there.
Yes, Mary Taylor, lovely smooth action. Right arm, and that's played backwards of square straight to Amisu and Kumar, who does the tidying up. Just the one run, another one to the score. 6 without loss. Sorry. First game of the Metro Bank One Day Cup for the women.
Chilly out there, isn't it? Again, that's probably a reason why they've gone for Mary as opposed to Millie, although they could have obviously gone for both. But I think Millie's got quite a lot of competition for that spinner's spot as well. Yeah,
Dunkley plays that again backwards of square. Amusa and Kumar staying warm there, fielding, and get through for another single. Score moves to 7. Second over here at Edgbaston.
Or several spinning spots, I suppose there are in the Warwickshire team, aren't they? Because they've got the leg spin of Hannah Baker, they've got the off spin of Georgia Davis, and they also have the left arm of Caris Pavley. So they've kind of got all bases covered.
Taylor in again. Oh, another thunk. You're right, she has paid for those pads. I hope they're thick and she's not going to end up with bruised shins from all of this.
Now that one, I would say height was the issue.
Surrey, of course, finished 4th last year in this competition, and Warwickshire, unfortunately, 7th, with only Essex below them as Taylor comes in again, winds herself up. Schofield comes forward. Has a little nurdle at that, but doesn't go anywhere. And it's another dot.
Again, plenty of pads involved for Paige Schofield. The drive through the offside, though, was the thing. I mean, we said they could have opened with 2 international players if they'd wanted to bring Danny White-Hodge in, but actually Schofield's shot through the offside was one of almost international class, really, wasn't it? She's a prolific performer, is Paige Schofield at this level.
I mean, we are fortunate this time of the season. There are a lot of internationals on display across the piece, actually, because we've got some other games which we'll tell you about later. But when you look down the Surrey lineup, they are mostly internationals of some sort or another, or perhaps aspirationally. It's a stellar lineup as Wong comes in from the Birmingham end. Schofield comes forward and just defends that down cautiously. Oh, it's Dunkley. Dunkley defending that down.
Big year for Sophia Dunkley.
Yeah.
Obviously, probably not gone the way she would have liked at international level recently. She's been in and out the England side a little bit, and when she has been in, she's been struggling. So she needs to have a big start to the domestic season and then carry that through into the T20 internationals and, of course, the World Cup that we will see coming up this summer.
Yeah. Dunkley. Oh, has a little slash at that. Nat Wraith picks that up, thinking might be an edge coming soon. Yeah, she did quite well in the South Africa, which we might come on to. So England, short of any games over the winter, Charlotte Edwards took 2 teams out to South Africa recently and tried to have separate squads, separate coaching, and try and create a bit of competition within the sides. And Dunkley's one of the ones who did well during that, as Wong comes in again, and that's played back past Wongy. There's 2 fielders chasing it. I think they'll cut it off, will they? It's a dive. Oh no, it's gone over. 4 runs there to the total. Yeah, some of them did well, and some that you'd like to have done well in South Africa perhaps came back with not necessarily certainly the numbers. Charlotte Edwards seems very pleased with the results of that camp, and it may be a masterstroke that they didn't have games and that they've played amongst themselves, and Charlotte Edwards has had an opportunity to really get to know the players. Wong in again to Dunkley. Works out beautifully to Hannah Baker at square leg. Just the one then.
From the Warwickshire perspective, the player you think will be looking to push to get into that England side this year will be Davina Perrin. After obviously got 100 in this competition last year, took that into the 100 competition as well, scored that very memorable 100 to take the Northern Superchargers to the final. 101 from 43.
It was one of those yet to be there moments, and that's banged in, and that's played. That's a beautiful four there from Schofield. Just took that at the top of the bounce, and Hannah Baker didn't stand a chance there. That was all speed as the score moves on to 17 without loss for Surrey here at Edgbaston against Warwickshire in the Metro Bank One Day Cup.
It was almost so well controlled, that pull. It sort of didn't
timing.
feel like a four, did it? It's obviously a short boundary on that side, but Schofield hit that so well and was so in control of the ball that usually when a boundary comes along, it's sort of that big moment like her one in the first over was the first of the game that went through the covers. But that actually she just guided it down there, and backward square leg had no chance, even though it was only about 5 yards to her left.
Yep, using the speed on the ball from Izzy Wong, right arm over. Oh, that's another pad thump and another half appeal. And that's the end of the over. So that's 3 overs down, and Surrey are 17 without loss. Dunkley on 8 and Schofield on 9.
Yeah, again, another one that from up here looked as if it might be a bit high, and on the replay looked as if it was going down the leg side. I was taking a peek at that one on the match centre at edgbaston.com. You can find scorecards there, video highlights, all that kind of thing, and a live sort of little summaries of play as we go along, and it's a good place as well if we do get a rain delay or anything like that. It will keep you up to date on when we're likely to be back, and
we're hoping for
changes to the regulations.
Yes.
I think it might prove quite useful to certain people in the commentary box from that respect as well. But at the moment we have bright sunshine, so let's enjoy it. We do.
Mary Taylor, and that's hit lustily back. I think we're going to have 4 runs out. Yeah, 4 runs to the total there from Sophia Dunkley. Straight back past the bowler, straight down the ground.
Couldn't have really hit it any better.
No, beautifully hit there. Straight back past the bowler. So what's the reply from Mary Taylor on her Warwickshire debut? Georgia Davis just having a few words of encouragement and advice as she tries to keep the ball dry. It was damp here, so no doubt the ball going across the outfield will have picked up a little moisture. Dunkley crouched forwards, plays that beautifully through mid-wicket. There's a fielder chasing it. Are they going to cut it off? I think they are. Yes, diving stops. And they get through for the 2. Score moves on to 23 without loss. Here at Edgbaston. Mary Taylor played again through sort of square there. There's a fielder. Aaron Kumar's going to cut that off. Just a single. Mary Taylor, of course, played under 19s England, and she had the best bowling average in Metro Bank last year. Of course, playing for her former county of Hampshire.
Quite a coup really to bring her up the road to Edgbaston.
Yeah, obviously couldn't be apart from her twin sister. Dunkley. Ooh, a little down the leg side. Is it caught? Is it strangled down the leg side? Which I think it is. Paul Baldwin says no. he's given a wide. That's a wide. So he
See, I almost thought it was one of those where they were trying to fool the umpire by flip the pad, and they were trying to play, and the noise of the pad was the noise of the bat. But it's obviously people will be seeing the replays at the moment, and that was the impression I got. But actually, Paul Baldwin thought it had missed everything altogether here. And
yeah, you're a wicket keeper. You wouldn't do that, would you? Try and deceive the...
No, of course not.
Deceive the umpire from giving her wide?
No, I'm pretty honest, actually.
Oh, okay. This is good. Taylor in again. Dunkley plays this time through the covers. That's going to be 4 runs, and it is 4 runs to Dunkley, dismissing the ball into the offside. Did she touch the last one? We don't know.
At the lowly levels I play, I find it that annoying if somebody doesn't walk off when they have feathered one through, that I can't bear to do it to someone
Is that the
else.
assumption in club cricket these days, that you should walk, or is it still variable?
I think there's a generational divide these days. Dare I say it, as somebody from the older generation.
Okay.
Now, I think there's always been people who've gone, well,
I will or I won't, as that's carved around the point fielder. It's a short boundary there, so that's 4 runs. Fortunately, there wasn't enough room there to recover that one as the ball sort of spins around the fielder. Another 4 to the total, and Surrey are 34 without loss.
I think at all levels of cricket throughout time there have always been walkers and non-walkers.
Oh,
I think
yeah,
at every
I think
single
that's
level.
it.
I think even, the child picking up a cricket bat for the first time,
Yes.
there are some
I
who
want
will
more goes, because that's the
accept the
frustrating...
fact they've hit it in the air and walk off
It's the frustrating
with their
thing,
bat
though, isn't
under
it?
their arm, and there are others who won't.
Taylor in again, and that's defended beautifully down in front of her by the Admiral Dunkley. And that's the end of the over, and Surrey are 34 without loss, and that's the end of the 4th over. Dunkley on 23 and Schofield on 10.
Yeah, at the minute, the sunshine matching the yellow flashes and the yellow numbers on the Warwickshire kit, which is dark blue this season. I think we're going to see a lot of dark blue and
There's a
yellow.
lot of dark blue.
The kit
Somebody made the comment.
seem to like it. I think Hampshire, who are coming here next, are of a very similar persuasion.
Yeah.
You almost sometimes feel like shouting, one of you's got to go home and change, really, don't you, when you see these kit clashes these days. But
it's another team in navy. We had a sort of, with seasons we've had black, haven't we? So I suppose that, blue and a black today. As the one comes in again, and that's played 2 point, beautifully stopped there by Mary Taylor, but then does a mad throw. He's going to go for 4 overthrows. It is. Oh, Katie George did the backing up, but could not. Mary Taylor was just a bit too enthusiastic with her throw-in. She did a beautiful stop at point, and then overthrowed for 4.
A few too many people involved there.
Yes.
I think if one had left it to the other, it probably would have been stopped, because Wraith got gloves on it, which tipped it away from George, who then tipped it away from the fielder coming in from the square leg boundary.
Baker.
And it was all a bit messy in the end for Warwickshire.
We're going to draw a veil over that one. So one comes in again to Schofield. Another thump of her pads. Those pads are getting a work over. We're hoping for a nice day. We've got some blue sky now, Mike.
We have
some
indeed.
Fluffy clouds that look like they might be dumping something on the city centre from where we are. And it's Wong in from the Birmingham end. Right arm over to the right-handed Schofield, who sort of has a little waft down the leg side, and that's given as a wide. So another one to the total. 39 without loss here at Edgbaston. If you're watching on the YouTube, which you must be to be listening to us, please press that like button, which will help other people find us. And also check out the Edgbaston website for the match centre, for all the frills and spills of replays, etc. As one comes in again to Schofield. Comes forward and thumps the pads again. No appeal this time. And the Warwickshire players come in like the Red Arrows to field the ball in synchronicity, as it were. Wong What is she going to serve this time to Paige Schofield? Paige Schofield did very well with the catches and fielding last season for Surrey. Oh, that's worked off her legs. There's going to be 4 runs. Nice little leg glance there from Paige Schofield.
Already feels like it could be quite high scoring with that short boundary close to where the construction work's going on here at Edgbaston at the moment. The one nice thing about the construction work at the moment is that it's opened up that view, hasn't it, that we don't usually get that kind of view away to the left of our commentary position at the pavilion end, where we can see a few more of the buildings and the treetops out towards Birmingham.
Wong in again to Schofield. Oh, and that's to Hannah Baker on the square leg boundary. They just get the single. Another one to the total. 44 without loss. They won't want Paige Schofield to get going because she was first in the 60s for the Metro Bank last year. She hit 8 last season. 50 over format of the top level of women's domestic cricket. Wong in again, this time to Dunkley. Comes forward. Sort of defensive drive to mid-on, and there is no run. That's the end of the over. That's 5 overs gone, and Surrey are 44 without loss, and Mike's going to have a little rest and a coffee, no doubt, and I'm going to be joined by Dr. Samara Afzal, who's an ex-Warwickshire county player and also GP locally. So how's it going? Morning, Samara. How lovely to be back.
It is, absolutely, and it's also lovely to see the sun, something we weren't expecting when we were looking at the weather forecast yesterday.
Yeah, we weren't sure, were we? But we had a bit of rain as we arrived, and I'm going with the weather app that I'm looking at, which is that we're going to have a nice rest of the day. Let's hope it's blowing away. Mary Taylor to take the next over again. There's a bit of changing round in the field. A mad running from Amritsar and Kumar has gone to point. Taylor in. It's worked into the leg side, but there is no run.
Great start this for Surrey.
What do you reckon?
Looks like it might be a high scoring game. We had one last year, didn't we? Surrey versus Warwickshire, both teams getting over 300. Warwickshire narrowly won that game.
I look back at the fixtures for the Metro Bank last season, and I think that it was one was won by 3 wickets the one way, and one was won by 3 wickets the other way. So honours even in the Metro Bank last year for these two, as Schofield tries to pop that through point, but it just goes straight to Amritsar and Kumar, and there is no run. Yeah, I think there was sort of one, lost one for both sides, so this could be, it's set up for a really nice game. Hopefully, we've got stellar lineups on both sides.
Yep, lots of international experience in both teams, and lots of upcoming youngsters as well in both teams.
Good mix as Taylor comes in again, this time to Schofield. There's a little waft at that outside off. Doesn't manage to get contact and goes straight through to Nat Wraith, who fields the ball back. There is no run.
Yeah, I think both teams have got a good blend of batters, bowlers, all-rounders, and a lot. Davina Perrine for Warwickshire, recent warm-up game the other day, got 100, so she'll be good to watch as well. Of course, with Surrey, I was almost about to say Stars then, used to still the old format. Surrey's got some great batters.
Yeah. Oh, and she's chopped onto her own stumps. That's out, I'm afraid. So we talked up Paige Schofield, and she was starting like she was going to really wind up with an innings here, but she's managed to chop one onto her stumps from Mary Taylor there. So that's the first wicket of the season for Warwickshire, and they are happily whooping and a hollering as all the spare players come on.
Yeah, lovely delivery from Mary Taylor, and almost in the middle of nowhere, and chopped it back onto the stumps, and much needed breakthrough for Warwickshire.
So that's Mary Taylor's debut wicket for Warwickshire on her debut season with this side. Her twin sister already in the squad but not playing today. So we are now going to be... the thing with the lineup you mentioned, really, to building up what you were saying, it's a star-studded lineup, isn't it? As soon as you get what? So we get Paige Schofield out. Look, Alice Capsey.
Yep, another England star in.
And also, these two did very well in the warm-up. Sorry, what were you going to say?
Yeah, I was just going to say the Alice Capsey and Dunkley, they must have played a lot of international cricket together, so they'll be aware of each other's game. I think this is the partnership that Warwickshire won't want to let develop.
What do you reckon? First ball, we're going to get a clean bowled. What do you reckon? Likelihood?
As a Warwickshire supporter, and I'd say that would be great.
It would be great, wouldn't it? Our lot is giving Mary Taylor some advice, because she will know her England compatriots well here. So has Emily Arlott given Mary Taylor the secret sauce to getting Capsey out? Oh, we've got a refusal. We've got all the way to the crease, and then Mary Taylor thought, perhaps not.
I was going to say, when you're a batter, it's always nerves on that first ball, and when the bowler stops midway. But a player of Alice Capsey's experience, she's probably thinking nothing of it and get on with it. Next ball.
Capsey taps the ground. In comes Taylor. Capsey sort of plays it apologetically down to sort of third. Comes in, and they get a single. Just dabbed.
Yeah, that's a nice little dab first ball, just to get her off the mark.
Yes, a bit of like as you say, Mike and I were talking about whether you walk or not, but it's a cruel game, isn't it, when you can be out for a first ball and you haven't even touched it if you're not careful. But we don't have that today. Mary Taylor comes in again, this time to Dunkley. Shadows forming on the ground. That's played beautifully. That's going to be 4 runs. Big gap there. They left her a gap there. Sort of extra cover straight through there, and they put another 4 on that, and that takes them close to that first landmark. But they are 49 for 1, and that's the end of the 6th over. Dunkley on 27 and Capsey off the mark with that little dab to third.
Lovely drive from Alice Capsey. She's just class, isn't she? And she's just getting along with things quite quickly, actually. She's got to 27 off just 16 balls.
She was Alice Capsey was 9th in the batting rankings for the PCA. The Professional Cricketers Association do a most valuable player, so excuse the acronyms there, but the PCA, Professional Cricketers Association, do an MVP, most valuable player, and she was 9th in the batting rankings for Metro Bank, and I can't imagine that she played, I don't know if she played that much for Surrey, so achieving that with what will be slightly limited amount of games will be something. So we've got a change of bowling. We've got Emily Arlott coming on from the Birmingham end, talking of England players.
Yeah, Emily Arlott, very talented. I'm surprised. I was expecting her to open, actually, with Izzy Wong, but Mary Taylor, their new pacer, open with Izzy Wong.
Perhaps to get her nerves out and get her going, as Arlott comes into Capsey, who comes forward and just defends that from her England compatriot.
She's always very accurate, isn't she, Emily Arlott? And she hits the deck quite hard, gets a lot of wickets. She's probably, along with Izzy Wong, one of the best opening combos that we've got in the Women's Championship.
It's great to see her. It was probably a breakthrough season for England last year for Emily Arlott, which is brilliant to see. Great Warwickshire product via Worcestershire a little bit. As that's sort of Alice Capsey is liking that little dibble through and past gully almost, and they get through for a single. Just using the pace of the ball and just guiding it into a little gap there.
Yeah, a little dab, as you called it, last over.
So
we actually have pretty clear sky now.
Got some blue sky, haven't we? That's beautiful to see here. Emily Arlott. Tall frame coming in from the Birmingham end to Dunkley. Ooh, gosh, she almost played on as well, and it's gone backwards down fine leg, and it's 4 runs.
a
Not
very
pretty,
lucky
not
boundary.
pretty.
No, I thought that she was about to get her own stumps, but luckily it's missed the stumps and gone to the boundary for 4 runs.
I thought we were going to have another chop on there, and I think Emily Arlott thought the same thing. Somehow sort of played behind her legs and deflected, and it's run away through fine leg to the 4 boundary.
A rare miss hit in the innings so far from Dunkley, otherwise she's middled pretty much every ball.
Yeah, that very pleasing thunk when the ball goes into the middle of the bat. There's a change of field, so Emily Arlott sending Katie George to short fine, and we've got, is it Chloe Brewer down here on the boundary at 3rd, deep 3rd. Ooh, we've got an edge. I think we've got an edge. We have. She's gone. That's caught behind Sophia Dunkley. So she nearly chopped on the last ball. Caught behind, catch to Nat Wraith off Emily Arlott.
That was a lovely delivery. She got some movement just as the ball landed on the wicket, and you could see that edge and that deflection through to the keeper. Great take. And yeah, Warwickshire will be happy with this.
There was actually more of a sound there because there was no standing and waiting for the umpire there. I think Sophia Dunkley was already on her way. So Surrey lose their 2nd wicket. They are 54 for 2. Sophia Dunkley leaving after having got 31 off 18 balls and 6 fours. Capsy on at 2. And we're going to be served up by who have we got next? Alice Davidson Richards carded. Well, that looks like Alice Davidson Richards' walk as she comes to the field.
Yeah, Sophia Dunkley will be disappointed, I think. As a batter, every time you get going, you've done the hard work, you've got into the 20s or the 30s, and then to get out from there is always very disappointing. The stellar lineup continues, so now we've got Dunkley gone, and Capsy will bat with Alice Davison Richards, who has surely one of the best smiles in the women's game. You can always tell what she she's very expressive, isn't she, Alice Davison Richards, which I love about that. She's taken a guard. She was 5th in the batting rankings that I mentioned earlier that the Professional Cricketers Association put together. So, good asset for Surrey. What's Emily Arlott going to bowl? And that's defended beautifully. And even the sound off the bat. And there is no run. Great over so far from Emily Arlott. No looseness, just straight on the target. So that was an interest. You're right. That was a good point about interesting not to open with her. I wonder if that's a nerve settler for Mary Taylor, or give me a rest and let me come in once I'm sort of a bit more focused from Emily Arlott. That's worked into the leg side by Alice Davison Richards. Fielder comes off the boundary and just get through for an easy single there. 55 for 2. Surrey here at Edgbaston in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. That's the end of the over. So that is 7 overs gone. Surrey are 55 for 2 here at Edgbaston. Alice Davison Richards got 1 and Capsy on 2. So trying to build a partnership here. Surrey will need to do that, won't they? Yeah, they'll look to make up for those 2 quick wickets that they've lost, and I think these are your right batters to do so, and both have got lots of experience. Mary Taylor, God, I'm going to get this started already. Mary Taylor to continue with her pace from the pavilion end. Alice Davison Richards waits, plays that down respectfully, and there is no run. The other games today, we've got some other games going on today. Up at Durham, where Polly Starkey is looking after you. There's a rain delay. And then at Somerset, Charlie Taylor's looking after you there.
Somerset versus Yorkshire is in play. Yorkshire 24 without loss. Mary Taylor comes into Alice Davison-Richards. And that's work to point, straight to point, literally to point, and there is no run. And the other game is down at Southampton, where Hampshire are playing Essex. Jem and Phil Green and Charlotte Taylor are looking after you down at Hampshire, and Essex are 32-2. So that's the other games today. And a good spread of our colleagues from the regional. That's great to see from the regional set-up days. Folks who know their cricket, as Taylor comes in again. Well, Alice Davison-Richards only just manages to defend that out then. Meanwhile, there's other stuff going on today. Oh, it's the men's cricket. I've got to talk about the men's cricket. Warwickshire, yes. Well, Warwickshire is good. I'll come back to that in a minute when I've worked out, because they're playing multi-day stuff. We're not allowed multi-day stuff, you see, so I don't understand these things. Taylor comes in to Alice Davison-Richards. Works that backwards of square. I'm going to get a single. 56 for 2. And Warwickshire, Sussex trail Warwickshire by 239 runs with 10 wickets remaining. They are 28 without loss. In the 7th over, Warwickshire were 267 all out. Kind of makes it sound like I know what I'm doing, Samara. Which, of course, you know I'm not. Taylor comes in again to Capsey, who can only just defend that out. She's starting to trouble the batters a bit more here, isn't she? I think.
Yeah, she's getting the ball to snip a bit, which is interesting actually, because the clouds have now gone. You would expect a little bit more movement, but both Mary Taylor and Emily Arlott, they're getting the ball to move quite a bit.
Mary Taylor, broad shoulders, in she comes. Oh, straight through Alice Capsey, who really did not know what that was going to do. And that's the end of the over. That's 8 overs gone, and Surrey are 56 for 2. Alice Davison-Richards on 2, and also pleasingly Alice Capsey on 2.
Yeah, that last delivery was good. She thought it was a little bit wide, but it wasn't there to cut, and I almost thought take the edge.
She looked like she was not expecting that to do what it did.
No, again, there was some movement, and it came in.
So, Emily Arlott adjusting her ponytail. She'll be coming in from the Birmingham end. Right arm over to the right-handed Alice Davison-Richards. Comes forward, can only defend that to mid-on, and there is no run. Nat Wraith. Looks like it's coming out the sun out of there. Sun glinting off the sunglasses on the top of Nat Wraith's head. She could do with probably putting those sunglasses she's got on a cap on.
Yeah, you'd think so.
It's quite bright out there. Warwickshire in a navy strip with yellow detail. Surrey in the black. It's defended again.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how much light's coming from those two floodlights that are still on, and how much is it coming out from the sun. Whether we need those floodlights still to be on.
I wonder if the players are thinking it's warming them up. The lights on the pitch.
I suppose it probably does have some effect. It was around 1 degree this morning as we walked in.
It was.
Felt like 1 degree.
There'll be something in the regulations about once you've put them on, they've got to stay on or something, or that they're more efficient if they're on and not switched on and off or something. Emily Arlott bangs that one in, and it's played through covers. There's going to be a chase on here. They're going to have to run these because it's going to stop. Yeah, indeed, they've cut it off on the boundary. They think about another run. Just a couple to the total there. Not taking any risks. I think Alice Davison-Richards is going to be absolutely key for Surrey this season. Reading one or two of the previews, they've mentioned that because failing, if she doesn't get called up for England, she's going to find herself, I think, the backbone of this Surrey team. Emily Arlott nearly started a run up there. She's in again. ADR defends that down and there is no run. So you've had a good winter, Samara?
Yeah.
And are you still playing?
I am, yes, playing club cricket for Warmley, which isn't too far from here. My former Warmley teammates out there as well.
Oh, yeah?
Georgia Davis, captaining Warwickshire.
Ah, yeah. Anybody else?
No.
No. Quite a lot of players came from the Warmley side, didn't they? Arlott comes in again to Alice Davison Richards. Plays that straight to mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, we had Amy Jones, of course.
Amy Jones.
Who's, recently got married, so congratulations.
Yes, congratulations to Amy Jones and Piper Cleary. Tied the knot. Some beautiful photographs on the internet. Are we going to forgive her for marrying an Australian?
Interesting, wasn't it? I think, isn't that 2 English players now married to 2 Australians?
Yeah. It's probably quite a lot if you start to think about it. As that's played. Oh, past a lovely dive there, but he's going to go for 4 runs. I was very impressed with that almost cartwheel dive there in extra cover, but that's 4 more runs to the total. This was a beautiful bit of athleticism there, but unfortunately it didn't stop the ball. So that's the end of the over. 9 overs down. Surrey are 62 for 2. Alice Davison Richards on 8 and Alice Capsey on 2. What do you say?
Things slow down quite a bit since the loss of the last 2 wickets, which is good for Warwickshire. I'm sure Surrey have got plenty of batting line-up though to take their
when you
time.
Look at the names, you're like, it's a bit like, well, at the international level, it's a bit like looking at Australia, because you get 1 wicket and then you're like, oh, the next person's coming in. Oh, get them out. Oh, then the next person's coming in. So yes, it's quite a line-up as Capsey to face Mary Taylor. She's a little tiny stutter in the middle of her run-up. Alice Capsey's clearly struggling with Mary Taylor's line and length here, because she's looking kind of accusingly at the pitch. She's now going to do a bit of gardening, something loose coming off. Struggling with Mary Taylor here, isn't she, I think?
Yeah, she's making it very difficult for the batters. She's bowling a really good line and length. They'd have to create a shot and to try and get the ball away, which is probably something they wouldn't want to do at this stage, take any risks, because they do need to build a partnership.
Yep. Mary Taylor in again to Alice Capsey. Defends that down and there is no run.
So we've probably got the most international capped players, maybe?
Probably. I mean, I'm looking down. I've got colour code in here, and there's a lot of red, which is my code for the England players. England under 19s. You've got Tilly Courtine Coleman, Danny Wyatt, Hodge. We haven't seen yet. So yes, you're right. Probably a big splash of England representation here as Taylor comes in again. Capsey plays that underneath her eyes, but straight to the fielder, and there is no run.
Their captain as well, Kira Chatley, she's been sold for, I believe, a 6-figure sum for the 100. So
she came out firing with the bat last season, didn't she? Sort of. I was like, Kira Chatley, I've seen her play, but she didn't. She made a big impact with the 100 last year as a player, so that's probably why she's attracted that big sum in this year's auction as Taylor comes in again. And again, Capsey plays it underneath the field, and they are going to get a sneaky run there. Just to get... It's probably no bad thing, because I think Capsey's really struggling with Mary Taylor's line and length, so smart move from Alice Davison Richards, trying to get Capsey off strike there. The ball goes underneath the mid-wicket fielder, and Emily Arlott has to go around to get that in. Taylor in again. Alice Davison Richards rocks back, plays that backwards of square, but not particularly efficiently, and it's easily picked up by Amisurun Kumar. Just the 1 to the total. 64 for 2 are Surrey here in the Metro Bank One Day Cup at Edgbaston.
Yes,
Sorry, I was going to say Warwickshire electing to bowl when they run the toss. What can I say?
Just slightly short, a rare short, delivering that over from letting the batter play that pull shot.
Yep. Capsey placed that straight to the sort of forward point fielder, and there is no run. And that's the end of the over. So I'm going to leave you. I'm going to have a little rest. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Dr. Samara Aftel, former Warwickshire player, and I'll hand you over to Mike Perkins.
Welcome back, Mike. Here we are at Edgbaston. We're watching the first game of the Metro Bank 50 over competition. Warwickshire take on Surrey. Warwickshire won the toss and elected to bowl first. Surrey got off to a bit of a flyer. They are now 64 for 2, with Alice Davidson-Richards batting on 9 and Alice Capsey batting on 3 runs. We've got Emily Arlott, who's about to bowl her 3rd over from the Birmingham end, and Alice Davidson-Richards on strike. It was quite a cloudy start this morning, quite a cold start as well actually, and it's cleared away pretty much the clouds. Sun is out and we are witnessing a good game of cricket so far. Welcome back.
It's the proverbial lovely day for it, isn't it? It's fantastic at the minute. A little bit of moisture around first thing, and Warwickshire have exploited that to some extent with the 2 wickets, but I think Surrey will be quite happy with 64. One thing's for sure, with that short boundary on the leg side, this will be a high scoring game if either team can bat their 50 overs.
Arlott comes in, bowling a 3rd over, and Alice Davidson-Richardson just defends it onto the leg side for no run.
I presume that didn't have anything to do with the decision to bring Paige Schofield in at the top of the order, but on another day, if it had been midsummer and somebody else had been opening the batting, it could well have looked that way, because Paige Schofield likes to put bat to ball, likes to exploit the field as being up in the ring, and she was exploiting the short boundary early on as well.
So Arlott comes in again, and it's driven but straight to the fielder there at short mid-off for no run. Yeah, it was a great start, wasn't it, from Surrey, with Dunkley and Paige Schofield getting off to a very quick start, as you said, exploiting those boundaries. 64 for 2, Surrey. And Emily Arlott's coming in to bowl. Alice David-Richardson still on strike again, defended, no run. She's bowled beautifully so far. Emily Arlott, her every over so far has been very economical, on target, and of course she got the big wicket as well of Sophia Dunkley, getting it edged to the keeper. Batters just take their mark, and Arlott running again. Oh, playing a miss. Ball just seemed to sneak under the bat there. A little bit of movement, bounced just in front of the keeper.
Watching that delivery again, it actually looked like a slower ball. It looks as if Arlott's added that one to her armoury. She's making plenty of off-spin motions as she walks back to her captain, Georgia Davis, at mid-off, so maybe that's the way she's running her fingers on the ball for the slower one.
Arlott again into Alice Davidson-Richardson, and they take a quick single, and Amu Sarinkumar tried to get the ball in quickly, making a dive, but the batters got through. Takes a bit of that pressure off, having had 3 dot balls. They needed that single. Brings Alice Capsey on strike now. Emily Arlott just making some adjustments to the field. Asher bowls in to Alice Capsey, who plays it nicely through that gully region for a single.
Steady start though for Surrey. They'll be happy with, well, more than steady start. They're at more than 1 a ball. They've a quick start from Surrey. They've lost a couple of wickets, which has pegged them back slightly. But I mean, this is perhaps how much it's the short boundary has added to that. But this is perhaps a little bit of an evolution in the sense that maybe the next thing we'll see in the 50-over format of women's domestic cricket is teams trying to exploit that power play in the way that happens now at the international level to try and access those bigger scores. Don't know whether it's been reflected in the scores elsewhere. We'll have a little check of that during this over. I'm just doing a bit of reshuffling at the moment, Samara. So you continue with Mary Taylor.
Yeah, Mary Taylor now into her 6th over. She's bowled quite well. She's got 1 wicket so far, giving away 28 runs. Her first season for Warwickshire. Alice Capsey is on strike as Mary Taylor runs in, and she plays that uppishly cut to the third region for 1 run. Slightly hit that one.
Yeah, it sort of just kind of slipped away off the edge, didn't it? And given she was attempting a cut, it kind of went fine for a cut, if that makes sense, even though it did end up at the 3rd region.
Mary Taylor running back in, this time to Davis Richards, who just flicks it onto the leg side for a quick single. Taking the score to 68 for 2. And we're into the 13th over. So Alice Capsey back on strike now as Mary Taylor runs into bowl. And that's played straight into the air. She pulled that and it's missed the fielder there at fine, and it's gone for 4 runs. Rare misfield there from Warwickshire.
It was a poor bit of fielding in the end from Baker. She kind of got stuck in that horrible position, didn't she, where she at first thought the catch might be on and was then in between. It bounced in front of her. I still think she would have expected to stop it, a fielder of Hannah Baker's standard, but she just got caught in between. She's actually standing a few yards off, and I think that almost made it feel like the catch was more on than perhaps it was.
As Taylor runs into Capsey again, this time she cuts it and it's straight to the fielder at point and it's out. 3rd wicket falls for Surrey. Davina Perrin with the catch. A great catch. She's a fantastic fielder, as we know, very agile. And Alice Capsey probably didn't mean to hit it straight to her, but good reflexes, and that's the 3rd wicket down.
We mentioned already in this over one had sort of slipped off the face of the bat, if you like. I think Capsey's probably wishing that the same thing had happened there, because she actually hit that one quite well, but because of the angle of the bat, because it was up, it just ended right in the lap of Davina Perrin, who, as you say, is a very good fielder wherever she is, particularly at backward point, but I don't think she'll get in that position too many that are easier than that, because they usually come quick, and that one did come quick, but it was straight at her, and she just pouched it really, didn't she, in the end? So Capsey's out.
That's a big blow to Surrey. 3rd wicket down, and we're rolling into the 13th over. They have still got lots of batting power to come.
They have, and clearly the philosophy here from Surrey is to keep the scoreboard moving and only worry about the wickets if it becomes a problem to doing that. I don't think they will be checking their innings too much because of wickets. But from a Warwickshire perspective, that's the only way you are going to stop them scoring, I think, is to keep the wickets column ticking.
Kira Shatley now in, the skipper. She's facing her first ball of this game. And it's a play and miss, and is at edge. There's a big appeal. Looked like it just went past the bat.
Didn't look right, did it? In fact, Taylor didn't even appeal for it at all, really. She ran right through, shouting because the wicketkeeper was. I think Wraith was a little bit giddy on that occasion.
Yeah, great first ball to Kira Chatley.
It sort of did the right things at the right time, and you can see why Wraith got excited, but equally it just didn't look like Bat was involved. It kind of jumped off the seam of the ball past the edge at the right time, though.
Mary Taylor back in to Kira Chatley, who just flicks it onto the leg side for no run. And that's the end of the over. Millie Taylor's bowled 6 overs now. Surrey are 72 for 3.
The voice you're hearing there, former Warwickshire cricketer Samara Afzal, alongside myself, Mike Perkins here. And you can find the cricket with scorecards and updates and videos and all that kind of thing at edgbaston.com, and you can also find it via the Warwickshire Cricket YouTube page. Do hit the thumbs up if you're enjoying following this match. We've got round about 500 of you with us at the moment, so very good to have you with us for this first game of women's cricket of the season at Edgbaston. Become a real home for women's cricket, hasn't it? Particularly on the international level. It'll be a big part of the World Cup coming up. England like playing here, and there've been a fair few exciting games at international level, but it's Warwickshire who call it home, and we can see the bear and staff emblem on the Warwickshire bat blowing away in the breeze in the distance as Emily Arlett approaches the crease again.
Emily Arlett into Alice Davis-Richardson, she just plays out onto the leg side, flicks it to the boundary for 1 run.
Very short on that side. It's probably 50 metres, I would say, if we're going. I suppose the circle will only be 25, so 25, and it's yards as well, so 25 yards. It's probably only double that to where the fielder's standing at square leg, so it's probably only a 50-yard boundary on the leg side.
Kira Chatley facing Emily Arlett, and it's a slow delivery, gone through to the keeper. Quite a loopy delivery, which she missed. Rightly said, Mike, she's using her slow deliveries quite well, isn't she, Emily Arlett, mixing them up?
I didn't see much of Arlett last year, actually, but it has the feel of something. It's always interesting to see what these players turn up with after a winter away working on their game, and it seems that the off-spinning slower ball is Arlett's little trick from the winter.
Kira Chatley just defends at that one. Slightly short. Is that a no ball? Yep. No ball given by the umpire. We'd have to re-bowl that and an extra run to Surrey. Kira Chatley yet to get off strike. She's faced 4 balls so far.
I think the other clue is that she, when she's walking back to talking to her captain, Georgia Davis, she's making lots of motions about the slow ball as well after she's bowled one as well. So that sort of also gives me the feel that it's something that they've been working on to add to the Arlett armoury.
Chatley on strike again. So Emily Arlett runs into bowl, and it's full again. He got the bottom of the bat. They run through for a single, but that gives Kira Chatley her first run for this game, first run for the season for this tournament. She's been with the Surrey setup, I believe, from the age of 9.
So proud moment to be captaining the side. No Bryony Smith in the lineup at all today. She captained last season and will continue for the T20 competition as well, Bryony Smith. But Kira Chatley taking on the honour for Surrey in 50 over cricket.
Alice Davidson-Richards just drives that to mid-on. No run. Quite good spell from Emily Arlett so far. She's bowled 3.4 overs, taken 1 wicket and only given away 17 runs.
Yeah, you were mentioning the 100 auction. Kira Chatley, £80,000 was her price in the end.
Arlett into Alice Davidson-Richards, who plays that nicely onto the leg side for a single.
Pavley, who's just picked up the ball there, was sold to London Spirit for £85,000. And Emily Arlett, who's bowling at the moment, £110,000 was her price. Of course, she has the sort of the extra shop window of being an international cricketer, if you like, which always helps bump those prices up. But there's some big money swirling around the women's game now.
Kira Chatley, she drives that and it goes through the point region for a single. Yeah, I mean, it's been unheard of, hasn't it, so far with the women's 100. This is the most money that they've spent on the salaries of the female players, and it's good to see. Actually, I think it's inspiring for lots of young girls who are watching, and I think particularly from a South Asian background, one of the things that hinders those girls coming up is parents saying that it's not a very lucrative sport, it's not good as a career, in terms of it's not going to pay your bills, and that was the case when I was playing many years ago. But now to see the amount of money that's been invested into women's cricket and the opportunities being given, I think it's great, and I think it's getting more and more girls, and more importantly more and more families letting girls come and play cricket as a career.
Seeing it as a career. I guess the issue with those prices that we've just mentioned there at the top level is the divide. Perhaps there's been some criticism of that, hasn't there, in terms of, are these salaries what's best for the game as a whole, because they're going to specific people and they're not spread across the whole game as Brewer's on her way.
Brewer comes in and she pulls that Chatley to the fielder at the boundary on the leg side for a single.
And I guess that's one thing that parents of any child will be looking at and thinking, well, they'll maybe be looking actually at the players who are playing this sort of cricket and the domestic cricket where there are contracts of year and 2 year and that kind of thing, and the prices of those in terms of it being a career.
Brewer coming into Alice Davidson-Richards, that's a wide. 1 run given to Surrey.
But those top level opportunities, they certainly don't hurt, do they? That's the other side of that coin.
No, they don't. And for example, if you look at Warwickshire, you can see in the background there, University of Birmingham side, they've recently collaborated so that the emerging talent pathway is completely free for all children. Brewer coming back in, laid on the back foot, straight to the fielder.
Because that's the thing, isn't it? It has to be coupled with initiatives like the one you've just mentioned there, where the entry into the game is also being thought about, and something like that making your academies free to enter, if you like, and making them purely about talent.
Another wide, this time on the off side. Quite a wide ball. Just Brewer struggling to find her line at the moment.
Making them less about the resources that it have got, and of course there's always issues with travel and kit and all that kind of thing as well to factor in there. But if you can reduce those barriers to entry, that's very important.
Brewer back into Alice Davis-Richards, and another wide. This is a bowler's nightmare, I must say. 3 wide so far for the over. She's really struggling to find that line.
And it'll be hugely important for not just the county teams that we see playing throughout the season at these grounds, but also to the franchises. They can't be missing out on talent if they're going to make the 100 a competition that competes with the Women's Premier League, looks like becoming the big one in India, but also the Big Bash League.
Brewer back in, and a quick single. There's a chance for a run out. Slightly off target with the throw there, and they get through for a single. Very risky single, I must say.
Better throw, and that was run out, wasn't it? It was just the throw that let Warwickshire down there. Pavley going over the top of Wraith's head. If it had been over the top of the stumps, Wraith would have had plenty of time to take the bails off.
Brewer back in to Chatley this time, and another wide.
Given all the extras they've had in this over, I'm not quite sure why they... I know Davidson-Richards would have felt, well, I haven't got bat on ball for a few, I need to rotate the strike, but actually the extras is kind of providing the runs to the total in this over, so actually she didn't really need to drop and go and take a risk there. It's very poorly calculated, really.
Brewer back in to Chatley, and she just almost defends that for no run. Yeah, I mean, going back to the resources and things, so for example, with Warwickshire, they've got the early engagement programme, which is completely free. Initially, the under 10 to under 12 boys had to pay. It's always been free for the girls, but now with the University of Birmingham, that's completely free. They pay for all the kit expenses as well, in the early engagement and the county age groups. Brewer back in this time to Chateley, and again, it's hit for no run to the offside fielder.
And you hope the franchises who are benefiting from that are looking at that and are going to start, as cricket in this country continues to evolve into a sport that has that franchise competition in August. You hope they're going to look at that and contribute to that as well.
Brewer back in and defended again for no run. Yeah, absolutely. You'd think that if a franchise is taking the players who've had all the groundwork done and gone through the system, they should be putting something back into the system as well. So you would think they will invest back, maybe by means of sponsorship or helping with facilities, helping the younger kids coming through the programme as well.
Yeah. And I think if they're serious about winning as well, because you can't be missing out on any talent at all. If you want to be the best franchise in your area, you can't be buying it in all the time for £100,000, £200,000. You have to be creating your own. So I think that hopefully will be a link between counties and their franchises going forward that will enable them to bring in the best players and not lose them to other sports, I guess, is one of the other issues. You could potentially lose them to Olympic sports, to hockey, to netball, to football increasingly now. You've got to make sure that you're competing with these sports. Rugby's growing and growing, Women's Six Nations starting today, of course, so you've got to make sure you're getting hold of the best talent.
I think we've got the skipper bowling now, have we, George Davis? Can't quite...
Looks like it, yes. Yeah. No, it's Hannah Baker.
It's Hannah Baker, leg spinner, coming in, and she plays and misses. No run. Slightly adventurous shot there from Davidson Richards.
She sort of aborted it, didn't she? I think she kind of went and then realised it was the first ball and kind of just made sure she left her back toe in.
Hannah Baker back in, and she plays it off the back foot towards the point region. They run through for a single. Very useful leg spinner, Hannah Baker. Got lots of wickets as well for Warwickshire. Played for quite some time.
We'll do the scores in this over because we're going to get Claire Jenkins back in at the end of the over.
Baker into Chateley, who drives that beautifully. Goes to the boundary for a single. It's collected nicely.
Without wishing to bore the listeners, for technical reasons, we want to get your headset, Samara, I think, into where I'm sat. So we'll probably plug Claire's in there. Bring this ball.
And that's played up. She's played beautifully. No chance for the field, and it's gone for 4 runs. A much needed boundary. Great shot from Alice Davidson Richards. She used the spin, got under the ball, and played a lovely uppish drive.
So we'll keep you on commentary because I think people will be enjoying hearing a former Warwickshire player describing how their first game of this season's going, but we'll do some headset switching, I think, at the end of this.
Baker back into Davidson Richards. Doesn't manage to get hold of that one as she would have liked. Goes straight to short mid-off. No run. Surrey are now on 89 for 3. This is the final ball of the 15th over. Baker coming in and goes onto the back foot and plays a lovely shot, and it goes to the boundary, collected by the fielder for 1 run.
So that's the end of the over. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get Claire to come in for you very briefly, Samara, and then you're going to come in for me and continue your commentary stint. So let's get Claire Jenkins plugged in, and then she can start doing some talking before this next over starts, and then we will bring Samara back into my seat, and hopefully, other than me telling you, no one will really notice what's going on. I may have to take a ball or two here just to make sure we get Claire in. So Claire Jenkins is in position. I'm sure we'll give you some scores shortly. In fact, you take this ball, Claire.
Lovely. And Brewer comes in for, that's carved forward of point, but there's a fielder there who's going to stop that. .91 for 3. Surrey. Warwickshire put them into bat when they won the toss this morning. Sunshine here at Edgbaston, the Metro Bank One Day Cup. And again, and that's played straight to a field, and there is no run. Warwickshire trying to G each other up in the field, and their navy blue kit with yellow detail. First game of the Metro Bank One Day Cup for this season as Brewer comes in again. Played, rocked backwards, played straight to the fielder at the extra cover boundary, and there's just one run as Surrey approach that milestone of 3 figures. 92 for 3 at the moment. Alice Davidson Richards on 21, Chatley on 5. Brewer, right arm over to the right-handed Davidson Richards, who works that into the leg side. Caris Pavley does the fielding and just get a single. Creeping closer. 93 for 3. Chatley. Ooh, straight past the edge of her bat. Nat Wraith right up close. Nearly got a catch then. Chatley looking disappointed with herself. Feeling that be so close to a dismissal there on that ball. Emily Arlott passing some advice to Brewer as she comes in again. Dropped in front of the point fielder. Amisurun Kumar nearly took a brilliant catch there and is properly filthy with herself. Nearly had another catch there. Oh, it was probably Davina Perrin, beg your pardon. Yeah, nearly a catch there. Carved away to point. Just dropping in front of her, wasn't it? Nearly.
It was a great effort,
yeah, it was.
Davina Perrin. If anyone was going to catch it, it would have been her, but just dropped in front of her.
93 for 3. Right. That's the
Baker back into bowl. Hannah Baker into Alice Davidson Richards, who plays and misses it, and it goes through to the keeper. Almost took out the off stump. Getting a bit of turn is Hannah Baker. She's a very useful leg spinner. She comes back into bowl. Alice Davidson Richards takes her back and cuts it off the back foot out to the fielder in the deep for 1 run. Brings Kira Chatley, the skipper, back on strike. Hannah Baker back into Kira Chatley, and it's wide, outside off stump.
It's almost spinning too much there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Started outside and then got further out.
Baker back into Kira Chatley, who can only defend that. 95 for 3, Surrey's score. Not doing too badly. They're into the 17th over. Hannah Baker back into Chatley, who plays that uppishly, and is it going to be caught? And it's caught. A great catch there by the diving fielder. I think it was it Chloe Brewer there at mid-off?
I think it might be Emily Arlott. She's holding
It
her
was
knee.
Georgia Davis there, the skipper herself, setting an example. That was a brilliant catch, diving to her left, and that's the 4th wicket down for Surrey. Their captain Chatley has gone for just 5 runs. Warwickshire would like to think they're in a great position now.
The ball seemed to sort of hang in the air, didn't it? And it was like, whose ball is it? Who is it? And there's a fielder running round. And then it's caught. So, yeah, that Warwickshire managing to take wickets just at nice, sort of pleasing intervals, because they really have struggled to get any kind of partnerships going here this morning.
Yeah, they're getting wickets at regular intervals, which is hindering Surrey from getting off to that high run rate as they did in the first few overs.
Yes, because Dunkley was out for 31, Schofield for 19, Capsey for 9, Alice Davidson Richards still at the crease, 23, and Chatley now caught.
Got Danny Wyatt-Hodge, plenty of runs.
It's that, oh, good.
England cricketer. She's in next at number 6. I was expecting her to bat up a bit.
Yeah. So, Chatley was caught by Emily Arlott off the bowling of Baker for 5. So, yeah, we've got another pair who will know each other well and who will have played together in England days. Batting here for Surrey. Their impressive batting lineup.
Hannah Baker 1 for 9 so far. She's in her 2nd over. Danny Wyatt-Hodge on strike. She's just taking her guard. Baker coming in. First ball for Danny Wyatt-Hodge, who goes on the back foot and pulls it out to the field on the boundary on the leg side for 1 run.
I imagine Danny Wyatt-Hodge will be eyeing that short boundary, particularly to mid-wicket, off the bowling of Hannah Baker, with glee. So,
Alice Davidson Richards back on strike now. Hannah Baker coming in again. Hits it to the point region for 1 run.
Mary Taylor in off the rope. They're keeping her busy out there on that big boundary.
They are. It's quite a short leg side boundary, as you said, for Danny Wyatt. She'll be eyeing that up. She didn't quite get hold of that first ball that she was trying to hit. Probably aiming for outside the boundary.
She'll be wanting to lose some cricket balls into that building site that will be a hotel, as Mike mentioned.
Chloe Brewer will continue. She's into her 3rd over now. She's given 9 runs in 2 overs. Interestingly, 4 of those have been wides. Not giving away too many off the bat. Davidson Richards on strike as she just works that away onto the fine leg region for 1 run.
That's a great point, actually. It's those are things that you can tighten up, aren't they, when you're giving them runs away as opposed to them coming off the bat.
Surrey 98 for 4 now. 17 overs have gone. Danny Wyatt now taking her guard at the other end, the Birmingham end. Chloe Brewer running into Danny Wyatt-Hodge, who cuts that, and it goes past point, diving Davina Perrin there. Couldn't get hold of it. They get through for a single.
Perrin took a little bit of the sting out of the ball, didn't it? Stopped it.
She did.
Made it a bit easier to field for Hannah Baker.
Probably Warwickshire's best fielder, Davina Perrin. Very agile, very quick.
They've got some good fielders, but she is good at point.
Brewer back in, this time to Alice Davidson-Richards, who just defends that.
Surrey tithering on the edge on 99. Wanting to get to those 3 figures, no doubt.
Despite the setbacks, still a pretty impressive run rate. Chloe Brewer running into Alice Davidson-Richards, who plays that uppishly, and they go through for a single, and it gets them to 100 runs. That's 100 up for Surrey in just their 18th over. Not how she would have liked to bring them to 100. She cut that quite fine, finer than she would have wanted to. Luckily no fielder there. Chloe Brewer into Danny Wyatt-Hodge, who again cuts that straight to Davina Perrin for no run.
Oh, I love a bit of good point fielding. That was my position, fielding position. You always feel like you're in the game there.
Did you get hit a few times on the hands? Comes quite quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I loved it there. You've got to kind of get your mindset about the angle that things are coming at you from.
Brewer back into Wyatt-Hodge, and it's missed. How did that miss the stumps? It's missed the keeper, missed the stumps, missed everything. Bit of movement there going away from Danny Wyatt. And that completes the 18th over, with Surrey at 100 for 4, going at a run rate of more than 5.
Got some scores from the other ground. So up at Chesterley Street, where Polly Starkey is looking after you, Lancashire are 49 for 1. I think they had a bit of a rain delay at the start of that one. Meanwhile at Taunton, where Charlie Taylor's looking after you on the live stream there, Yorkshire women are 74 for 4 into the 15th over. And at Southampton, where Jim and Phil Green are looking after you, Charlotte Taylor, I'll come back to that.
Hannah Baker into Alice Davidson-Richards for no run.
Yeah, down at Southampton, Jem and Phil Green and Charlotte Taylor looking after you down there, and Essex are 102 for 2.
Hannah Baker back into Alice Davidson-Richards, who goes onto the back foot, cuts that nicely, and it's gone past the diving fielder. They'll get through for 1. Are they looking for a second? No.
They thought about it, didn't they?
They
like,
did.
Shall we?
101 for 4 now, sorry. Getting a little bit of grey cloud again now. Hopefully it won't rain. It's not forecast to rain again for the rest of the day. Hannah Baker into Danny Wyatt-Hodge, and she's played that uppishly. It's gone over the head of the fielder there at mid-off, and it races away to the boundary. Lovely shot from Danny Wyatt-Hodge.
Shows how high it was, because it went up over Emily Arlott, so that was quite high.
Yep, and she's quite tall. It was well hit, well timed. 105 now comes up for Surrey. 4 wickets down. Hannah Baker in conversation there with the skipper, Georgia Davis.
Just deciding how deep to put Emily Arlott. I think, where is she going to get that catch if that ball comes again?
Hannah Baker in, and this time it's pulled beautifully leg side, and it's gone for 6 runs. That's a great hit from Danny Wyatt-Hodge. Definitely making use of that short boundary on the leg side.
I could tell she was licking her lips on that one. That short boundary's got 6 written all over it for Danny Wyatt-Hodge.
Slightly short from Hannah Baker, but Wyatt made use of that. She picked it up early and very well timed. Hit the white fencing. Just behind it there's a new hotel being constructed. They'll have a great view of the cricket, won't they?
It's going to be fancy in there, isn't it? Oh, that'll be nice.
Baker back into Danny Wyatt-Hodge. This time just dabs it to short third for no run.
I think all these venues have to have more facilities for conferences and hotels and things, don't they, to generate income, etc.
Baker back into Danny White. Hodge again pulls it nicely, and this time it's gone to the same boundary for 4 runs. Slightly shorter again. Wyatt Hodge quickly onto it and pulls it for 4. Great over that one for Surrey.
Too much of a temptation, I think, for Danny White Hodge to miss out on any of that.
She's showing her class.
Yes, indeed. Because this is the point where I like to say I played my last club games with Danny White Hodge and Georgia Elwes over at Staffordshire. She was only a weenie then, by the way. Junior, Staffordshire Junior. Mere Heath.
Chloe Brewer coming into Alice Davidson-Richards, who plays that nicely off the back foot and driven past that point region for a single. Yeah, Mere Heath. I remember Mere Heath, actually. Back in the days, they were one of the better teams, weren't they? Moddershaw was another.
They sort of took that, so Wolverhampton ladies sort of became Mere Heath effectively in those days. I mean, I'm not even going to count how many days, how many years ago that was, but just to prove that I am connected to the existing players.
Brewer into Danny Wyatt, who cuts that, and they run through for a quick single. Yeah, there were quite a few, I think, county players to come from Mere Heath, weren't there?
Yeah, well, Georgia Elwes and Danny White Hodge both went on, obviously gone different directions now, but yeah, they had Staffordshire women in the previous county setup were very strong, but of course hampered by the fact that they didn't have a strong men's team.
Alice Davidson-Richards just plays a nice forward defensive drive, no run. Chloe Brewer, 3.5 overs so far. She's given away 14 runs. She runs into bowl to Alice Davidson-Richards, who just dabs that onto the left side, and she runs. She wants a single, but turned back, and wisely so. Would have been a run out there. She dabbed it straight to the fielder there on the leg side. Wasn't a single at all.
Well, Danny White Hodge was not was not on the same wavelength at that point.
Yep, sensibly sent back. Chloe Brewer running back in this time. Just defends that ball out. Good line and length. Cramped her up a little bit. No run.
Because Surrey are the team with the hyphens, aren't they? I mean, you mentioned a lot of them are England players, but also they must have the most hyphens. Courtine Coleman, Davidson-Richards, Wyatt Hodge and MacDonald Gay.
That's a good observation. Didn't notice that.
Not all playing today, of course.
Chloe Brewer with a final delivery for the over, and it's defended back. Picked up by Caris Pavley. No run. That's the end of the over. Surrey at 117 for 4 after 20 overs.
I'll catch you later.
And we welcome Mike Perkins, journalist, broadcaster, huge passion for women's sports. He's back on.
Hello, Samara. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm enjoying the cricket.
Yes, I've started the day with 2 thin jumpers and 2 thick ones. I'm down to 1 thin one, 1 thick one now.
That's a good
which
sign.
is an indication we're heading in the right direction and towards summer. Although, as soon as I did lose the layers, I did instantly regret it, because we have got the window open to allow you to hear what's going on in the middle, to get a microphone out there. So, but I feel this is the right amount now. I'm gonna stick with it. I think the sun is out and we're heading in the right direction of summer. That's my theory.
Hannah Baker comes in bowling her 4th over, and it's hit into the air. It's just lobbed up. Danny White Hodge getting a leading edge, and it falls short of that fielder there at short mid-on.
As good as the wicket column looks from a Warwickshire point of view, 4 down before the halfway point of the innings, they'd have dearly loved the 5th there.
Hannah Baker, and that's cut nicely by Danny Wyatt-Hodge, and they're looking for a second. They won't get there, and that's 1 run added to the total, 118 for 4.
Because there's a few players who could make a mockery of that boundary, but chiefly among them I think is Danny Wyatt-Hodge. We've seen her go over it once already, and I think she'll be looking to do that as the innings goes on.
Hannah Baker into Alice Davidson-Richards to make some room. Goes straight to the mid-off fielder, no run.
It was an interesting delivery. It was almost a quicker one, but down into the pitch, so it really bounced up.
Hannah Baker back in, again on the back foot. Goes through the cover region for a single.
Because it was still full of length, but still almost got up above the stump high, that last but one delivery.
Danny Wyatt back on strike now. She's playing on 18 off just 11 deliveries. Hannah Baker into bowl to her. She makes room, cuts it, and gets through for a single.
Been a much better over this one from Baker. Obviously, we mentioned Wyatt-Hodge finding the boundary on a couple of occasions, but Baker seems to have got a control back here. This will be a boundary now, I've said that.
You've got Alice Davidson-Richards on strike to Hannah Baker, and it's cut towards that gully region, collected straight by the fielder, no run, and that's the end of the 21st over, and Surrey are 120 for 4. And I'll hand back over to my colleague Claire Jenkins.
Okay. Yeah, we'll get Claire back in for another little 5 over stint here, and we'll do a little swap before she comes on to commentary to get her back on the louder of the 2 headsets. But we should be about even here. We're doing a little bit of musical chairs today, as Wyatt-Hodge just marks her guard and prepares for Chloe Brewer to come in and deliver this ball, which is flicked uppishly and over the top and out towards mid-wicket, and there will be a single taken, and we're just going to do a very, very quick swap here. Back with you, I think. You'll have the ambience of Edgbaston as in comes Brewer once more. He's going to deliver this one, which is cut away into the offside, and Katie George picks it up. And there is no run on offer as it goes out into the offside, and waiting to receive the ball again is Wyatt-Hodge. Again back, cuts and finds the gap this time. 1 to the total. Is off the what we're calling a 50-yard boundary, I think, over there. That's a fairly good guess, isn't it? Maybe even slightly shorter than that. But a single taken anyway as the fielder comes off the cover boundary there. 123 for 4, the score. The flag fluttering in the breeze in the distance over towards Birmingham. And here is Brewer, bowls full and driven again out towards that short side of the ground. Good tumbling stop by Hannah Baker, picking it up and returning it over the top of the stumps for the loss of just the 1 run. Baker almost feels like she's in the ring there, even though she's on the boundary. It's one of those sorts of situations. And we all know that there's obviously a lot of pressure on pitches at the moment, as this one slips down the leg side from Brewer, so no run to the total there as the flag continues to flutter in the breeze.
Neat pick up from Nut Wraith there down the leg side.
Yeah, it was very good wicket keeping, wasn't it? But it probably makes sense at this time of the year that we are using one of those pitches that isn't towards the middle, just to keep the others in use for the middle of the summer when it'll get a bit drier and conditions will become more difficult to maintain the pitches once the rain hopefully leaves us, and the sunshine that we're experiencing at the moment, it has to be said, as this one's chopped towards Katie George. Extra cover makes a good stop on her knees as she slides across the ground. But hopefully we're getting to that stage where we will have sunshine dominating, but it does put the pressure on the wickets then, doesn't it?
We can get into the ice creams and things, but you want hot soup today.
Yes, it is more of a hot soup day, I think, as Brewer bowls, and this one is just dabbed into the offside. Wraith will take the return, and that's the end of the over. So 126 for 4 is the score after 22 overs of this innings. Claire Jenkins, I'm almost jumping the gun because we usually do this during the drinks break just to fill a bit of time. But how are you assessing that score after 22 overs? It's looking fairly good to me.
It is, yeah, and also with Alice Davison-Richards, who I mentioned earlier, I suspect is going to have to be the backbone of this Surrey batting innings most of the season. I think she's starting to get like she wants to push it on a little bit. A few signs of that. Wyatt Hodge came straight in and made the most of that short boundary with a 6 and a 4. Pretty quick, smart in her innings.
Yeah, she started well, Wyatt Hodge, 23 off 17. Davidson-Richards, 30 off 48. The more sedate of the two. It's Wyatt Hodge who can't find a run there. Baker starting the over with a full, almost Yorker length delivery in the end from Baker. She's really sort of throwing them down today. Obviously bowling them, they're legal deliveries, but they kind of have a throwy feel, the way she's sort of whipping her wrist over to get that leg spin action. That one was cut away to Suren Kumar behind square on the offside, who made a good diving stop. 126 for 4 the score if you just join us at edgbaston.com or on YouTube. So make sure you hit that like button as Wyatt Hodge is forward orderly in defence for a third dot ball of the over. Elsewhere, Surrey really leading the way, although Essex 120 for 4 now at the 25 over mark against Hampshire. They've only just got on, or only managed 12 overs as this one's clapped away by Wyatt Hodge towards the short side, but there's 2 sweepers back there now, and it was the squarer of them, Pavely at mid-wicket, who got there. One of the best Warwickshire fielders, in fact, Pavely, so that shows you how much they're trying to protect that boundary. 127 for 4, it was the first run of the over, a single, and there'll be another one here for Davidson-Richards, who drives down the ground and finds Emily Arlett, who really did me there. I thought Georgia Davis has been stood at mid-off all day. It must be Georgia Davis with the catch. And
tall figure.
It was Emily Arlett, and I think she needed every inch of that tall frame to get to the previous wicket to fall. As this one's going to be 6. That one's in the building site, and we could well need a new one because I think it's hit a steel railing on its way in there, a light blue steel railing that one landed on, and unless you'd been stood in that direction. Now here comes, this is exciting. One of the construction workers in a high-vis vest is on their way to try and get this. They're having a bit of trouble with the gate at the moment. Now they're walking past a big, they're running in fact.
I don't think they'll want it back.
They broke into a trot there. Well, I think that ball's probably done because it landed on a steel railing. I think they're going to need to get a replacement. We'll see what state it comes back in, because the construction worker is in the vicinity now.
The vicinity
of
only.
The ball. I suppose they don't really want a cricket ball in their building site either, so it's probably in their interest to return it. We're going to find out what this construction worker's arm is like in a moment. More importantly, the ball went for 6, as you've probably gathered by now, and it's 128 for 4. It was also the end of the over. Georgia Davis is going to bring herself into the attack. Notably, the captain not taking the short side of the ground, although her spin bowling does turn towards it, so that might also be part of it. They've decided we can wait an over because obviously it's a different ball at each end as well as the other advantage. So the construction worker is rooting around for that. We will return our commentary to the advertised cricket. But we'll keep an eye on that construction worker and see if they are successful.
I wonder if he's a steward or a construction. He's certainly in a high vis. He's gone down a hole. They
look.
Accidentally.
They look like a construction worker to me because they've got big boots on, a hard hat, and big thick gloves for
you're probably only allowed in there with all that.
Well, that's true. As this one's bowled, it's full and driven away to the cover boundary, and 1 run taken. Well, that was some early season excitement. 134 for 4 becomes 135 for 4 with the single off the start of the Georgia Davis over. We were giving you scores elsewhere.
Yeah.
I was mentioning Lancashire, who are in the 13th over. They have battered first against Durham, and they are 71 for 1. Lancashire, the champions of this competition last season. They also won the T20 Cup. Surrey, of course, winning the T20 Blast, which I'll be honest, I was only reminded of this morning when I looked it up and went, oh yeah, of course they did. As this one's hit over the top, that's a great shot. That's going to be 4 runs, and that is Wyatt Hodge at her best. She likes to loosen those arms when she can, and she's just managed to lift that one over the top, and it goes away for 4. And brilliant to have more than 400 of you watching that superb shot from Wyatt Hodge, although if you're of the Warwickshire persuasion, you perhaps won't want to have seen that. You certainly won't want to see too many more. Wyatt Hodge looking ominous on 34 already off just 23. And she drives one out towards the cover boundary and picks up another important single to take her on to 35. As we say, she can make a bit of a mockery of that short side if she's at the crease for too long. 140 for 4, the score moves to Yorkshire. 109 for 5, struggling a little bit against Somerset. They're in the 20th over of that game, as in the 24th over of this game, the ball is driven to Katie George at cover, who does the fielding and prevents Davidson Richards, who's been the more sedate of the two, but we know she can catch up quick, and we know she's got 100 in her as well, ominously for Warwickshire. Here comes Davis, bowls. It's hit hard towards Katie George, and she does her fielding, diving away to her right hand side again. Another dot against the analysis of Georgia Davis, the captain, on for her first over of the game. Already conceded 6 runs off it, and that'll be a 7th as it's hit hard on the clap stroke, really, wasn't it? She sort of got back, and it wasn't a pull stroke where it goes square. She just clapped it down the ground. I know Dan Norcross of TMS fame has tried to coin the strapple, but I don't really like saying that.
Sounds like some
as
sort
in
of
the
fruit
straight pull
drink.
shot. But it was one of those sorts of strokes. It was a clapping sort of strapple, if you're going that way. Anyway, 24 overs gone. It looks as if we're going to get... Well, is this an early drinks break? It feels as if everyone's walking off for drinks.
They are.
This
Decided.
could be because we're having a change of ball.
Yes.
Because the other one...
I've
not seen it return from the building site, and the umpires have decided to walk off to go get a ball, I think. So they've quite sensibly decided we will have drinks. Yeah. And rather annoyingly, I've already given you the scores of the other games. Lancashire 76 for 1 after 13 overs. Essex 129 for 4 after 27 overs. Essex playing at Hampshire, Lancashire playing at Durham, and the other game in progress is Yorkshire 109 for 6 in the 20th over against Somerset. There's a point I want to ask you, Claire Jenkins, as a former Somerset cricketer in a moment. I will also tell people, though, in the county championship, Warwickshire are away at Sussex. Sussex 90 for 5 in their reply to Warwickshire's 267 all out yesterday, so a gap of 177 between the two sides, but Sussex already 5 wickets down. And we'll give you the Surrey score as well, because we will, I'm sure, have listeners of a Surrey persuasion. They are also playing in Division 1 of the County Championship, 520 for 9 against Leicestershire. Surrey having chosen to bat first in that game at the Oval. Now, my Somerset question in relation to their side playing in the Women's One Day Cup is this. There's been a lot of concern about Somerset, I think, over the winter. They seem to have started quite well there against Yorkshire, 109 for 6. Is that concern unwarranted, or are they going to be, is it going to be them and Essex down towards the bottom of the table? Of course, Warwickshire fans, having finished 7th in this competition last year out of 8, will want a better season too. What's your thoughts on where Somerset find themselves?
Well, I think Somerset, having lost Fran Wilson to coaching the Gloucestershire side, which is great for Gloucestershire, but certainly a veteran lost for Somerset. That's a big loss, and she and Sophie Loff often had to kind of rescue batting innings, and then more importantly losing Amanda Jade Wellington to Hampshire because she was also a great acquisition for Somerset. So having lost those, young side, I mean, they've got some players coming through, but yeah, I think it's
probably not a headline overseas player. A lot of other teams. I mean, even a Maitland Brown for Surrey has experience at this level, and a lot of the other overseas are Georgia Redmayne, for example. Okay, she never really a front line Australia player because of Alyssa Healy, but she's been a front line player in the Women's National Cricket League, made 300, so she's going to be coming in for Warwickshire.
So just to answer your question, I mean, they've got Annika Leroyd coming in, but I mean, the best one in the world. She's
lesser
known. That's the best way to put it. Yeah, but they of course have a new coach this season, in Erin Osborne, who's Australian coach. So she perhaps knows something about Annika Leroyd in terms of what she will bring to Somerset. So I think it's still a concern. I don't know. I mean, we shall see when both sides are batted and all the rest of it. But my judgment would be that also Yorkshire are going to have a bit of a shock coming into this level of cricket.
Well, that's how it appears, hasn't it? Because
season,
as you say, they're against one of the weaker sides today. Amu Surrey Kumar is going to come into the attack for Warwickshire here at Edgbaston, but they find themselves 6 down for not a lot at the moment. We don't know what the pitch is like in that game, but they seem to have struggled. Winfield Hill top scorer with 36, and no one else getting past 20 so far in that game. So perhaps it will be Yorkshire, having been Tier 2 last year and made the step up to make it a 9-team competition, will be the ones who struggle, and maybe Somerset, having had a good start against Yorkshire, it will be because Yorkshire are one of the weaker teams. We will see. It's one of those things we never really know until we get kind of probably 4 or 5 games into the season, and even then we're still always guessing a little bit, aren't we? Teams their form can
and also the other thing is that there's going to be players coming in and out. We've got under-19s out at the moment. There'll be the New Zealand series will start soon for the England squad players, so they'll be disappearing. Then India series, and then we'll be into the World Cup. So teams won't be settled.
That will definitely have an effect.
And it will have an impact throughout the season.
Here's Surrey Kumar then. Second attempt at this run-up. She was blown off course on her first one, it felt like, and then she's got the measure of the wind and the conditions under her feet and delivered a very good dot ball to start with against Alice Davidson-Richards. So she did the sensible thing there, I think, aborting that. The umpire just coming over to pick up a bit of rope that was found. I think it's dropped out the
Paul Baldwin. Pocket. You can ask him how long is a piece of string, because he's now got a piece of string.
Yeah. I assume that's not been there all game. Anyway, here comes Surrey Kumar. Wraith stood up to the stumps, played into the leg side, and George does the fielding. There is long leg, forward square leg, the short mid-wicket who fielded that ball, and mid-on the leg side. Surrey Kumar also has an orthodox 5 on the offside, although 2 of them are set back. So you've got mid-off, extra cover on the boundary, backward point, and Chloe Brewer, who's fielding in front of our commentary position at the pavilion end, down at third. Here comes Surrey Kumar. Keeper up to the stumps. Full ball right into the proverbial block hole. Although it wasn't blocked, it was driven quite smoothly into the offside. Another run to the total, 142 for 4. Davidson, Richards and Wyatt Hodge. I did think they've got a lot of double barrels when I was mainly because I was typing out my notes and I was thinking, I'm glad Rihanna McDonald-Gay's not playing or not in this squad, because for the simple reason that I might run out of ink with all these double barrel names.
Long names.
So I was quite glad they at least left one of the double barrel names out, but there we go.
Yeah, they need small letters or large shirts for those names.
More spectators make their way in the sunshine at the Birmingham end of the ground. Perrin is across, a couple of paces to her left and picks up cleanly, returns over the top of the stumps. No run is the result. Perrin will have been really annoyed not to have got her fingers under that catch. At backward point, she took a good one earlier in the innings, but then couldn't get the second one diving forward. More difficult chance, but her one to dismiss Capsey was off Mary Taylor was excellent. That was the second of Taylor's 2 wickets as Surrey Kumar comes in looking for her first. Slashed away out towards the cover boundary. 1 taken, 143 for 4. It's thrown in with a few bounces. A little apology from Izzy Wong, but they often apologise, don't they, even if they dig it into the square deliberately, because Wongle is one of those bowlers who could benefit from the ball getting a bit scuffed up in the latter stages.
Get told off by the umpires if she starts throwing that ball into the
I think that's why she apologised to a wicket-keeper to throw the umpires off the trail. Anyway, if you are just joining us, Dunkley out, caught by Wraith, bowled Arlott for 31, Schofield out, bowled by Mary Taylor for 19, Capsey caught by Perrin, as we were mentioning, off the bowling of Mary Taylor, and then Chatley was out, as this one's driven firmly by Davidson Richards, well fielded up there by the tall Arlott, who got down well on that occasion and threw the ball back to Katie George to prevent the single. I like the sort of, when you watch a professional team, it's one of the real things you notice. They work so hard in the field that they're very good at those sort of relays that perhaps lesser cricketers would not spot. And Arlott there, to keep it to a dot ball, was able to just sort of flick it out in the direction of Katie George, who was then poised and ready to throw at either end and run out any batter. Arlott also did a good bit of fielding to dismiss Kira Chatley off the bowling of Hannah Baker for 5. That was the most recent wicket to fall. And since then, this pair of probably the most experienced pair that's driven down the ground by Alison Davidson Richards, or ADR if you prefer, to pick up another single, takes the score on to 145 for 4.
It's a difficult one to say, isn't it?
It's usually very quick, this scoreboard, but it's sort of just easing into the season at the moment, so I thought it had already happened there. In comes Georgia Davis, the leading wicket taker last season for Warwickshire and the captain, and she beats the outside edge there with a ball that bounced a little bit past Wyatt Hodge. But the point I was getting to is these two came together on 95, so that is their 50 partnership.
Yay.
And they've progressed the score very nicely indeed, but I think they maybe need another 50 to add to it. Wow, that's a big 6 over the top, whacked by Danny Wyatt Hodge, who'd just been beaten on the outside edge, and she thought, I'm not going to mess around staying in my crease to this then. Get down the track, if in doubt, hit out, and she's hit it out of the playing area for 6 runs. Great shot, 150 up for Surrey, 151 for 4. But that 4 means that these two do need to take this deep now, don't they? Probably to the 35 over mark minimum.
Although they're not short of batting, I don't think, really. But yeah, that ball nearly ended up, well, it did actually end up in the dugout for the T20 teams. That's how hard she hit it. Out across the carpet edge and then into the dugout.
Yeah, it might only be a short boundary, but Wyatt Hodge is making sure she's cleared it by just about double twice now. And she's going to go along the floor this time. Maybe we'll rue the decision because she finds the fielder. Although if she had gone in the air, she could have lost a wicket. 152 for, oh, it's gone up to 154 for 4. Right, I'm really confused.
Inflation.
Anyway, either way, Surrey are going along nicely, I think, is where we'll leave the score for now. And here comes Georgia Davis. Driven back to her, hits her in the boot. Score does seem to have settled on 154 for 4, so we'll go with that. I think they thought that one went for 4 there. Anyway. It'll settle down. The other thing I've noticed about the scoreboard, which is a very beautiful scoreboard, it's got terracotta tiles on the top, it's got a clock on the front, a gold weather vane on the top, which is blowing about all over the place at the moment actually, but generally pointing in a westerly direction, as this one's driven off the back foot to Perrin at short mid-wicket. But they've changed the typeface of the font.
Oh yeah.
It's a lot thicker this year, which I like.
Yeah.
I like it a lot. And it's a typeface, not a font, I've been told. People get angry about that, apparently.
Yeah, you say tomato.
But anyway, the typeface is a lot thicker this season. I like it. Maybe they've just made it bold. Maybe they just have a button to make it bold. But anyway, it's very nice.
Mike, we are at the exciting point because we've gone. We went 25, so we had an early drinks break, which confused me because I was working my way up to.
Oh, we're at the halfway point.
Yes, so we can do the Jenkins formula.
Go on, what's Jenkins' formula saying? After this ball from Amu Suran Kumar, who's going to try and add a wicket to complicate the Jenkins formula. Nearly did, actually. jumped quite
Oh,
nastily
wickets.
at White Hodge. You didn't look too concerned. Takes a dot ball, on we go.
Yes, the exciting point. The halfway stage, 25 overs in. Double plus 20 is the Jenkins. That's my Jenkins formula, which takes Surrey to 308. So they are aiming at 308 from this point. It makes no difference in terms of wickets because I'm not good at numbers.
Here's Amisurun Kumar, bowls to Wyatt Hodge, who defends that one into the offside. Perrin is there to pick up. So that was what they were 152 for 4.
They were.
Because I'd make that 304 plus 20.
They were 144.
Of course, we had the
26,
26, didn't we? Sorry.
No,
They've started well then, this second half of the innings. That 6 from White Hodge helped, I suppose. She's going for another shot into the leg side and will find a 4. No, brilliant fielding by Mary Taylor, keeping the ball within the ropes. And this is the problem that many cricket fans have with short boundaries, that was a shot that deserved more than 1 run, and it only got 1. But then I suppose you get it back with when you get your 6s and your 4s that would otherwise be 2s. But it sort of does take a dimension out the game. It takes your 2s and 3s out of it, which does annoy some people, I know. But luckily, I'm not one of them. Hopefully you're not either at home. You enjoy this game on Edgbaston.com as this one's driven away nicely. Beautiful shot by Alice Davidson-Richards. Now, that one would have gone to the really long side, and it would still have gone for 4 on the really long side. It hits the car advertising over there. Lovely shot from Davidson-Richards. That was as good a cover drive as you will see. It was right up there, so she had to check the stroke slightly as she played it, and she was very precise as a result of how she guided it through the cover region. But the cover fielder had no chance because the rope has come in on the Hollies side.
Yes, she'd have liked that to have been a bit slower so she could have got that. She did have a go at it, but
had to go and retrieve it anyway, which is always a bit galling, isn't it? In comes Surrey Kumar, bowls, and it's pushed away to the cover fielder. That was a less fluent drive, and actually it was a better length ball, was one of the main reasons. Wong picks it up and hurls it in on the bounce.
Because Amisurun Kumar was a new player last season. She spent quite a lot of time as 12th, and I think she's been a great acquisition for Warwickshire from Essex. England under 19, of course, previously. Great acquisition.
Really came into her own with a bat, it felt, last season, as this one is run down to Chloe Brewer, who picks up and returns for the loss of just 1 run, 155 for 4 at the end of the 27th over of the innings. Although the concern from the Warwickshire point of view, and as I say, it was sort of what prompted my question at the start about them bringing bowlers in, was the averages are going to have to improve this season if Warwickshire are to do anything in this competition. I think the top average last season was Abby Freeborn, who's not playing today. We believe she might be injured. 33.58 topped the averages last season. We mentioned, of course, Davina Perrin scored a century as well. She was second in the averages list, but that's going to have to improve if Warwickshire are to do anything this season.
Be interesting to see what Georgia Redmayne adds to that, because left-handed bat, of course, left-handed opener. So the Aussie import who will be joining the Warwickshire setup.
Here is George Davis, who will come in right arm over the wicket, throws it up, it's hit up in the air. Now this could be a chance. Baker trying to get underneath it, and it teased her. Second one in the game that's teased her. This time she keeps it within the rope, so it's only 1, but that was the chance they were looking for off Wyatt Hodge. It took the outside half of the bat. Hodge still probably thought she was going to clear the ropes even if she didn't middle the ball, and it just agonisingly dipped in front of Baker, and it wasn't like the one to Perrin earlier at backward point that did genuinely carry, as Davidson-Richards has a little foray down the pitch and drives it up to Chloe Brewer for just the 1 run in the end. 160 for 4 is the result after those 2 singles, but it was again really teasing her, making her think she could get there, Hannah Baker. She has to be right back on the rope, and that's like she needs every yard of this 50, maybe slightly less than boundary on that leg side. Oh, that's a great shot from White Hodge. This time she's got plenty of it, and this time it'll go for 4, just to the onside of straight. The umpire waves their hand from side to side to signify as much. 165 for 4. The total moves on to. Really nicely played by Wyatt Hodge, and that brings up her 50 as well. So she waves that bat that she just struck the ball with so firmly in the direction of her applauding teammates. A half century up for Danny Wyatt Hodge, and it's been a swift one of 35 balls. Might even try and get the full analysis of that for you in just a moment. I make it 3 4s, 3 6s, in fact 4 4s, because that last one that she brought it up with went for 4. So 4 4s, 3 6s, and now a single played into the leg side. Izzy Wong off the backward square leg boundary to do the fielding. 166 for 4.
This is the partnership that they've desperately been needing, really. And
probably their 2 most experienced players, I'd say. Both have played internationally, albeit Davidson Richards' opportunities have been limited as she pushes this one up to Chloe Brewer, but she had that famous test match, of course, where she made the 100.
And then
she
got
made
dropped,
the most of it,
didn't she?
Yeah,
Bless her.
167
I like
for 4.
ADR.
Everyone likes ADR.
Yeah.
She's
So
one
expressive.
of those really likeable
Great
people.
smile. And a brilliant all-rounder.
We like a smiley cricketer. As Georgia Davis bowls and takes a dot ball to finish the over with. It's driven straight back to the bowler. We also quite like the ones who scowl and spit and swear and all those sorts of things as well, because they're quite fun too.
That's very unladylike. I'm sure that's those boys' cricket.
Well, I think it happens in women's cricket quite a bit too, if I'm being quite honest. I've seen it happen once or twice.
Oh, that's because you've seen Lancashire.
However, okay, if we say so. A double winning Lancashire side, it has to be said. So if that is what they're doing, it's been successful. Well, no, it's important information at this stage of the season. As you well know, I have no allegiances. I just like good cricket.
No, Warwickshire like to concentrate on the Vitality Blast finals last year. It's a moment of glory, but and oh so nearly.
Yes, it was against these opponents as well that I came up short. As most people I've met here have reminded me since getting here today.
You've been talking to the Surrey people,
that one was played away down to long leg. Sort of one of those balls that came in slightly, I think, a bit on Davidson Richards, so she had to adjust to get some bat on it and therefore lost a bit of power as a result. But yeah, 31 years of age now. He's Davidson Richards, born in Tunbridge Wells, and just that, her international career as Wyatt Hodge slashes this one away to backward point where Perrin does the fielding. The score remains 168 for 4 with the dot ball. 1 test match, 2 innings
against South Africa. I was down there.
43 is her
Taunton. That was
average, but of course she tellingly made 100.
Batting with the
average of 107. I was reading out a bowling average
with a schoolmate, Natsira Brunt. Apparently they were at school together.
In comes Surrey bowls to Wyatt Hodge, who defends a ball that's bouncing slightly. Sorry, I was reading out her bowling average is her batting average. Her batting average is actually 107 because she has played 1 innings and made 107. She bowled in 2 innings.
This is retire then.
But she has played 10 one-day internationals and 8 T20 internationals. An average of 33.8 in the 50-over form of the game and an average of 11.5 in the shorter form of the game. Surrey bowls. Oh, that's lifted sublimely.
Oof.
It hits the thud that you may well have heard actually there at home is off the, I'm assuming, steel boarding, although it may be wooden boarding over there at the construction site. It sounded steel the way the ball came back off it, and Georgia Davis is examining that. She's quite happy with it, but she's thrown it back to Soren Kumar and said maybe don't bowl there again, because it was a lovely shot, picked up over mid-wicket. One of those that probably would have only brought 4 on a bigger pitch, but it brought 6 there, 174 for 4, and Wyatt Hodge is going along very nicely indeed. Here comes Soren Kumar again. It's glided away. It was a full ball, but it was sort of a horizontal bat, which is quite unusual, and glided away by Wyatt Hodge. But that's what she's good at, boundary single, boundary single. That's why her strike rate's so good. She's on to 58, 175 for 4. We do hope you're enjoying this commentary. First of our season here at Edgbaston, Warwickshire versus Surrey. And do hit the like button on YouTube if you're enjoying it, and I hope you're also enjoying the extra bits and bobs if you're watching at edgbaston.com as the match centre, as this one's flicked away, and the match centre I thought was going to be reading another 4. It will be reading another 4 because the tumbling dive from Baker is one that is not successful. The ball dribbles over the boundary in the end. The construction worker's still there, saying hello over the top of the fence. So either there's a little step up, or it's not quite as big as I thought, because I thought that was probably a 7-foot wall, and that would make him about 8 foot. But there we go. 179 for 4. Maybe our ball retriever is a giant. Another thought from you, Claire Jenkins.
Yeah. Oh, we've got lots of people watching, like you say, on the live stream, and also shout out to great friend of women's cricket, Kath Bentley, who's got us on a big screen. She sent me a message. She also sent me a good, happy first commentary day, which I thought was lovely. I think.
That's nice.
Yeah, one or two nice messages. Start of the season and all that. Blank page. Oh, it's exciting. See how all this plays out, and the teams will. It's going to be fascinating because I mean every season has those dynamics where players come in and out for various international duties, etc. But this one will be extra challenging, I think, because of the under-19s are out in a tri-series with Australia and Sri Lanka at the moment, and there'll be the New Zealand White Ferns arriving, and then as soon as that finishes, it's the India series with a Test match, and then we're into the the World Cup, and the 100 is earlier this year. It's sort of mid-July to mid-August, so it's going to be a busy season.
Here's the busy Pavley bowling a ball that grips and is hit into the offside. Baker there with the fielding and just the 1 run taken. Clearly the tactic then with the Warwickshire spinners, we mentioned they have a leg spinner, a left arm orthodox spinner in Pavley who's just come on, and the right arm off spin of Georgia Davis to it. Then clearly the players that would turn the ball towards that short boundary, Georgia Davis, they're going to bowl at this end, the pavilion end, so the long boundary is against the spin. But that means Pavley's going to have to be a bit careful bowling from this end, because her orthodox does turn in that direction towards the short boundary. There's going to be another single taken, so maybe Pavley will be the one we see from both ends.
She's going to bowl both ends, Mike.
I think she'll start this end, but they might, if they need a spinner at the other end, bring her on there rather than Davis, because I think Davis towards the short boundary could be the risky one.
And that's the 50 up for Alice Davison-Richards. She raises her
More
bat.
applause for it.
She did that rampy thing that always makes you look like you're going to need the dentist.
Well, only if you get it wrong.
Well, yeah, if you get it wrong. Well, it only missed her grill.
There's nobody on the 45. And when Davidson-Richards was in the England team, the rule was if there's nobody on the 45, you have to sweep, and Davidson-Richards has done it twice in a row there. So I think until Warwickshire puts someone on the 45, Davidson-Richards is going to play little dab sweep shots like that. She picks up another 2 for them. As Claire mentioned, she's gone past a half century.
Yeah.
52 to the total. So the next one we're watching out for me, is the 100 partnership between these two. Because Wyatt Hodge has gone slightly quicker in the partnership so far, but that would be 195, so we're about 11 runs away from it. As Davidson-Richards does go for another sweep, had slightly misjudged the length of the ball. It's done poor Nat Race all ends up, because Davidson-Richards was right in her way, missed the ball.
It's a no ball.
And then it's been given as a no ball. So clearly Pavley knew what Davidson-Richards was going to do. She was going to play the paddle sweep again and try to just Yorker and get the ball underneath it. Got it all wrong, missed her length by frankly about half the pitch, certainly by 2 or 3 yards, and ended up cleaning up Nat Wraith as a result. So no change of ends of the batters, so we can have changes to the field. I think that's what Georgia Davis will just be confirming here, and it will be Wyatt Hodge on strike for a free hit if the umpire's signal comes. There we go. Whirly ice cream, number 99 please, and Wyatt Hodge will be trying to progress her score on from 59 here. 2 back on the leg side. There aren't too many changes here, I guess, because of in fact long off's gone back. That's because
the batters have changed, haven't they? That's how they can change, because if the batters hadn't changed, they couldn't change the field.
Yeah, they ran a single, so that will allow
putting in the short third that you asked for.
Oh yeah, short fine, isn't it?
Fine, rather.
45 as Pavley comes in. Long off's gone back, but it won't matter, as that's over deep cover's head into the building site. Six
Six
more onto the total. It almost feels anticlimactic because it is such an easy hit for White Hodge, and when it's a free hit, she's going to clear it on plenty of occasions. 1-9-2 for 4. Little chat between Katie George and Pavley. Have we seen Katie George bowling yet? We haven't,
Not yet, no. So the 7-foot building man has gone to get the ball again.
Yes, although at the moment they're not searching for it.
He is.
No, he is. It has landed just by.
I think
It's only just cleared the fence, didn't it? I was thinking he's searching a bit close for this one. Anyway, this could become rather annoying. They need to just put the box of balls right. Oh, it is right. They're quicker thinkers than me, because the box of balls is right on the edge of the boundary. I should have looked there before giving them advice, really, shouldn't I? Anyway, they're on their way over. They have got this one back. So one of the umpires is going to go, well, okay. I'm going to stop advising them what to do. I was going to say one of them could have gone and inspected the ball, and the other one could have stayed by the box in case they do have to go back in a minute. Anyway, Georgia Davis doesn't look
Paul Baldwin in his
happy with
beautiful, what I would call Cadbury's purple
jacket. It is Cadbury's purple, isn't it?
He's having a good look at the ball, and Amy Clark's coming over as well.
We shouldn't really say that unless they agree to sponsor women's cricket,
well,
but it is a
other
Cadbury's
chocolates
purple.
are available, but it is since it's local as well. We're only a few Danny White Hodge sixes to Bourneville from here, so
well, indeed.
There's a discussion.
It's an appropriate colour for the.
It's a Birmingham purple.
Anyway.
Call it a Birmingham
purple. That's a nice way of referring to it.
What are we going to say?
They're going to carry on with this ball, which is good. Anyway, sorry, we're getting very lost here. I'm gonna depart in 2 more balls time and bring Samara Afzal back in. Claire Jenkins.
Retire to a darkened room.
Yeah, just to regain my sense. Anyway, it's been a very eventful 10 overs because we've seen 2 balls in the building site from White Hodge already. She is on 65, and she could here bring up the 100 partnership with Davidson Richards as she waits for the ball, drives, and won't get the 100 partnership because it's up towards George Davis. Now, I wonder if White Hodge, who was also part of that England team of the era where you had to sweep, there was no one on the 45, had still thought the fielder was round there and not back at mid-wicket where she is when it's not a free hit. Because she didn't go for the sweep there, and she goes for the drive again. Pavley looking to bowl in the block hole, which also would make the sweep a difficult shot, but I think Davidson Richards still would have attempted. Anyway, they are 3 short of the 100 partnership, which is the reason that Surrey have been able to progress to 192 for 4. Very good partnership between these 2 batters, and I will leave you with the double-barrelled partnership to continue on with. White Hodge and Davidson Richards at the crease, Claire Jenkins to pick up the commentary.
Yes, a sunny Edgbaston, although we're getting some cloud covering. It went very dark a moment ago, but we've got the shadows back out again. 192 for 4, so Surrey heading towards that 200 milestone. And this is the partnership that Surrey certainly needed in Davidson Richards on 53 and a White Hodge on 65. Still some batting to go, no doubt, for Surrey. And we've got a little bit of a game within a game. We're going to be watching to see if Surrey get to that. I've got this Jenkins formula. I mean, it matters not, but my own formula, which is double plus 20 at the halfway stage for the women's game. Which I make that Surrey should be aiming towards 308 in this inning, so we can have a little watch to see if they can get above or beyond that, depending on that. So we've got Izzy Wong coming in from the Birmingham end to Alice Davison Richards. They place that to cover and they take a risky run. It's well stopped by Katie George, who splats herself on the 25-yard circle and in the process. Hello, Samara.
Hello.
What have you made of the last little bit?
I think Surrey have built themselves a lovely partnership, haven't they, for the 6th wicket. And I think your 308 that you've predicted is on.
I think it's on as well. As Danny White Hodge seems to have, like all great players, seem to have hours on the ball. She just dinks that on its head through fine leg, and 4 runs as Mary Taylor unfortunately does a diving, tries to attempt a diving stop, but unsuccessful. Another 4 to the total. 193 for 4 White Hodge on 65, Danny and Alice Davison-Richards on 54. Yeah, like all great players of any sport, they seem to have hours and hours on the ball. It just seems like they have that kind of breathing space time before they do anything, whereas the rest of us are just rushing to play a shot, etc. As that's played up in the air, that's going to be ramped up and over. Deep third for 4. More runs to Danny Whitehodge, who is definitely in the mood, isn't she, Samara?
She is, and I almost think that was quite deliberate, that placement above Davina Perry's head and to the boundary.
Because Danny Whitehodge likes to play late shots, anywhere between point and, well, where the wicketkeeper is basically. She likes to post the ball through that entire region. What we've seen today, which I haven't seen as much recently, is what you and I were on earlier, and she's just basically just putting the bat out and running the ball down to that sort of area as well. I suspect that because she's been caught on that they've said to her, like, occasionally try and just angle it like that one. Oh, that's a good demonstration. Thank you, Danny. Just literally just let the bat angle the ball into a gap. So maybe that's a new version of the same, what would be an aerial shot if she played it upish.
Yeah, she's good at finding those gaps as well as hitting those sixes that we've seen today as well.
Yeah, it must be very tempting when you can hit a big ball. That huge building site as one comes in again to Danny Whitehodge. Ooh, chops down on that, and then she's frustrated with herself because I didn't go anywhere, and she nearly played on, because we've already seen her play on this morning, haven't we?
We have. That was probably a little bit too full to try and cut. Almost got stuck at the bottom of the bat. I think Issy Wong, that's probably why she's brought on to try and break this partnership.
Yep. Whitehodge tapping her bat. Banged in, up in the air. Oh, it's going to drop. Oh, it's gone over the boundary. It's 4. That was, I think Hannah Baker thought she was in for a catch there, or Mary Taylor, who came together to try and stop that ball, but that's backward of square. 4 runs to the total, and they go through that 200 milestone as well. 205 for 4 are Surrey.
Yeah, she plays that pull shot with so much control, almost piecing both those fielders. She's hit quite a few boundaries down in that region now.
Yeah, and it's that time on the ball, isn't it? It just seems like it's almost being played in slow motion when you're watching it. And it looked like they might be able to stop it between them, but it just bounced awkwardly into that pocket on that short boundary. And that's the end of 31 overs, so 19 to go. I think that the score is well within their possibilities. Caris Pavley to continue, left arm spin around the wicket to Alice Davison-Richards, who's eyeing the whole field. Attempts that ramp. She's been desperate to play that ramp. It wasn't even a ramp in the end. It's a sort of strange twirl around the back of the wicket keeper, and they get through for a single.
Interesting looking shot, that.
She's tried to ramp it, but then it was the wrong ball in the end, wasn't it? Ends up with a bat, the handle at the bottom and the blade at the top. That's played through cover, but straight to Hannah Baker, so they'll only get the 1. Hannah Baker does that. She throws her whole self into that throw in from the boundary, and include the sort of follow through with a knee as well. The leg side field have gone back towards the boundary, backward square, and oh, hello, Caris Pavley. This is going to be a no ball for lots of bounces. Badly let go of that ball. So we had an aerial one in the last over, and now we've had a grubber there, haven't we? How would you describe that?
Yeah, it's been given a free hit by the umpire.
Yeah, and a free hit now. That's going up in the air. And it's cut off at the boundary by Hannah Baker. She's doing some great work out there. And they just get the single, which feels like, you know, not the punishment that maybe the loose ball from Caris Pavley might have ended up costing Warwickshire. Pavley Around again. Rocks back. Straight to the Hannah Baker. Underarms that back to the bowler. 209 for 4. Surrey here in the Metro Bank One Day Cups. 50 over competition. English domestic top level. If you're watching on YouTube, please press that like button to help other people find the stream. Check out edgbaston.com's match centre to find out all the replays and all the extra stats and information for you. As that's played through cover straight to Hannah Baker, and they get through for a single. They seem to be milking that shot there off Caris Pavley. 211 for 4.
She's just not finding that length that she's looking for. Too short. Almost releasing the ball a little bit too late.
Up in the air. And Katie George nearly got that. I don't know what's happening over there. Did she manage to stop that boundary? I think she did.
Looks like she did. That was a great fielding effort. Hannah Baker there.
Some discussion. Yeah, no, it's just the runs for that. And that is the end of the over. 32 overs gone. Surrey are 212 for 4. Danny Wyatt Hodge on 80 and Alice Davison Richards on 57.
Izzy Wong looks like she's going to continue.
Yes, Warwickshire will want to stop this partnership, but also want to stop Danny Wyatt Hodge properly losing a lot of cricket balls in that building site.
80 off just 53 balls. That's quite a remarkable innings so far.
So you said you're still playing batting, bowling, bit of all sorts?
Traditionally be a medium pace bowler, but I've been working on my batting, so let's see. Hopefully get some runs this season.
All-rounder. As Wongi comes into Danny Wyatt Hodge. Can only defend that. So Wongi does a big circuit.
You still playing, Claire?
No. I mean, sorry, I shouldn't laugh really. No, it's been a while. No, sometimes I wander past an outfield and think, it would be nice, just to get the itch to field again. But then when I try and do it, because we did do it, 2017 Derbyshire played against a sort of junior Derbyshire side, and my mind was in one place and my body was in somewhere else. It did not catch up with my expectations, I'm afraid, as that's hit into the leg side and they get a single. Yes, that was 2017. That was just before the Lord's Cup final. But I haven't played since now. No, I'm content to sit up here. It's much easier up here, isn't it?
It's much warmer, I must say. I'd be struggling to play in the temperature outside at the moment.
Wongi comes in to Davison Richards. He rocks back. Oh, it's caught. She's out. Finally, Warwickshire get their batter. So Alice Davison Richards, who's played a brilliant holding role, she's been in for ages, is now caught and bowled by Izzy Wong for 57 off 74 balls. 110 minutes, Samara, and 4 fours. So she's played a very patient and very good innings. She's set them on their way, certainly. But yeah, she's been out there for a while. And Surrey are now 213 for 5. So we're going to see Jemima Spence batting next.
Good ball that. Izzy Wong just took the pace off a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's sort of
getting
shocked
a leading edge. Yeah, played it a little bit too early.
A bit twirly, and then it went up in the air, and then it was an easy catch, and Wongi's follow through really. It was a moment, because even as a Warwickshire spectator, you're enjoying the skill of Alice Davison Richards, and sort of damp squib at the end really for Alice Davison. You kind of wanted to play some lusty blow and someone to take a brilliant catch, and that to be like spectacular end, but well played. Alice Davison Richards in the sunshine here at Edgbaston. You're listening to the voices of Claire Jenkins and former Warwickshire player Dr. Samara Afzal. So how's the doctoring going, should I ask?
It's good.
Yeah.
I say good, it's busy.
Yeah.
Yep, GP life.
Yeah.
It's nice to be away from clinic and here at Edgbaston.
Is this your decompression?
It is. It's my relaxation. Not biased or anything, but I think this is one of the best views in the country.
Surely the home of cricket really,
grounds.
certainly for women. Given that the first ever World Cup, I don't mean Women's World Cup, I mean World Cup, was handed out here to Rachel Hayhoe-Flint, so it feels like the spiritual home of women's cricket to me because I'm a Brummies. Wongy comes back in again to Jemima Spence. Oh, was out on the first ball. They get through for one, which is going to be signalled as. I thought we were going to get a leg by or something. No. Amy Clark says it came off the bat. I'm going to get a single. 214 for 5. Spence just off the mark. Danny White-Hodge looking ominously like she might get 3 figures today, and we shall see. Maybe I'll put the mockers on that. She's on 81.
Yeah, there's a few games scheduled here for the World Cup.
Yeah, for opening game against Sri Lanka.
Game, yeah.
Get yourself down here if there's any tickets left. There may not be, of course. Wongy into Danny White-Hodge. Ooh, thinks about a big hoik and it goes through for a wide. You can see that kind of in her mind. She's like, ooh, that's going in the building site, and she missed it. You missed it. Yeah. You got you coming?
Yeah,
the World Cup?
We'll be hopefully at a couple of the games. I think England, Pakistan are playing here. The Sri Lanka games here. I've got a feeling England, South Africa might also be here.
Yeah, some good games. I think there are some double headers as well. That first one's a single header, but there's some double headers as well. Slower ball, trying to tempt Danny White-Hodge. Wong doing that, fielding off bowling and bowling. She's getting extra rounders in there, all the way round across there.
There'll be a lot of school kids as well. Warwickshire do this great initiative where they get some of the local schools coming in for the big games and the women's games.
Yeah, we've had schools day, haven't we? We've had a whole bank full of kids, which is brilliant because my cricket story started on a school trip here, so yeah, it could be other people's cricket stories starting there and then. Ooh, Danny White-Hodge trying to do something fantastic over third, I think, but misses the ball completely. That's a dot at the end of that over. So we are 33 overs in. Surrey are 215 for 5. Spence on 1 and Danny White-Hodge on 81 off 57 balls. It's pretty windy. As Caris Pavey's leaving. Oh, no. It is Katie George losing a cap. I saw Amy Clark, the umpire, having to put the bails back on the other end. I think it is pretty windy out there. So, well, Mike called for it. Can we have some bowling from Katie George? We are going to see some now. 28 on her back. Georgia Davis with the last few instructions. Katie George just sorting a ponytail out. So, this is hoping to disrupt Danny White-Hodge potentially. But
I think Pavey's continuing, isn't she, for the third over?
Oh, yes. Beg your pardon. Yes. What am I doing? Caris Pavey. I thought it was the 8. She's 99, isn't she?
She's 99, yes.
She's 99. Talking of ice creams. Mike was talking about ice creams earlier. Caris Pavey to continue. Spence plays that to point straight to the fielder, and there is no run.
Are you still on for your 308? Is that what your prediction was, or was
308 was the prediction, yes. Are they going to get better or not on the second half, as it were? Oh, it's ramped up and over by Spence, chased by Surrey Kumar. They're going to get 2. Easy 2 in the end for Surrey. 2 more to the total, 270.
I don't know about you, I never saw that shot in my playing days. I don't know if you did, but now I see all the 11-year-olds, 10-year-olds.
There are a lot of shots that weren't in the playbook.
It looks quite fun though to play.
Yeah, as long as you've got a helmet on and a good dental cover. Because we didn't play on pitches good enough for the ball to come up, but I never batted in a hat, for example. Batted in a helmet, for example. You just didn't. You got your head out of the way, or you got hit. I'm afraid. It's not very health and safety conscious, but no, I never batted in a helmet, so. And you need that for that sort of funky shot, don't you? Pavey to continue. Danny White-Hodge is eyeing all of the ground, but I suspect up and over cow corner, so Davina Perrin needs to be getting her hands out of her pockets if this catch is coming this way. Oh no, he's going to play it into posh side. Straight to mid off, and there is no run. Oh, it's in the air, but it's going to be a 6. Yes, another 6. Oh, felt inevitable there. It seemed to be an age.
I think she's just not quite getting her length right. You're seeing a few of them just kind of falling way too short, almost looping out of her hand.
I mean, it's certainly unsettling potentially the batters, but the batters know that there might well be enough room to get under the ball with some of the looser ones that she's bowled. That's into the leg side to square leg. Fielder in from the boundary. Just the one. And that's the end of another over. 34 overs gone. Surrey are 225 for 5. Spence on 4, and Danny White-Hodge looking increasingly like she might get 3 figures. She's got 88 so far. So what can Warwickshire do to unsettle? I'm going to see a change of bowling, do you think? Have I got this one right?
Is that Hannah Baker coming back on?
Yeah, Hannah Baker got to come back on from the Birmingham end, giving Amy Clark a jumper.
Emily Arlott bowled well. I'd like to see her probably come back in sooner rather than later to try and get another couple of wickets.
Yeah, indeed. I'll give you an update from the other grounds in a minute. And Hannah Baker serves the first ball to Danny White-Hodge. Spinning in the air, and there is no run. So at Taunton, where Charlie Taylor's looking after you, Yorkshire are 148 for 7 into the 20, or just about 29 overs gone. And that's played. Well, it's played into a gap. We're going to have 4 runs there. We are 4 runs to the total from Danny White-Hodge. She's crept into it. Is that going to go into that? I thought I was waiting for the scoreboard to click over. Yeah, she's into the 90s now. So Danny White-Hodge on 92. Sorry, on 229 for 5. A few words from Katie George to Hannah Baker. Danny White crouching rating. Playing that to leg side. She's eyeing up that short boundary. They get through for a single. She'll have to hurry because that was well fielded. There's a big appeal because Danny White-Hodge was dawdling back to the bowler's end at that point. I think that may well have been much closer than, or certainly Danny was expecting, because that was a good bit of fielding there from Izzy Wong from the boundary. It's a good throw. Direct hit is always a bit of a threat. Baker this time to Spence. Plays that straight to the cover fielder, and there is no run. Southampton, where Jem and Phil Green and Charlotte Taylor are looking after you. Essex are 195 for 6 into the 41st over as Baker comes in again. Played to the leg side. Fielder does well to cut that off. Caris Pavley, rather spectacularly throwing as she ran in towards the stumps. Just a single then. 131 for 5. Baker to White-Hodge, who's looking at that leg side. It's going up in the air. It's another 6 into the builders. Yard. And she's now 99. Is it 99, Tamara?
It's great cricket this. She's almost dragging them from outside off stump just to get it to that short leg side boundary.
She is. So that's the end of an over. 35 overs gone. Surrey are 237 for 5. Spence on 5. Danny White-Hodge just edging to that 100. So she's on 99 at the moment.
Do you think she's nervous? Or not with the amount of cricket she's played.
No,
She
the amount
probably
of cricket she's played, I think this is probably, good day at the office, as they say. This is a terrible cliche, but yeah, anyway. So we got that one. Where did we get? So we got all the scores, didn't we? Got all of them. Did we do Chesterley Street, where Polly Stark is looking after it? Lancashire women are 152 for 1. So they're doing all right. As Georgia Davis, the captain, from the pavilion end. Jemima Spence, who Aaron Varr says is going to sweep this. Oh, she's had a rampy thing. They've appealed. That sounded batty to me, but I might be wrong. She was certainly attempting a ramp, but Aaron Varr's reckon she's very bottom hand, he says. She's going to play it into the... Oh, he was right. She's going to play a sweep shot. Aaron Kumar, Amisun Kumar cuts that off. They get a single. Oh, we're all watching now, aren't we? Danny Wyatt, John 99, Edgbaston and the Metro Bank One Day Cup, first game of the season. Is she going to mark her... I'd like to play Charlotte Edwards, please let me play for England in the first game of the World Cup, because look, I've just scored... no. I was hoping she was going to get that single then. I've got a century if she can get one.
She's got time. That's what she's thinking.
Yeah. Because I was building up, she was going to take that single. It's quite rightly being patient, waiting for the right ball. Georgia Davis in again. Look, Charlotte Edwards. I got a century in my first game at Edgbaston. I like playing at Edgbaston. She's happy. That's a century for Danny White-Hodge off 66 balls. That is a magnificent innings there. Came in, scored quickly to start off with, and Alice Davis and Richard playing catch-up from there. So, yeah, it's 99 of 64 balls, 80 minutes, 8-0, 8 fours and 7 sixes as Davis comes in again. That's played into the leg side.
Yeah, it's a brilliant effort, 100, just off 66 balls. And you can see how happy she was signaling to the dressing room after getting that 100.
Yeah. Well, it's a clear signal, isn't it? If you want to be in that World Cup squad. Charlotte Edwards encouraged them to go back and play for their counties and show what they can do. As Davis comes in again, right arm over. That's played up in the air towards that short boundary. One bounce, 4, another 4, and Danny White-Hodge is having her day at Edgbaston. That's another over gone. 36 overs down, and Surrey are 244 for 5. Spence on 7, and Danny White-Hodge on a magnificent 104 so far in this Metro Bank One Day Cup. You'll listen to the voices of Claire Jenkins and Dr. Samara Afzal. We've also got Mike Perkins. And if you're watching it on the YouTube, which you must be, please press that like button so we get more people find us and make it a bit easier for them as well. And don't forget to check out the edgbaston.com match centre for a bit more information. Lots of stats and replays and stuff like that.
I think if they keep wickets in hand, they might go past your 308.
Well, I think they
potentially.
Yeah. That's how good they are at battering. Baker into Spence, plays it up in the air, up and over where the fielder would be. Oh, is it going to be a 6? I think it is. Amy Clark says 6, thanks very much. Another 6 to the total. Sorry I'm making this look easy. Derbyshire desperately need to break this one. I need to find a way to get a wicket here, because Surrey have got this sussed. Short boundary or no short boundary. 250 up for Surrey. Spence eyes that leg side again. That's just about stopped by Izzy Wong at the boundary as she collapses at the same time. Need a bit more chirp. Warwickshire in the field. Need to support each other here. Hannah Baker, and right arm spin from the Birmingham end to Danny White-Hodge, who comes forward. sort of plays a defensive push, gets a single, and then it's nearly, Davina Perrin nearly does an overthrow there, but they managed to back that up.
Yeah, Surrey making it look very easy at the moment.
Yeah, they are. They've kind of opened it up now. Spence straight to Davina Perrin at point. There is no run. Aaron Vars was right. She does like the old bottom hand. She does like to play that ball into the leg side. And when she's facing towards Birmingham, it's the short side. She's found a spike, I think, on the wicket. She takes that to Paul Baldwin. He gets something to put in his pocket. Let's go all his umpiring kit.
I know.
And Baker in again. Played into leg side, into that gap. There's 4 runs. That's easy pickings for Surrey, I'm afraid. Come on, Warwickshire. Surrey are 252 for 5. Spence on 14. Danny Whitehodge on 105. Warwickshire won the toss earlier today. Elected to bowl, or elected to put Surrey into bat, whichever way around you want to see that. It is windy out there and a bit cool, but we've got some sun as that's played past the point fielder by Jemima Spence. Amusurin Kumar comes around and they just get that single. So that's the end of another over. God, they're going through quickly, aren't they now, with the spin bowling. 37 overs bowled by Warwickshire. And Surrey are 257 for 5. Spence on 19 and Danny Whitehodge on 105.
Are we seeing a change of bowling, I think, now? Katie George is coming on, I think. No, she's not.
No, she's
Georgia
not.
Davis is continuing.
They're just doing it just to confuse us. I thought we were going to say Katie George, but we're not. Captain to continue. Georgia Davis, 64 on her back. They're very bold numbers, as Mike mentioned that the scoreboard has gone a bit bold, which does make it a lot easier to read, I have to say. So the numbers on the back of the Warwickshire shirts says, oh, a rampy thing, and they appeal. But again, I think it sounded like it was bat. Jemima Spence trying to do the funky thing. And she's sort of praying and then putting the bat out. I think she's praying she hits it, presumably.
She's being very adventurous with that.
She is, but they can afford to, can't
shot.
they, at this stage? George Davis is now going to come around the wicket to Danny Whitehodge, who takes a guard for the ball coming around the wicket. Warwickshire looking ready, and they're hoping for a catch, I think, here. That's what it feels like, anyway. Danny Whitehodge is banging a bat on the floor. Oh, it's played respectfully into a gap. This is a short boundary. Hannah Baker's going to do a divey thing. She does. She stops it just inside the boundary. So they only get 2 there. That was quite smart batting from Danny Whitehodge. He thought, well, actually, there's a gap here. I don't need to hoik this into the leg side. I could just play this past the fielders and play with them.
Great stop at the boundary.
Yes,
diving effort. Good teamwork.
It's been busy out there. So a slight change in the field here. So they're bringing in a short fine, and point is coming squarer. They're going to have kind of 2 points here, backward and a traditional point. Cover and extra cover. Oh, up and over. God, up and over. Spence could have caught that then. Up and over Spence's head as backing up batter.
She did well to get her head out of the way of that one.
She did.
Was hit quite hard.
Warwickshire need a plan here. Come on, captain. She's coming back over again to Jemima Spence. Again, we've got the short fine. Cover point going out to the boundary. Cow corner. Oh, reversey thing. That was not the right ball for that. I don't know much about that funky stuff, but that didn't look like the roll. But she'd obviously already made her mind up before she had a little swipey at that one.
Yeah, trying the reverse sweep didn't quite pull off.
Ball, yeah.
Davina Perrin's hat just flew off outside the boundary. She's gone and collected it.
Said it was windy. No.
It's very windy out there.
And you can see it in the players' clothing as Georgia Davis comes in again. And that's played to deep long on. Caris Pavley comes off the rope and they get a single. Surrey are 261 for 5, 262 for 5 even. Last ball of the 38th over. What's Warwickshire's plan here? Danny White-Hodge. 108 already. Up and over, short boundary. Bunk clunk. That's the sound of another 6 off the bat of Danny White-Hodge. Oh, it's easy pickings for Surrey here as the ball comes back in for inspection from Paul Baldwin. Let's see what damage that's made. She might get a... Do you think they'll give Danny White-Hodge a bill for the balls that she's lost and damaged with that short side?
Well, Warwickshire would want to, I suppose. The way she's hitting these balls.
Balls again through. 38 overs gone. Surrey are 268 for 5. Spence on 21. Danny White-Hodge on a increasingly magnificent and even more magnificent error. 114 so far off 71 balls.
I think Warwickshire would do anything to get her to stop hitting any sixes or
yeah, they need a plan. They need to do either some funky fielding or different bowling or something. They need to set her up somehow.
Yeah, if she carries on through the innings, Surrey will easily get to around 330, 340.
Yeah, that total Jenkins formula of 308 looks very much well within their sights and beyond. So we've got Mary Taylor. So she's changed ends. She's going to come in from the Birmingham end. She started the bowling at the Pavilion end. Right arm over, a little bit of pace coming in. That's played into the leg side. Fielder comes off the rope. They get a single. Katie George is running round like a mad thing, doing the covering. Just the one more to the total, 269 for 5. Sorry. Put into bat by Warwickshire when they won the toss this morning. Cold, damp morning. I guess that was the thinking. Bit of overheads like you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, it had been raining for a couple of hours prior to the start of the game, so that's probably what convinced Georgia Davis to bowl first.
Yep. Danny White-Hodge remarking her guard. Mary Taylor, little stutter in the middle of her run, and then through she comes. Oh, that was a loose one. Oh, that nearly worked then. Just dipped, unfortunately, in front of Caris Pavley, and that's another 4 runs. It was probably a plan because it went in the air, but unfortunately dipping before it got to the fielder.
Yeah. A full toss, and she didn't quite get hold of it as she probably wanted to.
We've got the fielding discs for the 25-yard circle. Remember that's 25 yards in the women's game, 30 yards in the men's game. One of the discs has actually gone in the air. Paul Baldwin had to go and retrieve it with the wind. Mary Taylor in again. No, probably a slower ball again. Just to go do the fielding off her own bowling potentially. They're thinking about 2, but then thought better of it. Just the one then. Everybody running in all sorts of directions.
We had about 4 people chasing
the ball. Chasing it.
At one point.
Paul Baldwin's replacing the 25-yard circle marker. And Surrey are 274 for 5. Spence on 22. Danny White-Hodge on 119. Mary Taylor to continue from the Birmingham end. Magnificent skyline behind her over the stand. Oh, reversey thing. Straight to Davina Perrin, who stops that so they don't get a run. So, I don't, funky is one thing if you can make it work. But otherwise it doesn't look quite so clever, does it?
No, not when it doesn't pull off.
When it doesn't, not when there's plenty of gaps in the field as well. That's the thing. She's got a massive gap to mid-wicket, and if she is really bottom hand, as Aaron Vars informed us, there's a big gap there. Mary Taylor comes in again, up in the air, but dropping before the fielder at long on. They get through for a single. 275 for 5. yeah, the back end they could easily add like 60 odd, couldn't they? So this is going to be well through the Jenkins formula target that Surrey set themselves at the halfway stage, which is double plus 20. Taylor in again. Danny Whitehodge steps to the leg side, but then plays it into the offside, dropping in front of Amisu and Kumar. So not a catch chance, and that's the end of the over. 39 overs gone. Surrey are 276 for 5. Spence on 23. Danny Whitehodge on 120. Of course, you could make 150 odd at this stage, at this rate.
Yeah, I'm sure she will if she stays in.
Yeah. Warwickshire need a funky plan of some sort. They need to break something. You mentioned about Emily Arlott, and they're going to bring now. Amisu, I should say, Amisu Kamrat is taking a jumper off. Does that mean she's going to bowl, or are they going to fool us again?
I assume so. I think it's pretty cold to take your jumper off.
Yes. So Georgia Davis retreating to gully, short third. Oh, her hat's coming off. Well, you only have to look at the bowler's kit to see how windy it is, and there is Amisu Komar is a very slight figure, and even her kit is blowing like there is no business. She's doing a stretch, having a chat with Emily Arlott. She's coming in from the 25-yard marker, and she's going to bowl at Danny Whitehodge. So is this the plan? Red shoes flying as she bowls away from us. Up in the air. It's up in the air. Is it going to be somebody underneath? It's going to drop in a gap. Oh, it's going to drop in a gap. Oh, that was so exciting. At least for a moment. Went up in the air for ages.
Did. Just escaped Davina Perrin.
Even Davina Perrin couldn't even catch that one.
I'm intrigued because Emily Arlott's still got 6 overs left to bowl, and she bowled beautifully, so I'm surprised that she won't bowl her full quota of
no, she won't.
10 then.
No. Unless she's got under instructions for workload, you know, where they're not allowed to bowl lots and lots of overs. But yeah, I think they might need to think about that as Surrey Kumar comes in again. That's going to be 4 runs. Another 4 runs to the total for Jemima Spence. Lovely shot along the carpet. Katie George coming in to give a bit of advice to the bowler. 281 for 5 are Surrey. At the beginning, Warwickshire were getting like regular wickets, weren't they? And they weren't allowing them to build partnerships. Then we had the hyphens built that partnership, and then it's been hard work for Warwickshire since then. As Amisu Kumar comes in, bowls a beautiful Yorker, which cannot be got out by Jemima Spence, and there is a dot ball. Valuable dot balls. Warwickshire will want some more dot balls. Little bit of a word from Emily Arlott to Amisu Kumar, who has a very liquid action. It's a very pleasing action indeed. Well, that's a full toss, although if it had been in the air a bit longer, if it had been a shorter boundary, that might have been a catch to Izzy Wong out there. As it was, it's not. So they managed to get through for the runs. Surrey 282 for 5.
She's doing the right thing, aiming for those Yorkers. That's the only way to try and stem the flow of runs. Anything short, anything too full, it's getting hit.
Getting the punishment, isn't it? Ooh, didn't really time that very well, but that ball went too long on. Just a single. I imagine Danny White's going to need a nice cup of tea, a Staffordshire oatcake or something at half time. She's from Stoke. Surrey Kumar in right arm over to Spence, who plays that so straight that it hits the stumps the other end, and the bails go flying, and Paul Baldwin thinks he's had shrapnel thrown at him. They just get a single, and that's the end of the over. So 40 overs in. 284 for 5 are Surrey. Spence on 29 and Danny Whitehodge on 122. I'm going to hand you over to Mike Perkins. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Dr. Samara Afzal.
Surrey are now 284 for 5, going along nicely. 40 overs gone. They've got another 10 overs to get some more runs. Looks like they will, if they continue at this rate, will get around 340, 350. Mary Taylor's the bowler. She's bowled 7 overs and has taken 2 wickets for 42 runs. Danny White-Hodge playing beautifully, 122 off just 76 balls. On the other side with her is Jemima Spence, batting along nicely on 29. Taylor comes in and it's pulled to the leg side for 1 run by Jemima Spence.
Yeah, rapid 100 from White-Hodge, wasn't it? It was, and she's really laying a marker down for her summer here.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant innings. Hasn't played any loose shots.
It's why I suppose that the England hierarchy have stuck with players like White-Hodge for as long as they have, because whenever they do come and play domestic cricket, they dominate it.
Absolutely. Denny White-Hodge guides that nicely to third for no run.
And there's understandably frustration because White-Hodge isn't going to be able to continue playing forever, and you've got the likes of Perrin, Smale at Lancashire, Scrivens coming through at Essex. You want those sorts of batters to start to come into the England team sooner rather than later. Caris Pavley's another one for Warwickshire who'll be looking in an all-round capacity to try and have an England career.
Taylor into Danny White-Hodge, who hits that uppishly, and it gets to the long mid-off region, just falling in front of the fielder there at long mid-off for 1 run.
But you equally can't ignore, you know, if White-Hodge is coming into domestic cricket hitting 100 and outperforming those players, then it is difficult to move her on.
Spence on strike, and she reverse sweeps it. This time it was pulled off nicely and it's running away to the boundary, and she has added 4 to her total. Lovely shot. She was trying to do that for a few deliveries.
Well, we got a bit of a tip-off, didn't we, from young Aaron, who is often round these parts in the press areas. A very good young journalist, and I hadn't seen Jemima Spence played. I don't know if you have, Samara, before, but Aaron certainly had, and he said to us, watch for her sweep shot. She likes to get her bottom hand involved and play strokes like the ones you've just seen on the replay there. And it's the first time she's got it away, but boy, did she get that one away. She clearly likes that stroke and practices it a lot.
Taylor into Spence again, and this time she hoiks it to the leg side and she pierces the field and boundary, and a second one in a row. Gosh, Surrey are really on fire at the moment, aren't they?
Well, I guess we're at that stage of the innings, aren't we? Last 10 overs. I should probably say this when Claire Jenkins is on, but I think the Jenkins theory is a little light today at 308 with the +20. It's probably due to the boundary being short on the leg side, but given me and Claire probably aren't going to coincide on air, I think I'll have to say it with a sat over there in the corner. I think given it's 294 for 5 at the minute, with the best part of 9 overs, 9 overs and a ball remaining, it might prove to be a bit light on this occasion. But I think the short boundary is having a lot to do with that. Yeah, White-Hodge has targeted that, and then Jemima Spence has done the same there. That was a bottom hand stroke, but a more orthodox one that went through the mid-wicket region.
Spence still on strike. Taylor running into bowl, and this time she drives it through the cover region for a single. Mike, Emily Arlott not bowling. Why? Do you think she might be injured?
They're either saving her for the back end, or I've not seen her struggling.
She's got 6 overs still to go, and there's only 9 overs remaining in the innings. So I'm just a little bit baffled.
It's a very good point. It's a very good point. It was one I hadn't really clocked at this stage. I noticed when Wong came back, she bowled a lot of slower balls, didn't she, for that 2, 3, maybe even. I think it was 3 at the start, 1 bowled, and then 2 when she came back, and I think it was the slower ball that got her wicket in the end as well. So perhaps the reading of the pitch, even at this early stage, is that a Suren Kumar is maybe going to be more effective than an Emily Arlott, but it's a big call, you're right, it's a big call. I would like to see a little bit of Emily Arlott and see what happens. But maybe they think they've got enough with Pavley, Davis, the captain, and Baker to get through here.
Musa and Kumar coming in, and it's a wide, just leg side. Keeper collecting that.
News coming to us from the Somerset versus Yorkshire game. Somerset have bowled Yorkshire all out for 178 in 33.5 overs. Now that's interesting, because when I was watching in the little break I had that game, I thought Yorkshire had recovered quite nicely, but then they seem to have lost their last few wickets very cheaply indeed.
And with Surrey Kumar, Spence drives it through the mid-on region for 1 run. Surrey now 297 for 5.
Back to the bowling figures here then. Wong's 5 overs have cost 40. She's picked up 1 wicket. Mary Taylor's 8 have cost 53. She's picked up 2 wickets. Em Arlott's 4 overs have gone for 19. She's picked up 1 wicket. But as you say, she's the England bowler.
And with Surrey Kumar, it's full and it's driven again too long. On for 1 run. Yeah, I think the fact that she's been the most economical of bowlers as well today, for me, I would have probably given her another few overs to see.
Brewer, I suppose, bowled 5 for 20, so she's gone at 4s, so obviously not quite as quick. But and then Surrey Kumar's gone at nearly 8s at the moment.
Surrey Kumar back into Jemima Spence, who tries to play that ramp shot, doesn't get hold of it again. But they run through for a single as it's gone behind the wicket keeper.
Pavley's 3 overs have gone at 10, so she's conceded 30 runs in 3 overs. Georgia Davis 5 overs 41 without a wicket, and then Hannah Baker's 7 overs 62 for 1. So the spinners haven't really fared better. I think the one bowler, strangely, because she's bowled quite a few wides, who has been quite miserly, is Chloe Brewer.
Danny White-Hodge on strike, playing on 124, and she hoiks that into the air, and it's gone straight to the fielder there at mid-off and out. Katie George there taking a good catch. That's the end of a wonderful innings. Danny White-Hodge gone for 124, but she's given the impetus to Surrey and taken them on to nearly 300.
That will have caught the England selectors' eyes, that White-Hodge innings, no doubt. Particularly the fact that she went to 100 off just 66 balls in 80 minutes, 8 4s, 7 6s. OK, helped by a short boundary, but she stuck it into the building site on at least 3 occasions, maybe more. And that shows she could have cleared double that, I think, today. And a really, really good innings. She raises her bat to her applauding teammates, but she's walking off almost as if, well, yeah, of course, that was just business today. That was just making sure that everyone doesn't forget that I'm Danny White-Hodge and I am an international class player, and there's an international summer coming up and I want to be involved. And hopefully from an England point of view, she will be back here when the World Cup starts, playing a very similar innings.
Absolutely, and I think, Mike, going to your point about other youngsters waiting to take her place, I think when you're playing as good as she's just shown today, I don't see why you can't continue. Yes, I know about planning for the future, but if you've got a player who's coming out here, Warwickshire arguably one of the better bowling lineups in the championship, and if you can make 124, make it look that easy, there is no reason why you shouldn't be there for a consideration of the England selectors.
Well, she is proving herself, isn't she? That's why I think England players do need to come and play this level at the start of the season. She's 34 years of age and she doesn't look, in fact she's about to turn 35 in a couple of days' time, and she's about, you know, she's not above coming to play county cricket and going, I am an international class player and I'll show you.
And we're Surrey Kapatu Monaghan, who's a new batter, and that's defended for no run. She's 30. Okay, yes. According
to a well-known cricket information website, ESPN Cricket Info, no less, she is 34 years and 354 days.
Oh well, age is just a number, in my opinion.
And I'm right, 365 in a year, isn't it? Oh, so not a couple of days. Oh dear.
And Mr. Runkamine to Monaghan, who whips it away on the legs to run through for a single.
Maths has let me down there. 11 days until she turns 35. But she will be celebrating... No, it won't even be this month. I can't even... No, it's 22nd of April. It will be this month. Phew!
Okay.
So she'll be celebrating her birthday this month, her 35th birthday. But I think that says a lot, because previously, and Claire will probably be able to speak to this when she comes back in, we didn't get players who would play through to 35 very often, because they could work, and it may be the same obviously you played for Warwickshire and had to go get a job as a GP. People had to go and get jobs after they finished studying. So to have a player still as hungry for runs as Danny White-Hodge has been there at 30 or on the brink of her 35th birthday is a really good sign for women's cricket, and it's a really good sign for England in a very important international summer with a T20 World Cup coming up.
Absolutely, and it shows you how far women's cricket has come in terms of the level of fitness needed and all the resources and everything behind it. You've got physio, nutritionists, and I personally think if you can play like she just did there, and she has got that fitness level, there's no reason why she can't continue even up to 40.
You made a great point about parents will be going, okay, this is a career, and it's not a career that will be over at 25 and you need something to fall back on anymore.
Emily Arlott is finally back into the squad and into the bowling lineup, and Alice Monaghan just cuts that away for 1 run.
It's a good start from Arlott. So you've got your wish.
I have.
I think Captain Afzal there wanted Arlott back, and you've got your wish.
And talking about careers, so Georgia Davis in front of us, captain for Warwickshire. She's a police officer as well by profession. Gave a lovely talk to the under-11 girls a few months ago.
But she's one who's been on the brink of professionalism, and we very nearly lost Georgia Davis, and she very nearly wasn't Warwickshire captain Georgia Davis. She was very nearly Sergeant Davis instead, because she went and trained in the early stages around the pandemic time and could well have ended up gone into that career much earlier than she eventually will, and who knows, she may be playing at 35, 40, or she may go off and be a police officer at some point, but it's good we've got her on a cricket field.
Jemima Spence, Emily Arlott into it, it hits the pads, there's no appeal. Yeah, and I think, again, I was talking to one of the Warwickshire Academy heads, and they were saying there's no reason why actually the girls that come through, they can actually continue with their studies and they're provided with that full support while they're also in the pathway. Arlott back into Jemima Spence, and she drives that nicely. It's gone to the fielder down at long mid-off for 1 run.
Another nice stroke there. Strongly struck down the ground. That's the off drive. And a bit of sign of Surrey future here with Spence and Monaghan at the crease, and they'll be relied on when the likes of White-Hodge do go and play international cricket, assuming White-Hodge gets selected, of course. But I think if she keeps scoring hundreds like that, she will be. But we'll see. We'll see.
Alice Monaghan on strike. So Emily Arlott comes running in and playing a miss. Tried to cut that, but not quite there with the line. No run, a rare dot ball.
And of course these players, they have to be managed. You can't, there's just more cricket than there's ever been, and there's more franchise leagues that they obviously want to be part of and all that kind of thing. You have to manage players, but equally I think they do have to come and prove it in competitions like this.
Highlight into Monaghan, who drives it, and it's going to pierce the 2 fielders. No, it's brilliantly fielded there by Davina Perrin, and they get 2 runs. A diving effort from Davina Perrin. She's a brilliant find, great batter, great fielder, can bowl some spin as well, not needed in this game so far.
And I almost like the way Charlotte Edwards has seen this season, as she's sent players out to play 50 over cricket early on, even though it's a T20 summer, because I think she wants them to get a few overs in their legs.
Arlott bowls a full toss, and it's smashed. Leg side boundary, 6 runs. It hits the white fencing where the new hotel is being built. Well picked up, and a rare poor delivery there from Arlott. Surrey score now going up to 310.
Yeah, it was disappointing end to that over really from Arlott, because she's been brought back, was clearly looking for a full ball outside off, but it was almost as if the batter had read what she wanted to do and got right across the stumps, did Monaghan, and was able to whisk it away over to the short side. And I'm still no clearer whether that fencing's wood or steel, but it certainly makes a good clunk when the cricket ball hits it.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm going to go round and give it a little knock in the second innings and work
check
it out, because it might come up a few times this season, I think.
Surrey Kumar continues. Jemima Spence on strike. Another full toss, and this time she hits it just short of that fielder down at fine leg. They run through for a single.
The margins now are so small for bowlers in one-day cricket that it must be so nerve-wracking when you're running in and knowing you have to hit that perfect spot, or if you do bowl a full toss like that, you're going to get clapped away. It's going to be a no ball, as it's been here, because Surrey Kumar missed her length by quite a distance there, and now she's under even more pressure because this can't be out other than run out.
And Surrey Kumar, and Spence hits that. Is it in the air? Is it going to get to Davina Perry? No, it doesn't. It was in the air for quite a while there. Collected there on the boundary on the leg side, and hats flying all over the place again.
I'd say it's a good 60, maybe 65 on that side out towards Perrin on the longer side of the ground today. So it's not a huge boundary out there, but enough for the ball to drop safely on that occasion.
Monaghan on strike to Surrey Kumar, who just dabs it to the leg side. They run through for a quick single. We're in the 43rd over. Surrey are already on 314. Your prediction on the score, Mike? 350?
Well, the 308's already gone, hasn't it? So we're going to have to go for another one. I think they'd be disappointed to get less than 350 from here, but the wickets column's the other factor.
Spence on strike, and it's a full ball, but they managed to run through for a single as it just goes to Davina Perrin there at the mid-wicket region.
So provided they don't get bowled out, they'll be past 350 or more if they don't get bowled out, and I don't think they will get bowled out because they could lose a wicket certainly every other over, not quite every over yet. So yeah, that's my thought.
Monaghan batting on 13, and a good delivery. There's an appeal for LBW. Let's see, it's signalled as a bye. Oh, it's a leg bye. So it was off the pads, maybe going down leg side. Yeah,
I think looking at that again on the screen in front of us, which is on a slight delay, it just seemed as if it was going to miss leg stump, that one. Speared in by Surrey Kumar. He's trying to not offer any width in this spell.
Jemima Spence on strike now. It's a bit short. She plays the ramp shot, and it's beautifully played. It's running down to the boundary, and it gets there. Played a few of these ramp shots and sweep shots, and some of them are coming off quite nicely.
It's the time to do it, isn't it? There's wickets in hand now all of a sudden. We mentioned they'd lost 2 in that first power play in the first 10 overs, and we were a bit worried that column might be a concern for them. But as soon as Davidson Richards and Wyatt Hodge came together, put on 100, the wickets column all of a sudden becomes not a concern.
Into Spence again, and this time she's not able to hit it outside the ring. End of the over. 44 overs gone, and so we are 321 for 6. Emily Arlott will continue to bowl at the other end. She's bowled quite well. 5 overs, 1 wicket for 29 runs.
Feels like it's time to have a whiz round the scores, because we said we'd keep you updated on as much cricket as we could across the country during the day. So we've got 3 other games happening in this competition. We've mentioned already that Yorkshire have been bowled out for 178 in their game against Somerset the home side in that one. We also have Hampshire playing Essex. Essex 265 for 8 from their 50 overs, so they're at the halfway stage. And a slightly delayed start between Durham and Lancashire after 37 overs. Lancashire 217 for 2. So Lancashire dominating their game with Durham, Somerset dominating their game with Yorkshire, albeit Somerset using the ball, Lancashire using the bat. It's fairly evenly balanced, you'd say, between Hampshire and Essex, although I think that Essex total is maybe slightly light. And you'd have to say Surrey are dominating this game here at Warwickshire.
Yeah, as Monaghan runs in to bowl, Monaghan's on strike, sorry, Emily Arlott runs into bowl, playing a miss, no run. Start of the 45th over.
As for Division 1 of the County Championship, Warwickshire are playing in that too. They have Sussex 130 for 8, so they look like they're going to take a healthy first innings lead if things continue in that vein, because they made 267 in their first innings yesterday. It's day 2 of the match, and they currently lead Sussex by 137.
Arlott running in again, playing a miss, and a no ball. A rare no ball. That'll be a free hit as well. Not something Warwickshire would want at this stage. Already 322 runs ahead, Surrey are.
No balls in the 44th and now 45th over, not helping proceedings. So yeah, 2 Sussex wickets remaining in the County Championship, 135 the lead there.
Monaghan on strike to Arlott, and again another swing and miss, and there's no runs. Bowling well, good length this from Emily Arlott, making it difficult for Monaghan to swing and cut that ball through the gaps.
And at the Oval, where our visitors have come from for this game, Surrey 520 all out in their county championship match, 35 for naught in reply is the Leicestershire score. So you're all up to date, but good day to be a Surrey fan, I think. They're doing well in both their games today.
Arlott into Monaghan is driven beautifully, and they run through for a single, collected by Katie George there, mid-off region.
Shaped for something bigger there, Monaghan, and it wasn't quite in the arc, so she just pushed it away. Neat stroke in the end, but just brought her the 1 run.
Jemima Spence back on strike. Let's see what shot she tries this as Emily Arlott comes into bowl to her, and she plays it straight. Thought about a single, but good fielding there from Katie George at mid-off. No run taken.
Still a cool day, but a pleasant one nonetheless. We could have got a lot worse. I didn't think we were going to be starting till 12 noon, so we've done well.
Spence on strike as Arlott comes in, and that's hit straight over the head of Chloe Brewer, and it's gone to the boundary for 4 runs. Lovely shot.
Well, I said I hadn't seen Jemima Spence bat before, but we've watched her get 50 here. Lovely stroke down the ground, that one. And she does like to get her bottom hand involved. It's the modern way, really, isn't it? Set yourself in the power position, bring the back leg through a little bit, bring the bottom hand into it, and that was a classic example there with the on drive. But she does play proper cricket shots, Jemima Spence, as well as the sweeps and the reverses, and she looks a very good prospect.
Arlott in, and she's played another ramp shot, beautiful on the leg side for 4 runs, and actually she sneaked into her 50. She's got 56 now, so brilliant innings this far, Jemima Spence.
Yeah, as I say, we've been very privileged to watch her get this half century, and she's got licence now, really, hasn't she? It's sort of job done from her perspective now. She's past 50. She can continue to just play exotic shots like that one. I think she knew it was going to be outside off, and that's why she opted for that method there.
Yeah, I haven't seen much of her, but she has played some wonderful shots, and as you said, some very orthodox, some not so orthodox, but very effective nonetheless. She seems to be able to hit the ball to all parts of the ground.
38 balls for her 50. It took 53 minutes, 5 fours and that 6, of course. So a very, very good innings from Jemima Spence, and justifying her place in the side. Probably not as big a name as White Hodge. You got the 100. Certainly not as big a name as people like Davidson, Richards, Chatley's. The captain's obviously been around for a while. Mary
Taylor now in to Monaghan, and there's a play in the miss. She's replaced Amo Suran Kumar, who was previously bowling from this pavilion end.
Nice little slower ball, that one from Taylor, but there'd have been pressure on Spence coming in at 7. We don't know whether she'll keep yet, but we suspect it'll be Chatley. That's certainly what's been listed on the cards we've seen that have presumably gone through the umpire as well.
Taylor into Monaghan, who plays that beautifully in the air. Is it going for a 6? And yes, it has. It's cleared that leg side boundary. Wonderful shot, wonderful striking this is from Surrey.
Well, my 350 might be looking light here the way Surrey are going. They're really striking it well.
337 now the total for Surrey.
And they're going to have more than 4 overs to add at the end of this one. I'm going to bring in Claire Jenkins because I've nicked a couple of balls off her chance to give you some final thoughts here, and we'll see if the change in co-commentators, Samara, can bring you some wickets, but you continue the ball by ball.
Monaghan on strike to Mary Taylor. It's a full ball. There's a slight appeal from Mary Taylor, not entertained by anybody else. No run. And welcome back, Claire. Warwickshire desperately need a few wickets here.
Come on, we've got to find some wickets, Samara. I was just taking a photo of the three of us when Danny Hodges' wicket went down. So
Mary Taylor.
Perhaps I should take some more photos.
Monaghan just drives that to the leg side for a run. They're looking for a second, but fielding. Oh, and they've managed to get through to 2 runs.
They're messing with Warwickshire's heads now, aren't they?
Yep. Caris Pavley, slight fumble there, managed to allow them to get that second run.
Warwickshire need to find a way to get some energy back, don't they, in the field? Because
They do.
It's going to take some chasing.
Taylor into Alice Monaghan again. Slower ball. It's full and it's driven uppishly. Collected by the fielder there, Emily Arlott. They managed to get through for a single. It's quite a big total, isn't it? 340. I'm just thinking in.
Do you fancy a bat this afternoon?
Yeah, I mean, a bit of pressure that Warwickshire will be under. No one really likes to chase more than 300.
No, indeed.
Taylor back in to Jemima Spence, who reverse sweeps that one, but straight to the fielder there in the gully region. No run.
I mean, Warwickshire are really going to have to make the most of that short boundary, because it felt like Surrey weren't to start off with. Danny Hodge come in and obviously decided, yeah, that's it. I'm going for it. Although having said that, she did play all round the ground, but did also make the most of that short boundary. But Warwickshire are going to have to really seriously motor with the bat. At this point, it would have been handy to have Georgia Redmayne already here. However, we have batting. I mean, that's the thing. I was going to make that point because Mike said about the averages of Warwickshire. Excuse me, just having a cough. He made the point about the averages. They aren't good. However, as we found out last season, a lot of them bat. So it's sort of, yes, the averages are low, but because a lot of them bat, and they have batted right the way down to the end 1 or 2 times, it is quite democratic.
Issy Wong now back into the attack, and there's a play and a miss from Alice Monaghan.
Tempting the edge there, isn't she?
She's bowled 5 overs so far, 1 for 40. Surrey on 340 for 6 and into their 47th over now. Alice Monaghan on strike as Issy Wong runs in. Another play and miss. Not collected, just outside of the keeper's reach, collected by Georgia Davis, the captain.
I think Alice Monaghan's just asking about the wide, but if you step across, you take the wide line with you. So that's why it was not wided by Amy Clark.
Good start so far, 2 dot balls. Issy Wong running back into Alice Monaghan, and she just hits that to the leg side. There's an appeal for LBW. Let's see what the umpire signals. Has given leg buys, probably going down the leg side. Managed to get a single though to take the score to 341.
I realised what was different about Wongy. She's usually got a tuber grip on her arm, hasn't she? So it's just sort of strange to see both arms without those tuber grips on. I don't know what that tactic is.
Jemima Spence now on strike to Izzy Wong. It's a full toss and she smashed it, and it's gone for 6 runs.
We need the 7-foot man to go and fetch that. Where is he?
That's gone into the construction site. No one was going to get that.
I mean, it properly. I think he's gone for his lunch somehow. Right? There's no sign of the man in his Benicia jacket. I think he's had enough of fetching all that out of that rubble.
The man in his high vis is no longer to be seen. Maybe he's gone on his early lunch break.
And they're going to have to... Nat Wraith is coming off. Is she going to get a ball? Is she going to get the ball box? Yeah. Going to get the ball box. Paul Baldwin, who's obviously delegated the responsibilities of the wicket keeper to go and fetch his bag, which I heard somebody describe. They said it looks like the nuclear codes or something. Those boxes you put the balls in.
Quite fancy, aren't they?
They're well protected, aren't they? Now they've got So now Paul Baldwin has got to find a ball that he thinks looks like it's 46.3 balls old. Because they've got to find a ball that is of similar condition to the one that has been lost. So in that bag is balls of all sorts of different wear and tear. They've got to try and work out what looks like.
So I have this image in my head that they've got these little boxes for 10 overs, 20 overs, 30 overs, 40 overs. Do you think? Or do you think that's too organised?
I think the challenge is that you could, whilst one could... Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a good idea, isn't it? You mark them like, this is a 20, but then some grounds will be harder and scuffier than others. So actually, you have to go by eye, and you couldn't have enough, anyway, could you, to have every single condition of a ball.
Izzy Wong, that's very wide delivery.
Even I'm giving that a wide.
I don't think that would have hit 3 pairs of stumps if there were 3 sets of stumps.
Yeah, you almost want an infinite box of balls, don't you, with all how long they've been used for.
Would be useful.
They might need them this afternoon.
Izzy Wong started this over well, but slightly wayward. The last couple of balls haven't been great as she runs back into Jemima Spence. It's full, it's driven uppishly, and it falls just short of the fielder there at deep mid-off. Managed to get through for a single, taking Surrey to 350 now.
It's Mike's total done.
So we've been wrong here with our predictions in the commentary box. The Jenkins rule initially guessed at 308, then Mike said 350, which I was in agreement with. As Izzy One comes into Alice Monaghan, and it goes past her pad, and it's given out. Given out LBW. Thought that I'd missed her pad there for a second, but actually hit her.
That's it.
And that's 7 wickets down.
Because there was that chance. There was also a chance of a catch, but obviously Nat Wraith didn't quite get to it in time.
Good wicket for Warwickshire. Hit the LBW. Yep, given it LBW. She was standing right in front of the stumps there. Yeah. On replay that we've got on our little screen in front of us, which is a little bit lagged. And yes, it was LBW.
Yeah. Amy Clark says that's out. That's good enough for me.
Surrey now 350 for 8. Will they get bowled out is the question.
I've got a message from Barbara Daniels, BB Daniels. She says that we've got to find a way to conjure up a Warwickshire win. So Barbara, my challenge to you is, come on, I'm on the end of my phone. What's the tactic? And then we can discuss whether you got the tactic right next Wednesday, when I'm on commentary with Barbara for the Hampshire game, isn't it? Yes, Hampshire on Wednesday.
Maitland Brown in now to bat. That's over overseas, isn't it, for Surrey?
Yes, that's right.
Australian?
Yeah.
Sissy One comes in and it's dug out, hit straight to the fielder there at mid-on, no run.
So our first taste of Surrey cricket for Maitland Brown. Aussie import. They will, of course, have Laura Harris for their Vitality Blast campaign, which is very rude because she played for Warwickshire last season. So I hope it wasn't anything that we said that made her go to Surrey.
I think Warwickshire have always been very welcoming. Been very welcoming today with all
the battle of the Harris sisters
boundaries.
We had the battle of the Harris sisters last year. Yes, Mike is making a gesture that might give the reason that the millionaires in Surrey might have attracted Laris to their neck of the woods. But yeah, because the Vitality Blast final, we had the Harris sisters against each other because Laura Harris was playing for Warwickshire and Grace Harris was playing for Surrey. Unfortunately for Warwickshire, Grace Harris walked away with a trophy on that occasion at the Oval last summer as Mary Taylor continues his issue.
A reverse sweep again, and it's gone just through the diving fielder there in the gully region for 4 runs. 354 now for 7. Luck not going Warwickshire's way. That takes Jemima Spence on to 67.
Chloe Brewer going with the wrong hand there for that catch. I don't know if she's perhaps just looked a bit odd. She reached out with the wrong hand.
Quite liking these reverse sweeps and these ramp shots. They are becoming quite productive. Mary Taylor back in to bowl. She makes way and it's hit over point region. It's gone and it's run away to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, Mike's going for 400 now. He might be right because they've got a licence now, haven't they? As you were talking with Mike about it. They've got this licence really. That's the cushion that if you're on 358 for 7, and your Australian imports only just come in, just scored yet. You've still got batting to come. My.
Jemima Spence has played a wonderful innings, 71 of just 44 balls. Mary Taylor running back in this time around the wicket and again making room. It's hit straight back at her. She manages to stop the ball. There's no run.
Dot ball. Hurrah!
Mary Taylor been slightly expensive, 9.3 over so far, 2 for 70 runs.
Yeah, she got some vital early wickets, hasn't she?
She's running in back around the wicket at Jemima Spence, who makes way, and she's cut that uppishly and over the head of point for 4 runs. Runs everywhere.
They're making that short boundary like buffet bowling. Help yourself, innit?
Surrey now on 362. What's the highest, I wonder, ever? Championship score. I've seen Mike in the background there.
Mike's on it.
He's on the task.
He's on it like a car bonnet. He's making thinking noises.
Mary Taylor back into Jemima Spence, who plays a lovely shot leg side, and it goes for another boundary. Warwickshire just can't stop leaking these boundaries at the moment. 366 now for 7. And there's still 2 overs to go after this one. This is the final ball now of Mary Taylor's spell.
I may have to just resort to rocking and groaning noises. This is going to be a massive score.
Jemima Spence batting on 79. Mary Taylor into her, and she hits it into the air. It's going in towards Emily Arlett's caught it there at mid-off, and that's out. And that brings a brilliant innings from Jemima Spence to an end, and a much-needed wicket for Warwickshire.
Oh, finally got Jemima Spence out. So she goes for 79 off the bowling of Mary Taylor to Emily Arlott, who takes another catch today. That's her second catch of the day. And I'm just waiting for the scores to catch up because she was on 75. She's on 79 now. But it's been over 70 minutes of batting. It's been over 46 balls. 10 fours and 2 sixes. They really have made the most of that short boundary. And you can hear in the background the whooping and the hollering of Surrey, who quite rightly are celebrating Jemima Spence's innings. 79 off 48 balls, 70 minutes, 11 fours and 2 sixes. Well, I heard Polly Starkey and Richard Starkey of the Naughty Child podcast say it's the season when Jemima Spencer really needs to step up, and I don't know if she was listening, but she certainly fulfilled that need to step up.
She definitely has. She's played a wonderful knock today as Izzy Wong comes in to bowl at Maitland Brown, who's able to hit that past the diving fielder in the mid-on region to have another boundary.
Yeah.
That takes her off the mark as well for not out.
Chloe Brewer, unfortunately, couldn't quite stop that at mid-on. It went straight through, so easy boundary in the end for Maitland Brown, and that's also we've got Danny Gregory at the crease here.
Maitland Brown batting again to Izzy Wong, and she hits that uppishly over the head again of is that
Caris Pavley, I think.
yes, Caris Pavley over there in the mid-on region. Another 4.
Caris Pavley is now being sent out to the fence.
Easy pickings here for Surrey. 374 now for 8.
I think Mike's got an answer for your question.
I think Mike has returned with the answer for that question as to what
very
the biggest score
quickly,
is.
just going to jump in from Claire. Certainly last season when we switched to counties, the highest score was by Surrey.
Maitland Brown, she hits that again in the same region, and another boundary as it goes past Chloe Brewer at mid-on for another 4 runs.
And they've passed it by some, because they made 348 for 6 last season against Durham at Beckenham. Their second highest was also at Beckenham against the Blaze, where they made 346 for 9. And the Blaze also made 346 for 9 in that game. So, yes, so it must have been a tie, that one, looking at those scores. But yeah, 348 was the highest score in county cricket last season. Obviously, it was the first season of county cricket. And that also, I think...
Maitland Brown on strike, and she hits that. It's hit Izzy Wong. It seems to have hit her on the knee. She did jump in a bit of pain. Hopefully she's okay and hasn't done much damage. She has managed to stop the ball.
In fact, you might have to give me the tea break to just check back through the Rachel A. Flint Trophy scores, but the highest I've found so far, I've been back to 2013, it was 318. So, at the moment, this is certainly the highest score in county cricket, because it passes the 348 of last year.
Excellent from Surrey there. Looks like they've got the highest score in 50 over cricket. Full toss, missed. Not collected by the keeper. Georgia Davis collects the ball and they run through for a single. 379 now. 1 ball left in the 49th over. Thank you, Mike, for that research.
Yes, Stato. I mean, it might be that I know Hypercourse is tweeting about the game, so I suspect that he may well give us some historic info on the previous Rachel A, because the 50 over was called the Rachel A. Flint Trophy in the regional era.
Danny Gregory on strike now to Izzy Wong. It's a full toss, leg side given wide. Warwickshire struggling a little bit at the death overs here. Can't get the ball just where they want it. Surrey have been absolutely fantastic. This is a mammoth score that they've posted. Potentially the last ball of the over. Izzy Wong runs into Danny Gregory, who's played a nice flick shot off the pads onto the leg side, and they run through for a single, taking the score to 381 as we have 1 final over remaining in this Surrey innings.
Yeah, it's going to be a mammoth total, isn't it? It's going to take some batting.
Warwickshire do have some good batters, but it will take a lot of
this is going to
partnerships as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge, isn't it, laid down by Surrey here. It's going to be a massive chase. They can. They can literally all bat, because they often do all bat, as we found out last season.
Got Amu, Surrey Kumar, who's going to bowl the final over of this Warwickshire innings.
So the challenge is set. What can Warwickshire hold them to, do you think? That's the question.
I think they'll aim for about 15 runs. I think they'll be happy if they get to around 395 as Amu Surrey Kumar runs in to Danny Gregory, who takes a big swipe but misses the ball, and she's bowled.
Well, Warwickshire will take that.
Good start
Not
for
only a
Amu
wicket,
Surrey Kumar. Yep, absolutely.
A dot ball.
Dot ball and a wicket. And that comes back to my question: will Surrey get bowled out potentially?
Ooh. Well, that would be a teeny weeny moral victory, wouldn't it? To get them all out. Teeny weeny.
Yeah.
But it would be something to cling to. It.
Minuscule
When
victory.
you're drinking when you're having your tea and your lunch, cup of tea and lunch. What was your favourite tea item? What's your favourite cricket tea item? You have a favourite? I do like an egg mayonnaise sandwich myself.
Oh, I think egg mayonnaise sandwiches are good.
Yeah.
Malted bread.
Yeah.
Scones back in the days when we used to have them. I don't think they do them now.
Oh. Well, COVID put paid to some of it, didn't it? And then obviously various people's dietary requirements and things. But a bit of cake. It was the only time I ever fancied tea with sugar in, when you've been fielding for ages. I just thought, cup of tea with a sugar. Oh, lovely. Halfway through a cricket match.
I think I'm going to hunt one down after this innings. Tea with sugar. Tilly Courtine Colburn, the last player to come in for Surrey.
Another hyphen. Much is expected of Tilly Courtine Coleman, I think, later in her career, possibly sooner, but certainly in the medium to long term. Spin bowler, we shall see with ball in hand soon.
Amu Surrey Kumar comes into bowl, and that's a wide.
That's not helped, has it? All these extras.
No.
20 extras, 21 now probably. But it is something that you can put right, as I mentioned earlier. Be a bit more disciplined, but still a lot of runs to give away.
Yeah, I suppose it is hard when it's quite windy, which it has been today, but they've not been the great.
Need to be more disciplined. It's the first game, so
It's driven, leg side towards the boundary, it's collected there, they run through for a single.
It's a good throw in, almost a direct hit there.
And Tilly Courtine Coleman's off the mark with a run, brings Danny Gregory back on to strike. She's playing on 13 off just 6 balls. There's 4 balls of this innings yet to go. Surrey on 383. Amu Surrey Kumar runs in to Brown, who hoiks it down the leg side. Is it going to go to Davina Perry? And a great effort there, diving, but dropped just in front of her. They run through for 2 runs.
That, for anybody else, that wouldn't have even been a chance. She's filthy with herself for not getting that. Because it wasn't in the air for all that long. She went herring towards it, but just dropping out of her reach, unfortunately.
That's Maitland Brown. She's back on strike now, 15 off just 7 balls. Amu Surrey Kumar running in, and it's full onto the leg side. No run.
She Q-ended that.
She did.
Like a snooker shot.
It's a good delivery.
Them tricky Aussies playing with the bottom end of the bat.
Two deliveries for this innings yet to go. Amu Surrey Kumar runs back into Maitland Brown, who's hit that straight into the air. Will it be caught? No, it's running away. It's going towards the boundary and it's been stopped, but they get through for 2 runs. Not where she intended it to go. Tried to hit it straight, but ended up going behind the wicketkeeper's head into the air, and 2 runs. Surrey's score now at 387.
Warwickshire have been a bit unlucky because they have managed to get the batters to put the ball in the air, but it's just not. They haven't been chances even, have they? Really?
Maitland-Brown facing the final delivery. She sent it straight past the bowler, Amu Surunkumar. It's running away, but collected nicely by Caris Pavley. They get through for 2 runs, and that takes Surrey to 389 for 9 and ends their 50-over innings. That's a mammoth score.
It is
Claire
a
Jenkins.
mammoth score. 389 for 9. Let me just run you through. I'm going to go through the batting scorecard. So, Sophia Dunkley was out for 31. Caught by Nat Wraith off the bowling of Arlott. Schofield was bowled by Taylor for 19. Capsey was out for 9. Alice Davidson Richards was out for 57, caught and bowled by Wong. Kira Chatley was out for 5, and then Danny White-Hodge came in, 124 off 80 balls with 10 fours and 8 sixes. Jemima Spence came in and got a massive 79. Alice Monaghan 23. Maitland-Brown 17. Danny Gregory 1. Tilly Courtine-Coleman 1 not out. So Tilly Courtine-Coleman, good for her averages. What were you going to say, Mike?
All I was going to say was for people to make sure they come and join us for the second half for the chase of 390. 389 for 9 then, as Claire was saying, there is the Surrey total. Quite a considerable one. We'll come back with confirmation as well whether that's the highest of women's 50 over cricket. I suspect it is, but I want to make sure I've done the full research. The main thing I've been researching in the last few moments is where we're going to get some food. So the hover cover's on its way out, hence we've turned that down a bit, but we will leave you with the hum of Edgbaston, unless there's anything else on the scorecard we've missed. And please rejoin us for the chase, Warwickshire's chase of 390 for 9. It should be if it is for 9, I was going to say it should be a great chase if they get it, but it certainly will be if they do it 9 down.
I mean, the only one thing that I would say is Mary Taylor does walk away with 3 wickets, but unfortunately for 78 runs.
Well,
so,
that's something for Mary Taylor to take from her debut effort with Warwickshire. As we say, if they chase down 390 and she gets the winning runs, it'll be well worth staying with us. As I say, we'll leave you with the hum of Edgbaston and the stats from the first innings, and rejoin us for the chase. Hello everybody, welcome back to Edgbaston. Mike Perkins and Samara Afzal, former Warwickshire cricketer, here with you for what will be an impressive chase if Warwickshire get it. 390 they require for victory. It's after Surrey made 389 for 9. That total is it's the highest across Metrobank Division 1 and Rachel Hale Flint Trophy cricket. So this iteration and the previous iteration of the competition when we were in a regional structure. But then if you go back to regional and county cricket, if you keep going back in the record books, you find that score of 389 for 9 was the 4th highest of the records that have been kept on women's cricket. So the highest is Surrey v Derbyshire at Spondon in 2018, 404 for 2. Surrey made in that game. Then 404 for 5 was Yorkshire's score against Kent at Canterbury in 2025. Then you find another Surrey score. So Surrey quite like this list because they're on it 4 out of the top 5 times. Surrey 394 for 5 against Sussex at St Catherine's in Cambridge in 1989. Then there's today's score of 389 for 9, Surrey versus Warwickshire at Edgbaston, which is where we are today. And then they also have a 382 for 7, Surrey v Sussex at Fitzwilliam against Cambridge in 1990. So by the looks of that, Sussex at Fitzwilliam in Cambridge got a little bit of St Catherine's, and then at Fitzwilliam got a little bit of tap in 1989 and 1990. And Surrey's score today nestles in between those two. They're going to start the bowling with a spinner. Davina Perrin has walked to the crease for Warwickshire, and she's going to face the first ball from the Birmingham end. So Perrin looking towards the city of Birmingham. And here we go. We are underway in the chase of 390, and it starts with an orderly forward defence to Davina Perrin off the bowling of Tilly Courtine-Coleman. No run scored off that delivery. Thanks to Hypercourse for the stats, because we've looked those up on Hypercourse's X account, and you can also find their statistics over on Blue Sky, I believe, as back goes Davina Perrin and defends into the offside, picked up by Wyatt Hodge, who comes in from backward point. Still no score in the second innings. But I think those stats that Hypercourse, the women's cricket statistician, has provided us there, Samara Afzal, show just what a tough chase this is going to be to make 390 off, well, now 297 balls as Perrin works that one up to mid-on for no run. And it's also interesting that they've gone to the very accurate Courtine-Coleman first.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're back again for the second innings. Looking at the scores, I was doing my research over tea as well, lunch, should I say. And it's going to be a record chasing win if Warwickshire were to chase this total.
Yeah, they're in pursuit of the 4th highest total in women's cricket, and they get their first run with that little squeezed back foot forcing shot from Davina Perrin. She'll be feeling better, off the mark for the season with a single, and Amu Surrenkumar comes onto strike to face the bowling of Tilly Courtine-Coleman. I suppose the danger in a chase like this is that you don't get yourself in. You don't give yourself that, even if it's just 6 balls, 12 balls, something like that, to get yourself in. So it's good to see Perrin at least did that, and Surrenkumar has defended that one away into the leg side and had a good look at it too, because that can be the danger of chasing a total like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Scoreboard pressure, if you're constantly thinking we need 390, it can get very overwhelming. So as you said, it's important to play yourself in.
Swept by Surrenkumar, and this escapes the dive, and that one's going to go all the way for 4, and that's exactly the example. Very cautiously played first 5 balls. Courtine-Coleman just straying onto the legs. Surrenkumar spotting it, sweeping hard, and it probably should have been stopped by Danny Gregory on the 45 on the edge of the ring. Couldn't quite do so on the edge of the 25-yard ring there. Danny Gregory, better luck for her next time, but the luck was with Surrenkumar, who gets the first boundary of the innings. And 5 off the first over, I think Warwickshire will have taken that. It's a start, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a decent start from Warwickshire. I think they should look to do what they would otherwise do if they were starting the innings and not chasing. I think they need to try and put the 390 out of their heads to begin with and just get some partnerships going. I think this one will be a very important one. Amos and Davina Perrin, they're both very talented young players. And I think, both of them knocking on England's, well, Davina Perrin's obviously already in England, and Musa Kumar as well, knocking on England's door. She's got a point to prove as well. So we're getting a good score here against arguably the most, I was going to say most talented, most highest international team with the most international players. Surrey would be a good start for them.
And it's Australian A player in Maitland Brown that will open the bowling from the pavilion end. Just on the wrong side of the Women's National Cricket League final in Australia, but had a good season there to make the showpiece occasion, and delivers a good ball outside the off stump there, does the Australian Maitland Brown. Perrin just motioning with 2 fingers on her gloves that one just jumped a little bit off the seam as it went through, but Perrin had nothing to do with it. That was the right choice. Dot ball to start Maitland Brown's spell. So Perrin will take a look at this, and then you imagine she'll get cracking pretty soon. Settles over her bat once more. Raise it to around about waist high on an angle out towards gully, and then comes back straighter and steps back into a crease and lets it go. There's a slip, a backward point, a conventional point, an extra cover, and a mid-off on the offside, as well as the fielder down at third on the short side of the ground. And then you have 3 fielders over on the leg side, a wide mid-on, a wide mid-wicket, and a long leg. That's the field for Maitland Brown, who bowls short of length. It's cut nicely by Perrin, and that stop needed to be made because that could have very easily been 4 runs rather than 1, and that is why Warwickshire will be in with the hunt of chasing this 390 if they can bat their overs, because balls like that can easily go for 4 rather than 1. They move on to 6 without loss.
Yeah, they've packed the offside, haven't they, just because of that short boundary, and so far Maitland Brown's been on the money. Very quick, getting a lot of pace and a lot of bounce into the keeper.
Good that they've got the catcher in, and I would actually say the fielder I listed as backward point is probably a gully. They're certainly close enough to be classed as that. As Surrey Kumar defends down the onside of the wicket, there is no addition to the total as a result of playing a defensive stroke rather than an aggressive stroke. 6 without loss it remains as the flag with the bear and staff on flutters in the direction of the score box. Maitland Brown bowls full off the outside half of the bat, but it'll go safely into a gap through roundabout. Probably would have gone between about third slip and a conventional gully. The gully that Surrey have got in is almost, as I say, a backward point, but on the same distance as a gully would be, if that makes sense. And the other fielder at point is behind square as well, from, I would say, even though we're not quite on the angle to judge it, I think it's fairly fair to say they're behind square. Here comes Maitland Brown again, looking to complete the second over of the Warwickshire batting innings, and it's completed with a boundary by Perrin. 11 without loss then is the score at the end of the second over, and well, they're not quite up with the rate, but they are certainly going along at a decent rate. So 5.5 and over from the first 2 gives them 11 without loss.
And this is where Davina Perrin, she's just so good at reading the length quickly, and she was quick to rock back and cut that beautifully to the boundary. She's going to need quite a few more of those shots to keep Warwickshire in the reckoning here.
Yeah, they're acquiring 7.8 throughout the innings as an average, but you imagine that will creep up at some stage and they'll have to just try and peg it back later on, but they need to make use of that short boundary, as this one is bowled by Tilly Courtine-Coleman. That was the first one that really seemed to grip and turn. We'll get a look at it on the replay, and it exactly did that. It just gripped and turned and moved past the outside edge of Surrey Kuma's bat. Nothing she could do about that, and it turned enough that it wasn't going to trouble her stumps either. She prods the next one back to Courtine Coleman, but carefully, having just seen the exaggerated turn that Courtine Coleman got with the grip on her fingers. Floats another one up, looks for the sweep shot, does Surrey Kuma. Clearly judged that that one was creeping down the leg side before playing it. I think you got a better view on the replay there, Samara. Was that creeping down?
It just got the glove as it was creeping down the leg side, but it did again have some sharp turn.
Surrey Kuma straight bat again this time. Back towards the bowler. And no run available to Surrey Kuma so far from the first 4 balls of this over.
Yeah, very tidy over so far.
Very tidy indeed, as this one's short of a length and clapped into the ground on the cut by Surrey Kuma. It just bounced a bit, or in fact actually her bat went a bit higher than it needed to there, and that was the reason she hit it down so close to her and therefore didn't get a run. Here comes Courtine Coleman. It's swept away. Good shot from Surrey Kuma. Boundary from the last ball of both of Tilly Courtine Coleman's overs. She took that one from right off the stumps and found the boundary on the short side of the ground, and there was pressure on Surrey Kuma there. She played 5 dot balls, something that Warwickshire won't be able to afford too often in this innings, and off the 6th one, she took it right off her stumps and swept it away for 4 runs. Really good cricket from Surrey Kuma.
Yeah, great cricket. She needed to get some runs because the last 5 deliveries were very difficult to get away, and she played a lovely sweep shot with the spin, getting a much needed boundary.
That said, she doesn't want to be relying on needing to get a boundary too often, so she's going to have to come up with a plan to Courtine Coleman to just keep rotating the strike. But before that, Davina Perrin has Maitland Brown to worry about. Just pulled away for a second because she was not settled in her stance, Perrin. Sign that she's gaining maturity all the time. Flicks this into the leg side, takes her single. 16 without loss the score. Perrin still only 19. Wolverhampton born, as we were saying last year, made impressive runs for Northern Superchargers, particularly in the semi-final of the 100. 101 of 43 balls. I'm sure Claire Jenkins will tell you more about that because she saw it that day. Women's cricket commentator Claire Jenkins with us, as well as Samara Afzal, the former Warwickshire cricketer. As forward comes Surrey Kuma, plays into the offside. No run available there as it rolls out towards cover, bounces out really towards cover. So 16 without loss it remains, but Davina Perrin, say she made that 101 of 43 balls, but it was something I think watchers of this competition, the One Day Cup, would have seen coming because they've seen Perrin develop over a few years, and she went into the 100 having made 113 over the road at Portland Road, and defends this one into the offside, comfortably back towards her stump. She knew the ball was rising over it, couldn't prod it away for a run, but he's quite happy.
Yeah, Davina Perrin got 103 off 74 balls just a few days ago in the warm-up game. She comes from the ACE programme, the African Community Engagement Programme.
Here comes... Oh, that's a beautiful shot. It's Maitland Brown who delivers it, and Amu Surrey Kuma, who, as soon as the length was a bit on the full side, was onto the front foot. Smooth flow of the bat. It's the way Warwickshire have to play. They've got to exploit that short boundary. Hands had to leave the body a little bit, but you wouldn't have known it for a second because it came right off the bat of Surrey Kuma, and that would have gone double the distance of the boundary on the offside. Lovely, lovely bit of cricket from Surrey Kuma. Brown bowls again into the pads. Scampering through is the ever eager Perrin. Surrey has to get a move on, but she's going to the non-danger end there because Monaghan was picking up left-handed and would have had to have swiveled through much of the 360 degrees to throw at the non-striker's end. So a leg by added to the total, 21 without loss. Warwickshire making good progress, remember, in pursuit of 390. So this latest ball goes through outside the off stump. And that is the end of the over. So 21 means 369 more are required by Warwickshire. It's a big chase, but these two have made a good start, Samara Afzal.
Yeah, a really good start. That's what they need. No quick wickets to fall, and they're just keeping an eye on those good balls. Maitland Brown's got a few just to nip outside the off stump, which Davina Perrine and Musamman Kamara's left quite well, but then they've been good to get on top of those slightly shorter balls, slightly fuller balls, which they've managed to get through to the boundary.
And despite the 4 dots that Surrey faced of Tilly Courtine-Coleman, she's still at 1 a ball, so that's a good sign. They've just got to stay as close to that as they can and then work out maybe what they need off the last 20 and try and almost reduce it to a 20 over chase with some wickets in hand. I think they're going to need all of that batting line up again today. Warwickshire, as Surrey comes forward and prods down the offside, and as Claire Jenkins was saying in the first innings, he probably watches as much of Warwickshire from a commentary point of view as anyone. They do rely on contributions from throughout the order, as Courtine-Coleman bowls another one to Surrey who has a big sweep shot and had to be careful. Her back foot stayed in her ground, but she managed to achieve that even if she didn't connect with the bat. Another dot ball to the Courtine-Coleman analysis. But I guess if they're going to really challenge, they need some regular run scorers at the top of the innings, because it's all well and good 7, 8, 9 chipping in, but that rarely wins you a game unless a platform's been set. So that'll be the challenge for Warwickshire this year. Will Surrey look for the building site again as she did last ball? No, she backs away and tries to cut. Just needs to find those singles, doesn't she, Surrey? She's putting a bit of pressure on herself by not connecting with those last 2 deliveries. Courtine-Coleman already halfway through the over, and with dot balls on the first half of the scorer's box, and this one's played up to mid-off, and the second half of the scorer's box will start with another dot. It's all computerised these days, I suppose. I don't think anyone's doing it in a book anymore, are they?
No, although I did think that there is still someone that sits and puts in the book. Just
oh, good. Just in case. Just in case the computer runs out of battery, as Surrey tries to drive that one away, but no run. It's always the, I'm sure you've had this, you were talking about your cricket at Warmley, it's always the challenge when this sort of quite often happens on, say, a Sunday team where you've got 8 juniors playing and you have to teach some of them to score as Courtine-Coleman bowls and Surrey forward and defends, and this will be a maiden over for Courtine-Coleman. Warwickshire can't afford too many of them. 5 overs gone, 21 without loss is the score. Let's bring in Claire Jenkins, because we were mentioning her there. So Samara Afzal will be back in a moment, but let's get Claire Jenkins in to get her thoughts on the Warwickshire start as well. And we'll probably get her thoughts on what we were discussing there with Samara, about the fact that you mentioned last season there were contributions throughout the list, which is why the averages probably weren't as high as they needed to be. But they need to find somebody at the top of the order this season, don't they, to set the platform and get up above probably 40 with the bat, if not towards 50.
Yeah, I mean, it was sort of slightly tongue-in-cheek, but they do have what I would call a democratic bat on, that they all do get to bat.
But perhaps not what you want at the professional level, as Maitland Brown starts the 6th over with a dot ball.
Yes.
Sorry, been disciplined, but they aren't in the field. There's going to be a single here, misfield. It was Dunkley and I think Davidson Richards who went to it, and neither of them got it. Davidson Richards is blaming Dunkley. Dunkley's not turning around, which may imply that it was Dunkley's fault. Who knows? Either way, it's a single to the total, 22 without loss. Maitland Brown will be furious. And rightly so.
Yes.
Ponytail swinging behind her as she approaches the crease, bowls right arm over and is into the pads of Surrey, who's hurt by that one, actually.
I think she got a bruise.
It got her in the not very nice place to be
talking about the democratic batting of Warwickshire. I mean, I only laugh. As a fan, you like the fact that they can all bat, but as a fan, you don't want them all to bat.
No, you don't want to be relying on it, do you?
Yeah.
I mean, they might have to all bat today because there's going to be an imperative to stay with the total, so it might serve them well today. As that one goes down the leg side, there's an appeal, but I think this is to put the umpire off wide ball in this one. Yeah, it must have taken something because there's no signal, but it wasn't bat.
Yeah.
But
I certainly wouldn't have predicted the opening pair here. I mean, I didn't check out the warm-ups because I thought, shall I look at the warm-up figures? I mean, Samara quite rightly raised the fact that Perrin's got 100 because you have to get 100, don't you? But sometimes the batting odds are a bit odd. So I didn't see this coming. I didn't see the two of them coming.
Here's Maitland Brown bowling, and then Surrey Kumar defends it into the leg side. Perrin wants the run. It's not there, and that's out. And I'm afraid to say that was probably over eager on Perrin's part. She's disappointed with her partner for not coming through for that, but I think you can understand Surrey Kumar's decision there. She's defended it out into the leg side. They're making up, to be fair. I think Perrin's maybe calmed down and realised that there perhaps wasn't a run there and it was her misjudgment. It's good that Perrin's keen, and Perrin would have made her ground, but Surrey Kumar I don't think would have had a chance there and was right to refuse the single. I was going to say if indeed that's what happened, but she didn't leave her ground, so it did happen. Whether she said no or not, it was neither here nor there. I think Perrin's called that one. It was Surrey Kumar's call in front of square on the leg side.
So we call it a rush of blood to the head. I do like the fact that Davina Perrin went to see Surrey Kumar because there's no point in both of them losing their heads, because if Perrin had stormed off at this point, which looked like she was going to, then she realised, no, I don't want to leave that as the last memory that Surrey Kumar has of this batting innings.
I think if anything she went over and she said, look, I was frustrated with myself. I don't know why I've called that. She's out for 8, run out. It's a poor way to lose arguably Warwickshire's most talented player in the batting lineup. Davina Perrin could well have a very good and busy summer here, but she's going to have to start again. Katie George coming out at number 3. That's one I wouldn't have predicted. I have to say, I mean, Perrin has opened the batting and she has batted number 3, so she's not wildly out of place, and Surrey Kumar did make her way up to open the batting through the course of last season. So as that one is played out into the offside, I would actually say I'm more surprised of George coming out at 3, just because of the fact she's generally batted 5 or 6 for them. So 3 is a little bit of an advance. She didn't bowl today, so perhaps she's focusing a little more on the batting at the moment than the all-round capabilities, and that's because the feeling is Warwickshire need a number 3, and Katie George is the person to do it. Somebody was going to have to step up the order this season as Maitland Brown bowls to Surrey Kumar. It takes her on the pad, no run. Of course, no Abby Freeborn today as well. She's batted at the top of the list and at number 3 for the Central Sparks. And then Warwickshire, as they effectively became in some ways. They sort of, Warwickshire took over that franchise, if you like. So couple of dot balls after the run out, but that was the main event of the over, and you can see that over on edgbaston.com whilst you're watching the pictures if you like. And thank you for joining us on the Warwickshire Cricket YouTube channel as well. We had around about 500-600 of you with us throughout the first innings, so let's hope we've got as many as that back for the second. I'll have a little check on that during this over, Claire Jenkins, but as is the way these days, there's no hanging about in one-day cricket.
No. I mean, they've used all sorts. So they even had Wongi opening last season, the season before. There was a bit of experimentation. But interesting to see how Georgia Redmayne fits in.
Courtine Coleman bowls and George drives towards mid-wicket. That could be another. It could be everyone shuffled up one today because of no Georgia Redmayne in the lineup just yet, and Georgia Redmayne will come in at the top of the list. That's certainly where she bats for Queensland. Got 105 in that
bat as well, which is handy.
WNCL final, as this one's forced off the back foot by Katie George. No run taken, but she got 105 in that WNCL final that we were mentioning because Maitland Brown was on the losing side there. Redmayne was on the winning side as George tries to cut this one away, only finds cover. dribbles out to the aforementioned Maitland Brown.
Yes, it's an interesting shuffle now without Redmayne, and then another shuffle with her in it potentially.
As George goes back, cuts away, and it goes through a Surrey fielder once again. It almost feels like it just needs a little bit more bravery from a few of these Surrey fielders. They kind of it's conceded 2 runs there. There was the 4 behind square on the leg side, and both of them were the sort of things that in recent seasons you'd have expected to be stopped based on the fielding standards that have been in this competition, and it's almost as if it just needs an old-fashioned body behind the ball and take a bruise somewhere type approach to it. So that's a really good ball from Courtine Coleman. She's bowling very cleverly. She managed to do that earlier in the piece to Suren Kumar, and she's done it there to Katie George. She almost bowls 5 flat, and then you don't know which one it's going to be that's going to turn big like that she just gave. And there's not even difference in the flight, really, certainly not from this distance at the pavilion end as she bowls again. This one's cut away nicely. Wyatt Hodge, who made the 100 earlier and maybe can be forgiven for a misfield earlier, having made the century, gets a good hand to the ball there and prevents more than a single being taken at backward point. 25 for 1, good little cut stroke. We have had 7 overs of this Warwickshire reply. Remind you they are in pursuit of 390, so they need another 365 if my eyes towards the scoreboard don't fail me.
One for every day of the year. Ding, 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 ding.
That'll do, yeah. I thought the days in the year were 356 earlier when I was trying to calculate when Wyatt Hodge's 35th birthday was.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the sloppy. Well, I think you're not really worried about being sloppy in the field when you set the total that they have, and perhaps that's a focus thing.
Here's Maitland Brown over the wicket from the pavilion end and brings Katie George up onto her toes, as she's sometimes prone to do. Tall figure, but took the extra height there and just played it away into the offside for no run.
Yes, the last thing they needed was a mad run out, and that's exactly what Warwickshire presented themselves with, unfortunately. But yes, need to dig in now.
Most of the predictions on the live chat on YouTube are saying a Surrey win, unsurprisingly given the total they've got on the board. But Warwickshire trying to prove them wrong. 4 runs there. I didn't quite see the signal. I was expecting a leg by, but I don't think the leg was raised to be tapped, so that might be 4 runs to George's total. Nice little shot down the leg side. Yeah, she did get just a little bit on that.
I mentioned to Aaron Vars at lunchtime that there'll be people eating their hats if Warwickshire can chase this down. But I'm happy to eat a hat if Warwickshire chase this down.
Maitland Brown bowls. Oh, beats the outside edge. Just it's sort of gripped a little bit off the surface, and it sent George prodding at that surface in suspicious fashion. 29 for 1 it remains.
Keeping Chatley interested behind the stumps.
As I say, I still think the short boundary could be a factor in this chase.
Well, it was certainly it's a factor in the total.
Maitland Brown again. Bowls. Oh, that's beautifully driven by Katie George. On drive. It's a lot of people's favourite shot, that. And when somebody plays it as well as Katie George just has, you can see exactly why. It was slightly over pitch, but it was on her stumps. Probably would have clattered into middle and leg if she hadn't brought her bat down on it. Almost perfectly straight. And just sent it on the angle. Mid-on was wide. And there's no stopping that. 4 runs. All along the floor. Classic cricket shot. Albeit in a pursuit of 390, which is perhaps not classic cricket, although there have been scores like that since 1989, we were reading. As that one was defended down and rolled past the stumps. No addition to the total, so...
No comments about how long ago that was, because I was playing county cricket then.
I didn't make any comment on that, how long ago that was.
Playing for the West in those days.
I didn't say, for instance, that happened...
Before you were born.
Not before I was born. But I would have been very young indeed.
Yeah.
I would have only been 2 years old when Surrey made that big total against Sussex at Cambridge, as that one is played away behind square on the leg side. 4 runs, bounces away. 37 for 1 is the score at the end of the 4th Maitland Brown over, the 8th of the innings. I think they might give Maitland Brown a little rest there, because she'd bowled pretty well up to that point, but she goes for 2 boundaries in the over, and they might look to rotate their bowling lineup here. Surrey, we will find out from their next over from the pavilion end, because Courtine Coleman's definitely going to continue, because she's another one who's attracted a big price tag in the 100 auction, and she's proving why people wanted to spend that money on her at the moment, isn't she? She's bowling very tidily at the start of her summer.
Yep.
Sort of made her name for herself in the 100 as well by getting out some high-profile names, and she's now, as a result, been bought for 105,000 this season. She's going to play for the Southern Brave.
Charlotte Edwards obviously had eyes on her early doors, and that's sort of put the flag on it, didn't it, really?
Still only the 3rd most expensive player in her team, and she's been taken off despite her 4 tidy overs. And Alice Monaghan's going to have a go. That one slightly wide of the off stump, but not too wide for the umpire's liking, so a dot ball. I think Surrey Kumar has a few thoughts to herself about whether it was the other side of the line, but 37 for 1 the total remains. Here comes Monaghan again. Delivers to Surrey Kumar into her pads, tries to work leg side, understandably so. That short boundary's over there, but she didn't connect.
The other thing about Monaghan is she was 3rd in the run-outs charts, so that was obviously something that Davina Perrin didn't look at before she tried to take that run. She got 3 run-outs in the Metro Bank last season. She's already got 1 today.
Here comes Monaghan again. Right arm over the wicket. Bowls outside the off stump. No run on offer as it goes through into the gloves of the wicket-keeper, and now captain Chatley.
Yeah, Bryony Smith's going to captain the Vitality Blast, isn't she? But Chatley is going to do the 50 over.
And they clearly felt Bryony Smith wasn't in their first choice 11 when they have the internationals Dunkley and White Hodge available, and that's why they presumably changed the captaincy for 50 over, because they've not picked Bryony Smith today, so they clearly needed another option. Monaghan bowls, slashed away. It's going to roll out towards the boundary. It's a teasing one for 3 fielders on the offside who were in pursuit, but they were never going to get there, but still had to try nonetheless. 41 for 1 with that 4.
It's a big old boundary out there, isn't it?
It is, but I sort of feel it could be another 5-10.
You reckon?
If I'm honest, yeah.
Well, you know my theory. Well, you've heard my theory that you should be able to run a 3 if the boundaries are at the right length.
And I don't think it's quite the right length for that, as Monaghan is going to bowl with the sun shining on the city of Birmingham behind her, but it's the team from Birmingham. Surrey Kumar driving through the offside. She's going to get 4 more successive boundaries. That's what Warwickshire have to keep doing. They can absorb little spells of pressure like the first 3 dot balls in this over if they're able to play shots like that and get successive boundaries, and Surrey Kumar's been good at that. She needs to pick up a few more singles here and there, but as we say, it's a relatively small field today, so with the field up as well, singles may be a little hard to come by at times until the field spreads, of course, at the end of this power play, which has, has 7 balls remaining of. It now has 6, because Monaghan has beaten the outside edge of Surrey Kumar's bat. It's through to Chatley, went through fairly low, it has to be said. 45 for 1 the score at the end of the 9th over. Surrey in the first innings had a pretty decent power play. They're going to struggle to match that from this final over. I'll get the exact total of it up in a moment, but it's a steady start, this one, from Warwickshire.
I hate to say, Mike, that the weather is looking impending from the west, and my weather app shows that we have 75% chance of rain starting shortly.
I wish you hadn't said that, if I'm honest.
I wish I hadn't. I wish I hadn't.
But you're
said
right,
it as well.
We can see it rather
Finishing
ominously
by 5, which
creeping
is no use
in
to us. So I don't know what. Interestingly, I don't know what Duckworth Lewis Stern would make of this, because Surrey started fairly slowly and then
they didn't.
Did they not? Oh,
No, they
okay,
started
I'm
quick and got quicker.
Oh, no.
As in comes Maitland Brown, who has remained on despite going for 2 boundaries in her previous over. It's driven back to her and she fields on a follow through.
It's the hope that kills you.
The issue Surrey had at the start of their innings was they lost a couple of wickets, but well, put it this way, they brought their 50 from the second ball of the 7th over, which is quick in my money. And at the 10 over mark, which Warwickshire are heading towards now, Surrey were 64 for 2. So I think, and particularly given they ended up on 389, I think Duckworth, Lewis and Stern may look fairly favourably on them at the moment, as this one is fullish of length but doesn't produce a run from the bat of Katie George, who was trying to drive it back where it came from. Beat the hand of the bowler but didn't beat mid-off. So yeah, Surrey, it was a fairly quick start, I would say. After 5 overs they were 49 for... no, they weren't, they were 44 without loss, then they were 49 for 1 at the end of the 6th. And as we say, by the 10th over, as George is driving into the offside, there's going to be a single on offer. Soren Kumar obligingly comes through for it. 46 for 1 the total moves to. So yeah, 64 for 2 was the Surrey total at the end of the first power play. So they were at 1 a ball, unfortunately. But yeah, you're right about the clouds. They are looking more and more ominous. Last over, the city of Birmingham in the distance, from our view from the pavilion end, was in sunshine. That sunshine has very much now moved to the right of our picture, away from the high-rise buildings, and the rain is starting to creep in, certainly over the city of Birmingham, although we're still in sunshine here in Edgbaston, as Soren Kumar flails a bat at it outside the off stump and doesn't connect with it. But over the back of the west stand, which is at the moment the seats have been redone on the top tier of it, it does look quite dark over there as well. And worryingly, the Bear and Staff flag is now pointing out towards the retail part where the sunshine is, which means the weather we can't see as Maitland Brown tries a bouncer. It's a relatively successful one in that it gets Soren Kumar to duck underneath it and it produces a dot ball. That does imply that the dark weather sort of almost over our shoulder in this commentary position is heading our way.
Also, Paul Baldwin's been looking accusingly in that direction. He's obviously also worried. Well,
he's worried he's going to get wet.
He's worried he's going to get wet, but he's also possibly worried it might be thunder and lightning, I suppose, which is more worrying for him.
Maitland Brown bowls. This one's driven loosely by Soren Kumar, so loosely indeed that her hand comes off the bat. I'm going to bring in Samara Afzal to keep you company, Claire Jenkins, and you're going to pick up the ball-by-ball commentary for the next 10 overs. Warwickshire 46 for 1 in pursuit of 390.
I don't mind if I do. So that's the power play over. So that's the opportunity to make the most of the 25-yard fielding circle and the restrictions. The men's and the women's is different. 25 yards in the women's game, 30 yards in the men's game, and the numbers inside and out are different in the 2 games. The women are only allowed in that power play we've just finished, are only allowed 2 players outside of that 25-yard circle. Now the restrictions are lifted. So it's supposed to be an advantage to the batters to have the 25-yard circle, but I think sometimes the gaps are small. I think it makes it harder when the players are that much closer and the gaps are smaller. But that's what I think. So we have Alice Monaghan to continue from the increasingly dark-looking Birmingham City end. That's played towards the covers, but only straight to the fielder, the admirable Dunkley, and she fields the ball back and they don't get a run. What do you make of that first bit then, Samara?
Nice little start now for Warwickshire. Disappointed with Davina Perrin's run out. That was unfortunate. I think she'll be kicking herself. Lost opportunity there to score runs. Katie George on strike.
Yeah, Monaghan in, right arm over. And that's played beautifully. It's 6 runs. Oh, backward of square. We like that one, don't we? Do you like that one?
Good shot. I like that.
Picked up and sent well backward of square by Katie George for 6. So 6 more to the total. And also Warwickshire go through their 50. So 52 for 1. George on 22. And pleasingly, for symmetry's sake only, that Aaron Surrey Kumar is also on 22. So 22-22. So we've got a bit of a Richie Benno thing going on there. Katie George banging a bat. Tries to do the same thing again, and it goes down a leg side, and it's given a wide by Amy Clark at the bowler's end. And there we decided was Birmingham purple or possibly Cadbury's purple, but don't mention it because it's a product. The umpires in their purple. Paul Baldwin at square leg. On and bangs that in. Katie George up for it, but only gets to put the ball straight to Maitland Brown at short cover, and there is no run. The floodlights now are starting to take effect, although only 2 of them that I can see. The third one doesn't look like it's on to me. They might want to fire that up if it gets any darker.
Seems to be a bit of grey cloud coming from that left side. Hopefully it won't rain.
Yes, I think we might be in for some. Monaghan comes in again. Oh, Katie George tries to play that shot again, but only plays through it. Goes straight through to Chatley, and there is no run. Warwickshire had a huge mountain to climb here. 337 to win, with the prospect of some naughty weather on the way as well. As if it couldn't get harder. Warwickshire in the navy. Surrey in a black with, I think it's got blue detail on the front, but we're too far away to see it from here. Monaghan ponytail flying. George works that into the leg side, and they get through for a single. It looked like a sort of single of frustration that I'm going to get off the mark. I'm going to get this scoreboard moving from Katie George.
Yeah, the required run rate just climbing there slightly, isn't it? Gets as if it wasn't already challenging enough to be chasing 390.
Monaghan almost at the 25-yard circle and start of a run-up. Good and fluid run-up. That's flicked backwards of square. And it's 4 runs. Nicely played. Leg glance by Amu Surrey Kumar. Splitting the fielders backward of square. It's looking a bit ominous. Oh.
Yeah, the rain seems to have started. I can see the spectators.
And Paul Baldwin is calling the ground staff on and taking the stumps off, and there is the sound of the hover cover being fired up. Right, okay. So we're probably about to take a rain delay. Warwickshire are 58 for 1. They need 332 to win. George is on 23. Surrey Kumar is on 26. We're 11 overs in to a 50-over game. However, I think as they're going off, we're going to have some sort of delay. So Warwickshire started this mammoth chase, and Davina Perrin and Aramu Surrey Kumar. Aaron Surrey Kumar started the batting, but Davina Perrin took a mad run and ran herself out, really, although Alice Monaghan, who is a very good fielder, with a direct hit ran her out. And then so Surrey Kumar is not out, as is Katie George. Surrey Kumar on 22 and Katie George on 23. I think we're probably going to take quite an extended rain break by the look of the fact that the covers are on. So we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back to you with some updates and
all I was going to say is keep an eye on edgbaston.com. That'll probably be the easiest place to find out where we get back on, because you get both the pictures and we also give you text updates there. So hopefully we should be able to come back with some sort of equation, hopefully sooner rather than later, but I've got a feeling this might be a fairly lengthy one, hence we're going to say goodbye for now.
I'll leave the pictures on and you can see the rain if you want to watch it rain in Birmingham. The pictures are quite cute.
Either way,
we'll leave the effects
we
on.
will see you soon, hopefully.
Thank you. Welcome, welcome, welcome back to Edgbaston, where the dark clouds have left us behind. We're hoping that is for the rest of the day, but, you know, we like to be optimistic about those things. You rejoin us as Warwickshire have a huge task ahead of them since Surrey set a massive total, and at the moment Warwickshire are chasing that. They are 58 for 1. They need 322, is it? 32. It's a lot anyway. Katie George is on 23 and Surrey Kumar is on 26. Maitland Bound's been doing a bit of bowling. That's their Surrey's Australian import. But I think we are going to have a change of bowling. This looks suspiciously like Alice Capsey. It is indeed. Need 322. My eyes need adjusting. 322, so a lot. And we are 11 overs in. 39 overs to get 322. And I have offered to eat a hat if Warwickshire can do this. I hope it's a small one. But we shall see. I like to be optimistic. So we've had a break, and we are assuming at this stage with it, until we hear any more, that we have not lost any time, because it was quite a short break, just enough time for Samara to get me a lovely coffee, which is very kind. Is it me? Is it me doing the ball by? Yes, it's me.
It
Somebody's
is.
pointing at me.
Yes.
Alice Capsey with a spin over the wicket to the right-handed Katie George, who does a big swipe at that into the leg side. They get through for a single. So that's good. And I can confirm the match referee, nobody's listening to me, and I'm trying to pull rank. The match referee's confirmed no overs lost.
Lovely.
Thank you for that. She who must be obeyed. Sarah Bartlett has told me no overs lost. That's good enough for me. Capsey in again to Surrey Kumar, who defends that down straight to the fielder. Yes, we have to be careful because the match referee is listening to everything that we say.
So no bad behaviour.
Yes, and she's a tall policewoman, so don't mess with her. Capsey in again. Oh, sliced at that. We might be lucky with that. That's running away. Is it going to get caught, or is it going to make it to the boundary? It's made it to the boundary. 4 runs.
I think she did that deliberately, knowing there's a
Little-
gap. Just a little dab
Little potato
towards the gully
slice.
region, knowing there's no fielders there.
Yeah, happy
Fetch
with
some
that.
runs.
4 more runs. So Warwickshire are now at 63 for 1. 327 to win. Just a 327. Do you fancy that, Samara, batting?
Fancy
batting?
not chasing 390, no.
Nah. A bit much, wasn't it? Capsey in to Surrey Kumar, who rocks back and defends that down, and there is no run.
Would it mean mind being one of the bowlers defending
You fancy-
390?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, well, yeah. Nice cushion there, isn't it? Capsey into Surrey Kumar, who plays a beautiful straight bat, but straight to the fielder, who's now kind of collapsed on the ball. Giving herself a bruise, I think. Is that Danny White Hodge messing about? It is Danny White Hodge.
It is number 22. She was out
Number
there
22.
quite some time
She
today.
was, yes. We did, far too long in Warwickshire's spectators' view. Again, that's defended down, and there is no run.
I'm always interested with the modern game, Claire, and I think you'll relate to this, that when we played, there weren't as many all-rounders as you see now, and, you know, top-order all-rounders. So, for example, you've got Amu out there, who's one of the strike bowlers for Warwickshire, also top-order bat. You've got Alice Capsey, who's just bowled, again, top-order bat, strike bowlers. And I think in the modern-day game, be it the men's or the women's, I think you have to have... We were told back in the days you'd have to be good in 2 out of the 3 domains, so you got away with, you know, if you weren't the best of fielders, or you couldn't bat or bowl as long as you could do the other 2. But I think in today's game, it seems that you have to be pretty much spot on with all 3 aspects of the game.
Yeah, I think that's a great observation, and it is that. But also, I mean, they ought to be all-round athletes because they're paid to do it full-time. We were holding down day jobs while we were still trying to play for counties and things.
Good point. We used to have to play for our playing kit back in those days.
Yeah, pay for kit, pay for everything. And that's worked backwards of square, but straight to Danny Gregory, and there is just one run in that for Katie George. Yeah, I mean, I remember we got, the first thing we got for nothing was the cheapest T-shirt I have ever seen when I played for Derbyshire. It was like proper, like, you know, bargain bin white T-shirt with Derbyshire written across the front. But I was so excited to get something, you know, for playing for your county, you know, free kit. But yes, time has moved on. That's played forwards of square, but there is a fielder who's going to cut that off from that short boundary we talked a lot about.
I don't remember getting anything for free, not even a shirt.
Not even a T-shirt.
But now, as I was talking to Mike earlier, and I think it's brilliant, with the collaborations I have with the youth programme in Warwickshire, everything's free. The kit's paid for by Birmingham University.
Brilliant.
And the emerging pathway is all paid for as well for the youngsters, so it's great to get more children into cricket.
It's great. Monaghan to continue from Birmingham end. Katie George swipes at that. Through cover point. Alistair Richards comes in off the rope. They just get a single. 66 for one.
It's come a long way, hasn't it, the women's game, when you think about it?
Yeah, and that sort of meteoric rise, really, when you sort of step back from it. Although we might be frustrated at some of the things that we'd like to change faster, actually some of it has changed really quickly. Monaghan, right arm, pace from the Birmingham end. Surrey Kumar plays that into the leg side. There is a fielder there who does a dive, pushes it forward. It might give them enough time to get back for a second, and it does. 2 runs to Surrey Kumar, and it's a no ball. Assuming that was a front foot no ball, so I think we're going to have a free hit. As Amy Clark, is she going to take us to the rodeo? Let's see. Is she going to take us to the rodeo? Yeah, we're off to the rodeo.
Oh, everyone loves a free hit, don't they?
Everyone loves a free
loves
hit.
Watching, except the bowler, of course.
Yeah.
And maybe the batter, who probably
yeah,
feels under pressure.
if you're stood underneath a catch that isn't going to be a catch, you're not really very happy about that. But yeah, Surrey Kumar. The thing is, you want to make the most of this now, because if this gets dotted or whatever, then you think, wasn't much of a no ball. I didn't get much of a bonus out of that. No, swipe at that, you see. And
She's
a dot.
disappointed with herself for missing out on that.
Frustrating. Still, another you got the extra soon. Talking of I've spies in the stands and everywhere. Have we played Where's Lottie today? We haven't, have we? Because presumably she, you know, this is a little game I like to play with Polly Starkey. Where's Lottie? And we want probably wrong answers only, because that's funnier. Particularly because if there are, you know, they have these like Carmen and Hugh the bears, the character bears. I like to think that it's Lydia Greenway and Charlotte Edwards in those suits, because nobody would know. And also, already one of my spies has come back and said she knows where Charlotte Edwards is. So
Think she's thinking selection.
yeah, well, Danny White Hodge will hope she's here. That's 4 runs to Surrey Kumar. Beautiful shot there, making the most of that gap. Classical shot along the carpet there from Surrey Kumar, and the score moves to 73 for 1. 13 overs gone. Still a big task. 317 to win off 37 overs. George on 26, Surrey Kumar on 37. So starting to get a little bit more settled with the batting, do we think, Samara?
Yeah, I mean, it is still a big total, and the run rate isn't where they'd want it to be, but at least it's a stable partnership, and once you've got that base, then you can start to hit a few overs later. I think we'll get a better understanding around 20-25 overs. That's where they'll need to really pick up the momentum if they want to chase this big total down.
That's a good point, actually. And that's slogged into the leg side by Katie George. Unfortunately, straight to the fielder. He was just in off the rope, and they only get 1.
Did you say the Island series was next up for England?
No. So next up, very shortly, New Zealand White Ferns will be over. That starts on my birthday, if anyone's interested. On the 10th of May. Up at Chesterley Street. I'm sure there might be some tickets left over as Capsy comes in, and that's thumped. Talking of thumped, hopefully into a gap. It is into a gap. there's a dive which takes it over the boundary. Rather cartoon dive. Is that Maitland Brown? That it is. Inadvertently sort of kicking the ball over the boundary. So 4 runs. Sorry, she's fine. She's standing up, so it's fine. Surrey Kumar moves to 41, so she's moving closer to her milestone, and Warwickshire 78 for 1. Capsey is thinking about where she's going to serve this to Amu Surrey Kumar as a plane comes into Birmingham Airport across the skyline of the city here. It's beautiful. Now the sun's out again. Defends that down, and there is no run. Sorry, quite chirpy in the field there. Red heels from Alice Capsey as she bowls away from us. That's worked underneath the short fielder by Surrey Kumar, and they get through for an easy single there. This is what they need to do, taking the singles where they can and then loose ball punished.
Quite enjoyed watching Amu Surrey Kumar play. This is the first game I've actually seen her play in.
I think she's a great acquisition.
She's a great all-rounder.
Played again through mid-on by Katie George. Not too long on, and there's just one single there.
And I think I automatically have a lot of respect for fast bowlers who can bat as well. I think it's a very difficult thing to do. Often the batters are the ones that tend to be spinners or wicket keeper. But yeah, it takes a lot of energy to be able to do both fast bowling and batting.
Yeah. Capsey in again. I'm not quite sure what the ball ended up just short of him. I'm not quite sure what happened, but nothing apart from, not for the scorers anyway. So a dot on the score. Another over has clicked over. 14 overs to go, and Warwickshire are 80 for 1. George on 38. Surrey Kumar on 42. They need 310 to win off 36 overs. So quite a lot off not very many. I can bring you an update from, what have I got here? I've got Taunton, where Charlie Taylor is looking after you on the live stream there. Somerset got Yorkshire all out for 178 in not many overs. In reply, however, Somerset look like they're trying to give this away, but Somerset are 137 for 8 with Captain Fantastic Sophie Luff on 49, tithering on her 50, batting with the lower order, let's say. So I'm not sure that they're even going to catch that. That's whacked backward of square by Katie George for 4. Dismissed. A loose ball. Now Katie George likes that loose ball down the leg side, and she's got a short corner to aim at there, because that's going to be pretty difficult to defend if Alice Monaghan bowls any more down that leg side. So despite having a small target to aim at, oh, and also the other thing about that to note about that game down at Taunton is Jess Jonason's debut in domestic cricket here. He did take some wickets. That goes straight through to the wicket keeper, and there is no run. Yeah, she's taken a couple of wickets today, so I think that's a good signing for Yorkshire. Warwickshire 84 for 1. Into the 15th over here of the Metro Bank One Day Cup, 50 over. Oh, straight through Katie George, and there is no run.
Not too far in the future, we've got the World Cup as well coming up. T20 World Cup Women's in England. Opening game is at Edgbaston on the 12th of June. Get buying your tickets if you haven't done already.
Yeah, Sri Lanka. Be a good game. And that's played out to deep point boundary, and they get through for a single. Yes, get your tickets. I think if we can get some momentum with that, that from all I hear that the tickets are going well, and starting here is always a good one, because we get a good crowd here for a women's game. The atmosphere is brilliant. Get your family down here. It could be a cracking evening to start the World Cup. Let's hope we have some nice weather. That's the other thing.
Hopefully by June it should pick up. It should be warmer than it is now.
And particularly interesting because you've got Scotland and Ireland and the Netherlands, so all local teams, as it were. So lots of interest. And that's going to be a wide. Amy Clark signals that one in a beautiful purple jacket.
The India women, Pakistan women game is also here at Edgbaston.
That's a big game for you, isn't it?
Well, it's
looking forward to that.
Big game.
Yeah.
It's a rivalry, as everybody knows. India's in great form, though. The ODI world champions. It'll be good to watch them play here at Edgbaston as well.
Yeah. Monaghan in again, right arm over, bit of pace to Sun Kumar. Oh, she's clean bowled. Is she clean bowled? Did it hit the stumps?
It did. It looked like she dragged it onto the stumps. Yep. Inside head onto the stumps is what.
I think it didn't go. I think did it hit and not fall? It wasn't a no ball, was it? No. I think it hit the stumps. Did it?
Oh.
Did it hit the stump? There's a free hit. It's a free hit. Silly.
Did we miss a
we
no
missed
ball
a free
then?
hit. Look, we were too busy talking about the World Cup. That was the problem.
We missed the no ball.
No.
I was wondering why she wasn't walking back to the pavilion.
we're getting carried away, Samara. That's what it is. It's a bit of sunshine. We're touched, aren't we?
We're too busy promoting the Women's World Cup.
Yeah. Monaghan into Sun Kumar. Plays that straight to the sort of deep gully fielder, Tilly Courtine-Coleman. Has Courtine-Coleman got her entire name on the back? Because it must be very small lettering. It must be very small lettering. Unless it says C. Coleman or something like that. She's got her back to us, that's why I'm sort of distracted by that. Alice Monaghan. Coming in from the Birmingham end. Sun Kumar tapping her bat. Little edge. We're going to get 4 for that. We are. 4 runs for that. Little nice leg glance to finish the over there from Amu Sun Kumar, who's edging towards her 50. She's at 46 for the moment. George is on 33, and Warwickshire are also approaching the 3 figures milestone. They are 91 for 1 of 15 overs, and they need 200 and looks like 299 to win. So lots more runs to get here. There are gaps. There is a short boundary, and Danny White-Hodge certainly showed Warwickshire how to score runs on this pitch. We've got sunshine, we've got shadows, bit of sunshine. Katie George prepares to face Alice Capsey. Right arm, bit of spin. Katie George rocks back. Ooh, testing out Monaghan's arm, and that she's not a good person to try, as Davina Perrin found out to her peril earlier. Single taken, 92 for 1. Sun Kumar on strike. She could get that 50 with one decent blow here. It's going to be defended down instead, and there is no run.
Yeah, in answer to your Surrey Kumar questions, I think it hit her on like the pad or something, boulder, but it was a free hit. So there was a lot going on there.
There's a lot.
I get free hit.
We were too busy talking about the.
I get free hitted about once a season.
Yeah.
Somebody.
I've been DLS before now as well. That's played forwards, but straight to the fielder, Alice Davison-Richards.
Oh, we all get DLS'd all the time. No one understands that. Bonus points as well.
I won't even dob in whoever I was with, but we were like, hang on a minute, what isn't that? Oh, yeah, it's over.
You've just reminded me I need to calculate how we do the bonus points again as well.
Oh, is it 40? It's usually 40 overs, isn't it? Big swipe and a miss from Sun Kumar. Let's hope her concentration is staying with her.
Well,
Capsy trying to bamboozle her with a bit of spin.
If Warwickshire chase this in 40 overs, I will eat your hat.
You see? Mike's going to eat my hat.
I think they might do it. I think you've offered to eat your hat if they do it in 50, but if they do it in 40, I'll eat your hat.
You're not giving much away there, are you? As Capsy comes in again. Sun Kumar swipes across it. Are they going to get a leg by or something here? What are we going to? Oh, must have got some bat on it. Paul Baldwin says it was bat, so that's good enough for me.
I hope I'm on safe ground with that, but we'll see.
You can never tell with the Warwickshire. They really are very mercurial with their batting. That's the best way to put it. Capsey comes in again to Katie George. Comes forward, plays that through the gap at mid-wicket.
There's mercurial and there's defying physics.
Well, yes, they do a bit of that as well. They all try, usually. They all get a go.
Even with that not quite 50-yard boundary, I think they'll
yes.
struggle.
It's thin boundary.
Because we were talking last time about the boundary on the other side, and I would say it's double plus a bit, so I'd say it's 60, 65 yards on this side.
If you look at the 25 yards,
which I still don't think is the bigger. I think we see bigger boundaries over the course of the season in women's cricket.
Yeah, we will do.
I think even certainly you would at Old Trafford. I think Southport, you probably sometimes get a bigger boundary than that if you're in the middle of the square, which you generally are, because obviously they only host so many professional games in a season. Although I'm sure most of their club side are probably paid as well in this day and age in the Liverpool comp. It's definitely bigger than Harborne. Have you ever played there? Ever been to Harborne?
I haven't been to the cricket, no.
That's where I played my cricket round here. It's very short, straight.
My mum played netball for Harborne.
Oh, nice.
Tilly Coleman from the Birmingham end. Left arm spin around the wicket. Katie George tries to have a little go at that and then looks accusingly at Amy Clark, and Amy Clark extends her arms for the wide that Katie George was hoping for.
I'll tell you the confusing thing about the dimensions of Harborne in a minute.
Okay. Katie George rocks back and edges it, but past the keeper. It's coming down towards the boundary below us, and it makes the boundary. 4 runs to Katie George off the bowling of Tilly Coleman.
If you play in their Birmingham League side, it's very short, straight on the main square.
Okay.
But if you play in their Worcester League side, it's very short on the side. It's very long, straight. So
depending on your batting style,
if you're like me and not very good and bouncing between the two leagues continually, it can get quite annoying because you're you're used to getting boundaries for going square, and then you can't get a boundary going square because it's massive, but it's really short, straight.
Oh, Katie George does a reversey thing into the gap. There is a fielder there who's going to cut that off. Dunkley's going to cut that off on the rope. They get back for 2.
And then when you inevitably get dropped again, and you've just about got used to playing straight again, you get nothing for it because you're back in the Worcester League, and it's really.
It is interesting how the grounds are very different, isn't it?
I was hearing a really fascinating conversation about cricket in Japan, actually, which I'll come to after this delivery.
George to face. Just nurdles it to short third, and there is no run.
I will credit my colleagues who do the Stumped podcast at the BBC. They interviewed a guy from Japan cricket because their under-19s have done very well at a tournament.
Okay, reversing again, but out. LBW. That's what reversing when you've got gaps does for you, I'm afraid, Katie. What Katie did next was get LBW out. George goes for 41. And if I can get some right.
You can understand that from George in the sense that the rate is up at 8.6 at the moment, something like that. It'll probably have slightly adjusted with the wicket now. We'll see it once the replay screens have gone. And ultimately they do need to get on with it, even though she's going at 1 a ball. Because I was sort of looking at that, well, you're 41 of 35, you don't need to do that. And then you look at the run rate and it's above 8.5, and you're thinking, well, actually, you probably do need to do things like that. And they're in a phase where they were 1 down. As long as they're not 3 down by 20, they can probably, They were in a period there, I think, between 15 and 20 where they could have a little push and see if they could just reduce that run rate for a bit. Now these two need to settle again, keep it going at 1 a ball, and then if they're, say, 2 down at 25, they can have another little stab at it up towards 30 and try and kick things on.
Because what I want as a fan from Katie George is to get to your 50 and then think about funky.
But it's probably one of those days where you need everybody to score 40 off 30 something, and then somebody get 40 off 20, and that's probably how you chase 390. So I can kind of, I'm more forgiving of, if she was doing that on a day where it was a 250 par
or the
day.
first ball and all that kind of thing. Where
Yeah, or if she, even if she'd done that, if she'd been going up, say, I'd be more annoyed if she's next game 35 of 35, but actually the par score's 270 and she does something like that.
So we've got Caris Pavley come to the crease. She's left-handed, first of the Warwickshire left-handers. In fact, she may be the only one today. That's straight back to the bowler, and there is no run.
It does feel like everyone's just one place high today in the Warwickshire order as well, I think, because they're waiting for Edgbaston. Or they're not waiting for the plane, but...
Yeah. And that's played down the leg side, but they're not going to get a run for it because it was not far enough away from the crease. So that's the end of the 17th over. Warwickshire 101 for 2. Pavley just to the crease. Surrey Kumar on 47. Hopefully eyeing up that 50 that I talked about. And they still need a lot.
The great thing about the match centre at warwickshire.com is you can see as well the scorecard down the left, as well as watching the Manhattan, which has just come up on your screen at home. So if you are watching on YouTube, it might be worth flicking over because you can see after this ball.
Capsy to Surrey Kumar puts that in the air, but I think it's into a gap. I hope it's into a gap. Oh, Alice Davis and Richards had a little go at it. Couldn't quite get her hands around it. So it was safe in the end, and they get through 4-2 actually. Rapid 2 there.
I actually think Davidson Richards will be really disappointed she didn't catch that. She did all the work, she got there, and I think in this era of professional county cricket she'd expect to snaffle. It was over the shoulder, it was going back, it was difficult.
She got some fingernails to it, I think. Surrey Kumar surprises that into the leg side. She knew quite what was going on there, but they got a single nevertheless. She moves to 49. Or is that the 50? The scoreboard behind it is indeed 50 runs to Amu Surrey Kumar. So we've been talking her up. This is great. Now she is going to have to anchor this, I think.
If it wasn't 50, it was a very premature celebration. I'm glad the scoreboard is slightly behind.
Over, slightly behind. So yes, 50. So 50 comes in 58 balls.
It's all these things, isn't it, of a new season? You kind of have to get used to what pace the scoreboard's going to change at this season.
Yes, it's a sort of
where I didn't realise the partnership thing was at the bottom, which obviously I've known from previous seasons, but I didn't realise.
Got to refamiliarise yourself.
It's at 3 at the minute.
Capsy coming around the wicket to Caris Pavley. It plays that to point, in fact, so efficiently that they won't get a run from it.
And I've obviously commentated here lots. I know it's there, but it just takes you a bit of time, the first game back, to remember where everything, that the runs required's at the bottom there at 266 in the sunlight at the moment. Yeah, 266.
Pull out from, and a giggle from Alice Capsy. It's amused Paul Baldwin on as well.
Anyway, I was telling you what's so great about the match centre. One of the things that's great is it tells you that
tell me the Japan thing at the end.
And the Japan thing. The Amu Surrey Kumar 50
played into the leg side. I think they're going to cut that off. They are just the one then. Yeah, Amu Surrey Kumar.
Her 50 came off 58 balls with 10 fours. It tells you that on the match centre. It also tells you that the wickets lost today. Davina Perrin run out for 8, Monaghan, and Katie George LBW to Tilly Courtine Coleman for 41.
You see. Little knowledge is a dangerous thing, though. But you should.
You should get to the match centre, so that you have that little knowledge to use as you see fit.
And your replays and things as that goes down the leg side for Wade. Another run.
And yes, we'll do the Japan thing between overs. I started that.
Capsy's too fast.
It's a good job you're here, really. I'd have forgot completely about that. I told half a story.
There are people at home like holding their breath, waiting for the end of the
not.
Japan story. You never know. That's played straight to Alice Monaghan, who, as we established, is good at run-outs last season and this season.
Yeah, she direct hit it when she probably didn't need to, actually, to get Perrin out. But she dead-eyed it, didn't she?
Did it anyway. Capsy. Oh, in the air again, but in a gap. I think it's going to be 4 runs. It is 4 runs. 4 more runs to Surrey Kumar. Come on, Amu Surrey Kumar. She's taken this on. Nice full throttle drive down the ground for 4. So that's the end of another over. 18 overs gone. Warwickshire 110 for 2. Pavely on 1. Sun Kumar on 54. And they need a lot more to get to them.
And I will signpost you in the direction of the Stump Podcast, where they were saying, we were talking about ground dimensions and different club grounds around Birmingham and things like that being funny shapes. Apparently in Japan it's a real issue because obviously Japan is a small country where land is very, very valuable, and cities like Tokyo are very built up, and not a lot of land goes to waste. So they were saying they have some cricket grounds with fairly short boundaries and one of their challenges is finding enough green grass to make it worth them building a proper one with grass wickets and everything.
That's it. Caris Pavely keeps that one out from Tilly-Courtine Coleman, who's coming over the wickets to Caris Pavely, but there is no run. So
it was a very interesting chat about how the dynamics of a country that's maybe not a traditional cricket country affect.
Well, particularly if land is at a premium. Is that clean bowled? Is it clean bowled? I think it is. That's Pavely, clean bowled by Tilly-Courtine Coleman for a 1, I'm afraid, of 6 balls that she's faced.
And this is where the 390 really comes into its own, isn't it?
Pressure is mounting.
1 off 6. She was trying to get herself in, couldn't do so, and this is what will build the pressure on Warwickshire very, very quickly indeed. But no, it's as I say, it's very, very interesting how the sort of the dynamics of the country and the economics of the country affect how you almost import a game, if you like, that is developing in Japan and that they're clearly doing very well at under 19 level. It was really, really interesting. They've just started the reason for the interviews, they've just started a Japan Premier League over there. So hopefully that'll be coupled with a women's competition soon.
Let's hope so.
I'd like to go to Japan and do a bit of commentary.
We'll do some commentary there,
Be
won't
good, wouldn't it? Yeah. Be good.
And we want a women's competition at the SAT20 as well. We want to see a women's. It feels a bit like the early days of the IPL. Oh yes, we're going to have a women's competition. Oh yes, we're going to have a women's. It'll be soon. It'll be next year. And then we finally get the Women's Premier League. Let's hope the SA20 women's version will be soon.
Well, they've already got now the Women's Premier League, which is sort of the sister to the IPL, if you like. You've got the Women's Big Bash League, which is sort of the sister to the BBL, and obviously the 100 has had men's and women's right from the start, and we hope that continues with the franchises coming in, because obviously it was quite a controversial subject that almost a little portion of the English summer in August has been sort of effectively sold off to IPL owners now and other big business owners, but let's hope the gender equality values that the 100 was founded upon and that it was sold to many cricket fans on are maintained through.
Let's hope so, but I fear that they will use business. That's straight through. There is no run. I fear that they'll the old for economic commercial reasons ... which we've heard over and over the years, unfortunately.
Would they clearly the IPL owners after this ball?
That's played 2 point, but there is no run.
They clearly want to compete with the NFL, the NBA, the Premier League, the big global sports leagues that bring in even more money than the IPL does at this point. You can go onto YouTube, in fact.
That's defended down. There's no run.
And you can find plenty of videos that are sort of ranking the IPL in various ways against those big leagues, the Premier League, the NFL, the NBA, and some even claiming that on a per game basis.
Is it bowled, stumped? It's out anyway. Chloe Brewer is out without scoring.
I think that's just flicked the off bail on the way through, but I could be wrong.
Possibly, and we're going to find out in a moment.
I didn't see Square Leg's finger go up, which is why I don't think it was stumped.
I think
and it looks to me as if the bail has gone backwards. So
sneaked one round. That was very sneaky. I'm going to see
so it just turned enough. We're watching the replay. You've probably just seen.
Oh, sort of go through it, and
then
just about makes
it's
it to
really
the
unlucky, isn't it?
It's bold, but it's clean bowl seems like a bit of a strong phrase.
Well, it wasn't clean bowled.
It was straight through and then rolled on. Rolled onto the stumps and then off.
It was the opposite of clean bowled because she hit the ball, played a perfectly good defensive stroke, and it rolled back off the defensive stroke and onto her stumps. It's very, very unlucky. It's the complete opposite of clean bowled, isn't it?
Yeah, dirty bowled. So on your point about franchises and things, I think the interesting dynamic with the 100, well, there are lots of interesting dynamics with the 100, but there are some American owners who have bought some of these franchises. I'm thinking because
again, that feeds into the NFL, NBA
the Edgbaston thing that is bought by the Knights Head Group, who own Birmingham City. So there's American influences there, and the American the American people, well, not the American investors in the teams that they have bought into, are buying into it because it's a family event, because they recognise that the men's cricket market is, one could say, saturated, but let's say small amount of growth potential. But the family market is a massive. So that's where the commercial is, well, frankly, rubbish, because the potential for a family competition, particularly women's sports, is where the American owners are, knowing that they're going to make their money. As Gregory comes in to Surrey Kumar, who lofts that beautifully, 1 bounce 4. What a shot from Surrey Kumar. The shot of a player who is hopefully getting her eye, and I don't want to curse this.
But that said, I think at least half the franchises, if not more, are
they
owned by
are. It's only a couple of
so
American.
I think they're going to have the.
That's why I'm saying it's an interesting
the big
tension
stake.
within that.
And just to go back to the point of, as I say, if you look on YouTube, there are videos there which are ranking on a per game basis and saying, well, actually, because the IPL plays in a 6-week period, so there's less games in terms of the value it creates in terms of what it makes money wise.
Yeah, there's no run.
Rather than the social values and all that kind of thing. You could argue that the IPL is only second to the NFL on terms of the amount of money it makes. So clearly they want to expand that season to match the NFL, which makes that amount of money per game over a much longer season, and that's what they're trying to do. So it's a bit of a false comparison in some ways, you could argue.
And that swept backwards of square, there is a fielder there who's going to tidy that up. They think about it a second and then think against it.
However, it would really surprise me if that's not the aim, to look for more places you can expand your IPL, be it through owning different leagues or be it having an IPL that runs for a longer period in the cricket calendar and maybe almost becomes like a travelling league that goes around the world, because they clearly want to compete with NBA, NFL, all those sorts of leagues.
That's played forwards of square. Oh, there's going to be a run out. There's going to be a run out. Yeah, that's a run out. They really didn't need to do that. I'm sorry, but they didn't need to do that. Nat Wraith, that was a risk too far. And Surrey Kumar is fast, but that is just madness, because there was a fielder there, close in, even without seeing the replay. That's just silly, I'm afraid. That's about the best way to say that. So Warwickshire lose their best batter so far, Surrey Kumar, in a mad run out with Nat Wraith, and they find themselves 115 for 5.
I was going to say there that I don't understand why, after Surrey Kumar sent Perrin back correctly, she didn't send Wraith back there. But actually it was her own fault, because if you look at that replay that people will have just seen on their screen, she started running. It was almost as if she called it herself
and then
stopped.
Yeah.
I think Wraith, as soon as it was called, Wraith was running, and Surrey Kumar went halfway, stopped when she realised it was going to be tight, and that hesitation meant she had absolutely no chance. She may not have got there anyway. I think it was a poor run all round, but it was almost as if Surrey Kumar had called that one herself. She certainly agreed with it at the point it was called, and so then why she stopped and changed her mind in the middle, I mean, because I was thinking there, well, Wraith's just come to the wicket, surely you need to sacrifice Wraith for Surrey Kumar here. But actually I think that was Surrey Kumar's own fault. The running between the wickets has not been good today, unfortunately. That's 2 run-outs out of the 5 wickets now.
Yeah, 5 wickets. Arlott to the crease. Danny Gregory bowling over the wicket to Arlott. And that's played sort of defensively to point if that's possible, and there is no run. Well, Samara was talking about fast bowlers who can bat. Let's hope that Emily Arlott is in the mood that she was in when she scored that century last season in the Metro Bank, as Gregory comes in again. Played down straight to Alice Monaghan, and there is no run.
And the other frustration about the run-outs is it's the two openers, one of whom was set and one of whom is clearly Warwickshire's most talented players. And we were talking about if Warwickshire are going to compete this season and if they're not going to be sucked into what we think will be the Yorkshires, the Essex, the Somersets, they're going to have to establish a base in the innings. And it, for the vast majority of this innings, it's felt like they've been going about it in a sensible way, and then all of a sudden they'll do something really not sensible. Katie George's reverse sweep, the 2 run out. You've got to be. It's professional cricket now. You've got to be better than that.
Yeah, I mean, first game of the season is not enough of a card to play for all of these.
Of course,
it's not enough of a card to play for all these sort of. I don't know, rush of blood to the head, however you want to describe it. But Telly Courting Coleman is to continue, and I'm going to have a little rest.
So I'll take this first ball, which is prodded into the offside by Nat Wraith, and a single is taken. 116 for 5, as we welcome back to the commentary position Samara Afzal.
Hello, Mike. Yep, disappointing that run out with Amusu and Kumar, and you're exactly right. I don't see why she didn't just say no straight off, because it was never going to be a run.
They both misjudged it, didn't they? And they both went for, it wasn't that Wraith called it and Surrey Kumar was unsure from the off. Surrey Kumar went for it too.
Arlott on strike. She lets that go past to the wicket-keeper. This is good bowling by Tilly Courting Coleman, who's taken 3 wickets now, just 20 runs in her 6.2 overs so far.
And we're not in the middle, but from this distance it looked.
Arlott again just defends that off the back foot. It's misfielded there, and they run through for a single. Fielder there at mid cover, just getting on top of that, but ball going underneath.
It looked from our distance as if actually Surrey Kumar could have even called it and then stopped.
Yep, absolutely. Dot ball there. But it was never, it was
just bad cricket all round.
Neither
of them should have, whoever called it, they shouldn't have. And if they did call it, the other one should have sent them back. But, I mean, Claire's right. You shouldn't be judging teams on one performance, but they are going to need.
Back foot cut there. No run.
They're going to need more of a platform, aren't they, just to finish that point this season if they're going to compete.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you mentioned, at that run out, should they have sacrificed so that Amusu and Kumar, who was the inform, continued? Quick single there, taken. 1 run added to the score. But yeah, Warwickshire just haven't looked their best today. There were a few too many no balls and wides while they were bowling, a few misfields. I know in the batting there's been some bad decisions as well, and I understand there's scorecard pressure when you're chasing 390. It's never going to be easy, but things like run-outs are in your control. And
the thing was, you're saying, and that was my first instinct, why did they not sacrifice the new batter rather than the informed batter? But it was that bad a call, they didn't even have the choice. It was like Surrey Kumar was stopping because that all of a sudden burst into her head, oh, I need to stop because whoever's going that end's not going to make it. But it was that bad a call that they didn't even have that option. It was poor.
Change of bowling, Danny Gregory now in to Wraith, who just plays that to point for no run.
But as we say, it's first game of the season, and hopefully they will perform better than they are today. But it's just obviously we saw it last season as well, where they just weren't establishing the base. That's what Warwickshire need this year.
Danny Gregory in again and driven nicely to the fielder there at deep cover for 1 run. As a Warwickshire supporter, not great for Warwickshire, but on the other hand, at least I don't have to see either of you or Claire eating your hats now.
Well, that's true. That would have been quite the sight, wouldn't it, if I'd had to eat Claire's hat and they chased him 40 overs. They might still do it, you never know.
Never say never. Danny Gregory into Arlott, goes on the back foot and hits it straight to that fielder short cover for no run.
I mean, I don't think they'll do it in 40, I never did, but Emily Arlott can play expansive innings. She got 130 last year. She scores her runs quickly. It's going to take something like that, though, from here. She's going to need to maybe beat that and get 150.
Arlott on strike, who just plays it onto the onside for no run. Yeah, 271 is what they need off, 28.2 overs. Miracles can happen.
They can. And the great thing about cricket is they sometimes do.
Absolutely. Arlott facing Danny Gregory, just onto the back foot. Just got a bit high. Defended it out. No run. I think too many dot balls is my issue at the moment. I think they need to try and
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Rotating the strikes. And that's probably what they're trying when they're trying to scamper those singles. It's probably due to the pressure they've put on themselves through the dot balls.
Gregory into Arlott. Again, back foot drive. Run away for a single as that's collected by Paige Schofield at mid-on. That's the end of the over. Danny Gregory, 2 overs, no wickets for 8 runs.
The voice of Samara Afzal, who is bringing you the ball-by-ball commentary at the moment, former Warwickshire cricketer. We also have Claire Jenkins, another former county cricketer. So we are in a good position in terms of our commentary team, but I suppose it's the fact you've represented this county that can make it so frustrating when they make decisions as they have at times here. Another 270 required, 120 for 5 is the Warwickshire score.
Tilly Courting-Coleman, she's going to continue bowling and driven by Arlott into that cover region for 1 run. Yeah, it's frustrating, I think, naturally, having played for Warwickshire, being Brommy, you do support Warwickshire. Now my little one, she's in the under 11 setup, so yeah, you do automatically want Warwickshire to do well. Wraith on strike now. On the back foot, she cuts it in the air, but it's going to go past the fielder there in covers, and there's a misfield on the boundary, which means they'll come back for the second run.
There's a bit of matting there that seemed to do for Sophia Dunkley that's been put on one of the pitches that's either been used pre-season or's going to be used later in the season, and it just took a nick off that and wrong-footed Dunkley.
Playing a miss, no run there.
I'm sure ground staff all over the place are tearing their hair out saying I'm exaggerating the deviation there, but it did feel like that.
Back foot punch straight to Danny Wyatt there, no run.
Who was magnificent in the first innings of this game.
Knocking on the England selectors' doors again.
Absolutely.
Wraith on strike to Tilly Courting-Coleman. Again, back foot punch, this time just to the right of Danny Wyatt. Means they get through for a single. Tilly Courting-Coleman's bowled beautifully. She's really getting the ball to grip and turn. Defended by Arlott to gully for no run.
Yeah, good stroke as we see that Somerset with 1 wicket to spare in the end, so they made a real meal of chasing 178 against Yorkshire. They chase it at the end of the 46th over, 179 for 9 the Somerset score, so they have chased down 178 for victory against Yorkshire in a low scoring thriller. I think we can use that cliche to describe that game. It certainly, looking at those the analysis of it looked like a low scoring thriller to me. How bad the pitch was or how bad the teams are, we'll find out during the course of this season, I suppose. That's the beauty of it, but we've had a range of scores today.
Danny Gregory continuing to nut Wraith. Hits it to backward point and they managed to get through for a single. Was looking difficult at one point. Score now 125 for 5. Warwickshire chasing a mammoth 390. Emily Arlott now on strike. In comes Danny Gregory. She goes on the back foot and punches it to cover region for no run. 265 more required in just over 26 overs. Huge task ahead. Arlott still on strike, as in comes Danny Gregory. Another defend, straight to cover. No run. Seems like Warwickshire have probably realised that they won't chase it down.
Yeah, it's a long way off at the moment, isn't it?
Arlott on the back foot and hits it hard, goes past the fielder at cover, and they've run through for a single.
All you can really do in this situation is, right, next 10 overs, let's get as many as we can, see where we are. Next 10 overs, as many as we can, see where we are. And then hope that you're in the hunt with 15 to go or something.
Yep, as Danny Gregory comes into Wraith. And that's gone down the leg side past the keeper, and they run through for a couple. They're running back for the second now. And wide given by the umpire.
But chasing what is, I think it's fair to say, the fourth highest total in women's domestic cricket since records began, because I don't think anyone has more up-to-date records than Hypercourse, who gave us that stat. That's why it's so difficult. You have to break the chase down into smaller chunks, and Warwickshire haven't really been able to do it.
Wraith on strike now. It almost looked like the ball hit the bat rather than the bat hit the ball, and went to point for no run.
They did have a decent start, it has to be said, Warwickshire, even though it wasn't quite as quick as the Surrey start to the game.
Arlott and Wraith batting. Wraith on strike now to Danny Gregory. Back foot drive, it goes straight to cover, and they're running through for a single, and it's appealed. That's going to be close. Given not out by the umpire.
I'd say sort of 58 for 1 after 11 overs was probably the best position they found themselves in. They were 46 for 1 after 10, which was an okay power play, but not a great one. I think we're just sort of seeing, though, that Surrey's innings, and it was built on brilliance of Wyatt Hodge, we have to say that, but also Jemima Spence played an excellent supporting role with her innings of 79, and Davidson Richards used her experience to get 57, Wyatt Hodge making 124. We've not really seen any contributions like that, and that's scoreboard pressure, I suppose, in a way, to resort to another cliche there, but it's also, you feel Warwickshire just needed to sort of 10 overs get to there, you know, even if it was 46, okay, can we then beat that in the next 10 overs, and can we get 2 people in at the 20 over mark and then look to really attack for the last 30? And it's just not happened for Warwickshire, unfortunately.
We've got a change of bowling now. Alice Davidson Richards into Wraith, who plays a cut shot up her sleeve, but it'll miss the fielder there. Alice caps it at number 47. It goes past her for a boundary, much needed boundary for Warwickshire. Takes Warwickshire now to 134 for 5. Slight loosener there from Alice Davidson Richards. First ball slightly short and wide. Wraith got on top of that and put it to the boundary at the offside. Alice Davidson Richards runs back in to Wraith again, short, wide, and it goes this time straight to Alice Capsey, and they get through for a single. Sorry, not Alice Capsey, it's Fia Dunkley out there on the offside boundary, number 47.
Yeah, that was a good bit of fielding after she got wrong-footed a couple of overs ago.
Arlott on strike now to Alice Davidson Richards, and she cuts that again. Sophia Dunkley having to make some running, and She manages to pick that cleanly. Again, 1 run added to the total. I think we were looking at the graph earlier on, and if you look at the lines, actually Warwickshire and Surrey, there wasn't that much between them, but it's just that flurry of wickets for Warwickshire, and then that great partnership between Wyatt and...
I mean, that's what Surrey did well, didn't they? They lost 2 in the first 10.
Richards runs in this time to Wraith, who just plays it onto the onside for no run.
And then I think they'd even lost a couple more by the 20 over mark. I'll double check now. But then Davidson, Richards and Wyatt came together and put on 100 together, and all of a sudden they then had the wickets in hand, and they then used those wickets. Whereas Warwickshire just haven't had that partnership, and it has to come now between Wraith and our lot, or the game will be done.
Davidson, Richards running into bowl to Wraith, who just plays a cut shot out to the boundary. Sphere Dunkley picking that ball up. 1 more run added to the total.
Yeah, they were, just to leave you with this, because we'll bring Claire Jenkins in after this ball. At the 20 over mark, Surrey were 117 for 4. So you could argue the wickets column was a bit of a concern at that stage, even though they were going at more or less 1 a ball. But then they had a 100 partnership between their 2 most experienced players, and then used that to attack in the later stages.
Arlott on strike, short, slightly uppish, played to deep cover. Alice Sophia Dunkley picking it up. 1 more run.
And with that, the 25 over mark, I will allow Claire Jenkins to join you for the drinks break.
So at drinks, Warwickshire are 138 for 5 off 25 overs, so they're just midway in their innings. We had a short rain delay, but no overs were lost. And Warwickshire are chasing 390, so Surrey posted 389, which is, we believe, the 4th highest score in a women's 50 over game in England. So it's a big score. And Warwickshire still need 252 to win, only 5 wickets in hand and 25 overs, looking very, very unlikely. But as we were saying, Claire, miracles do happen in cricket.
They certainly do with Warwickshire. You never quite know what to expect. So we shall see. But yes, it's a lot, isn't it? It's a lot to do in a short time. And even if my formula works, they ain't going to get much close to that.
No, and I think
296, they'll be lucky to get to 300.
From Warwickshire's perspective, they'll be disappointed with the 2 run-outs, I think. You know, it's when you get an absolute jaffer of a delivery, it's, you know, it's not as painful, but when you've run out both times through to bad judgment.
Because we were talking about that last time, weren't we, about sometimes it, you know, you want a spectacular, you know, a bit like Danny White-Hodge, you wanted her to be out spectacularly, whereas actually she just plopped it up, didn't she, and then got caught. So, yes. Some dismissals seem more equal than others, don't they? Or more fitting,
yeah,
you say.
Might have been a different game if Davina Perrin had got going. Amu Sirinkama also played a brilliant knock. If she was still in again, Warwickshire would have thought there was still a chance until she plays in.
It was, yeah, it was that the early, you know, Warwickshire get early wickets, and then that partnership, those Danny White-Hodge and Alice Davidson-Richards. Seasoned professionals, both of them, so, you know, they should be doing that sort of role. But talking of seasoned professionals, 2 run-outs is just maddening as a fan, isn't it? That's the thing.
And then a miscalculated sweep shot, which I know you weren't particularly impressed with.
But you know, it is the first game of the season, and they are playing strong opposition.
Arguably, Surrey's probably the best team in the Tier 1.
Yeah, they're certainly probably, they're in the top end of the resources that they can call on. So
probably have the most number of capped England players as well.
Yeah, you made that point earlier. That's a good point. Yeah.
And first game of the season is always difficult as well, getting used to it. And then, of course, it's freezing cold out there as well.
We're trying to find the reasons, aren't we? Struggling with.
I'm trying to defend Warwickshire here.
Yeah, we need to work. We need to defend them. We should start talking about the World Cup again.
Yes, the
It's
World
just
Cup
hoping
starts June, 12th of June,
June.
I believe, the first game. England versus Sri Lanka here at Edgbaston. Tickets are on sale.
Yeah,
Promises to be a good competition.
England versus Sri Lanka. But there's some mouth-watering. I mean, there's always mouth-watering matchups with that. You know, could Scotland prove England a banana skin for England up at Headingley, which is arguably, well, it's the closest venue of the World Cup venues to the Scottish border. So one would hope that there'll be a lot of Scottish supporters there. For Scotland, benefit from the fact that their players are allowed to play domestically without being classed as overseas players in this league. So we've got the Bryce sisters, and we've got Catherine Slater, Abta Maksud. I mean, there's a whole swathe of the Scottish players play domestic cricket here. So
Danny Gregory still bowling. She's going to bowl her 4th over. Emily Arlott on strike. Back foot punch, straight to cover, no run. Yeah, Scotland have developed quite a bit, haven't they, in the last few years with the
benefit of playing domestic cricket in England.
Yes.
The Bryce sisters are amazing. I watched them win a 20-over final on their own.
Arlott again, back foot punch to the boundary in the offside. That's 4 runs and a much needed boundary. Slightly short and wide, and Arlott makes good use of that.
I love to watch Emily Arlott bat. It's a real treat. See a big, tall, fast bowler wield a bat so well.
Yes, talking about fast bowlers who can bat, I do quite like watching them. Emily Arlott again. She defends that for no run.
Yeah, last year, I mean, maybe it's been mentioned a few times, but that 130 she scored when it looked like Warwickshire's cause was lost, but actually won the game for them with that 130. So yes, she is a fast bowler who can bat. They move the field here. Capsey coming out of short square into extra cover to try and shore up that short boundary.
Arlott on strike. Danny Gregory comes into bowl. Arlott just defends that again. It's good bowling from Danny Gregory, not giving anything away. Right on the money.
She's a wily spin bowler, isn't she? It must be really difficult to get away.
Arlott goes on the back foot, just punches it to the onside to mid-wicket and no run. That's one thing I've never been able to do, is actually spin bowling. I don't know why.
I did a bit of off spin, except it does, when you say off spin, it's got to pitch, which it didn't always when I was bowling. Confused the batter there.
Arlott on strike. Plays it straight, punches it past the bowler to long on for 1 run.
Paige Schofield doing the tidying up there down below us.
Yeah, I've always found it difficult, not difficult, but uncomfortable on the fingers, I think. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it's to do with the fact I've got tiny hands. Does that help?
As well, yeah.
Do you think it helps if you've got big hands?
Yeah. I think it's certainly an advantage, isn't it, for spin bowling? Tiny hands, and there's also the kind of pivot on the front leg thing if you can doing it right. Some of that.
That might be my next task for Mike, to find a good spinner who's got small hands.
Small hands.
Just prove this theory of ours that having big hands helps you in spin bowling.
It does help. No, probably not.
Oh, that's hit over the leg side boundary for 6 runs.
Now, where's the 7-foot construction worker that we need? He's missing in action, isn't he? We're going to need another ball.
Emily Arlott picked that up beautifully.
Oh, there he is. Oh, he's spotted again.
Our high-vis West helper is there.
Mr. High-vis, he's off to try and find the ball. He thought he was going to have a quiet day today on that building site. How wrong was he? Oh, the secret suitcase is coming out for Paul Baldwin and Amy Clark to have a little look at.
We've had about 4 changes in balls, haven't we, today?
Good, loads. So the nuclear code is what number again? It feels like it should be handcuffed to somebody bringing it out with a security guard. Much discussion. I like the way that Paul Baldwin is delegating this. He's like, oh, I'm not going all the way over there. Send a player. Yeah, you can go, you can run. Yeah, go off. Let Danny White-Hodge loose with something. I'm going to have a word with the match referee about that. Letting Danny White-Hodge loose with useful stuff.
Going back to your double barrel, lots of players. I just realised there's 3 Alices in the Surrey lineup.
That may be over their quota. That may be that they might be docked points for having too many Alices. Do you think?
Yeah, I think so. From a Warwickshire perspective,
not one Alice band between them. I don't think, which is probably also against the regulations.
Emily Arlott now on 17 of 22 with her.
We need a big score from Emily Arlott.
We do.
The Bears fans.
Alice Davidson-Richards running in to bowl. That's driven nicely, but straight to the fielder at cover for no run.
So Alice Davidson-Richards, last talked about these most valuable player rankings with the Professional Cricketers Association. She was 7th in the overall so she was the 7th most valuable player in the Metro Bank in the whole country last year. And she is very useful, as you say, bat and bowl and field.
She runs into bowl. Ooh. She tried to pull that and she's been hit on the thigh region.
Or something.
Yes.
Somewhere
painful.
It's going to be painful.
She's kneeling on the floor. Hopefully she hasn't got a big bruise. Probably notice that tomorrow morning when she wakes up.
Yep.
Slightly on the leg side, try to pull it and hit on the thigh. Davidson-Richards running in to Emily Arlott. This time again, tries to play that same shot, and again, I think it hit.
Can't get it away, can she?
Can't get it away, no. But this time,
we've got a close finish down at Southampton. Hampshire need 15 off 12 balls, with 6 wickets remaining against Essex, who set 265 for 8, and Hampshire women are 251 for 4. 2 overs to go.
Get that, wouldn't they?
It's going to be a close finish. Let's have a quick look. Who's batting? Freya Kemp and Naomi Ditani, who is the captain this season of Hampshire, which caused a little surprise on social media, but good on Naomi Ditani, another useful all-rounder.
Arlott on strike. Davidson-Richards running in to bowl short, and she's cut it to the offside fielder at the boundary. Sophia Dunkley picks it up. 1 run added to the total to take Warwickshire to 150 now.
Oh, well, so through a milestone.
Yep, another milestone.
Meanwhile, at Chesterley Street, where Polly Stark is looking after you, Durham need 169 off 16.5 overs with 3 wickets remaining.
Alice Davidson-Richards running in. A nice drive, but straight to cover. No run. That's the end of the over. 27 overs gone now. 240 to get in 23 overs. That's nearly 10 and over, just over 10 and over. I can't imagine that happening with 5 wickets, but you never know.
Hats will be eaten, that's what I'm saying.
Mike can't because he predicted 40 overs, so that would mean
yeah.
240.
He's got away without hitting my bat and my hat, has he?
He has.
No, my hat's still in contention because he said 40 overs. We've still got some overs left yet.
That would mean getting 240 in the next 13.
The hat's pretty safe, isn't it? Let's face it.
Danny Gregory into Emily Arlott, who just defends it onto the onside. Mid-wicket for no run.
So if you missed it earlier, the close game down at Taunton, where Charlie Taylor was looking after you, Somerset won by 1 wicket.
Gregory into Arlott again, who makes room, and she punches it hard, but only to find the fielder there at cover. No run.
Danny White-Hodge scrubbling about the floor.
Arlott is looking to try and get some quick runs, realising the game is slipping away very quickly. One would argue has slipped away. Danny Gregory into Arlott again, who just plays a leg side flick, and it's running away to the leg side boundary. Will it reach? Yes, it does. 4 runs to Emily Arlott.
You have to say Warwickshire never give up. They always seem to be able to pull on some resources of hope that often fans have given up.
Yeah, they have got a good fighting
If they
spirit.
can, they won't give in.
And they can all bat, which is nice as well.
Because they do.
Danny Gregory into Emily Arlott, who again goes short. And she cuts it over cover, and it's raced away for another boundary. 8 runs coming off 2 balls.
It looked risky for a minute, didn't it? Because there was 3 fielders coming together at that.
It did. She managed to get it over all 3 heads. She just rocked back and then cut it over cover. She's clearly still trying to win this game. Danny into bowl to Arlott again, who defends it. Collected by the mid-off fielder.
In the Central Sparks days, they had Arlott, Anderson, Potts, Wong. They had all those fast bowlers, and they were. I think they made a real effort to get them to drive down the ground and get their batting up to speed.
Gregory to Arlott, and she just defends that onto the leg side for no run.
And Emily Arlott certainly took that to a different level in terms of her batting ability, which is great. And it's put her in England's spot as well.
Yeah, it's interesting how the game's developed. It's all about technique, and I think very much geared test match one-day style. But now, even at a young age, coaches are teaching actually to hit the ball hard, make full use of those arms, extend them, hit over the head of the bowler.
And the fitness and conditioning is, it's unrecognisable from even a few years ago, isn't it? In terms of their all-round ability and,
Yeah, it's great to see. I mean, now they have, even from under 10 level, there's a strength and conditioning session, there's nutrition sessions, something which was completely alien to us back then. So it's a great time to be a cricketer as well, with all the facilities and the resources available. And you have to applaud the counties and the ECB for putting all this in place. Davis Richardson, and it's cut past the gully region, and it's running away to the boundary for 4. This time a boundary for Wraith, taking a score to 18.
Yeah, talking about strength and conditioning, because it's interesting to get your opinion from the GP point of view, because a lot of the statistics are based on male physiology. So we know that female physiology is different, and we know that menstrual cycle, etc., will have an impact on fitness and loads, etc., and that seems to be getting better now, but there's still a long way to go, isn't there, to understand why we're having footballers having so many ACL injuries. We're having fast bowler problems across the world. Every country's having problems keeping its fast bowlers fit, etc.
Davidson Richards into Wraith, and that's gone and dropped. It was hit straight into the air to gully, and that has been dropped by Tilly Caldine Coleman. That would have been 6 wickets down.
I think, to be fair to her, I think it sort of bounced in front of her. I think she wasn't quite sure whether to dive forwards or stop it, because she knew that Nat Wraith had got that for the last ball with an edge. But you're right, it was a chance.
Yeah, going back to what you were saying. So yeah, I think there is a lot more research now that's been done into women's physiology and their impact, especially, as you said, as play and a miss there, no run. Particularly we know, for example, that when women are around their menstrual cycle, due to certain hormonal changes, there are more at risk of injury. And it's good now to see that in the professional structure, even in the junior county pathway, there is education. There are lectures given about menstruation, how to play whilst you're undergoing, as Rath hits that in the air, but it's just wide of that.
It's understanding each athlete's going to be different as well. Some could take more at various points in their cycle, some can take less. But understanding those and understanding the impact for the player, the individual player.
Yeah, and I think this is where I think, hats off to the English county setup. There is a lot more education around it. I gave a lecture not so long ago in Pakistan actually, and some of them were the international players. All on strike, and she just flicks it onto the leg side for one run. And some of these were professional players having played for Pakistan, and I gave a lecture on sports and the impact of menstruation, the impact and its impact on mental health. And a lot of them to this day didn't know about treatments available and how to, for example, manage your period when you're playing. Nutrition, they didn't have a nutritionist. And when you see the county age groups here from a young age having access to all that, it's great. Defence there from Wraith, no run. But I think, so when you do compare across different countries, you realise actually players are quite lucky here. The youngsters now, they've got good resources, they've got people to guide them, give them lectures, understand that actually women and men, they don't have the same physiology, so you have to treat them differently. You have to give them tailor-made plans, be it for strength and conditioning, nutrition. So and again, you'll have one very, very bulky muscular player, you might have one very slim player. You can't give them the same plan and expect them to do the same level of fitness. So an understanding of tailoring that to their cricket, to what they play as. I think it is good to see that we have come far. I think there's still work to do, but we have come a long way. Emily Arlott on strike. Alice Capsey now into bowl, and it's shortly wide. She's hit it over cover, and it's gone for 4 runs.
It is those recognising the differences, because I was watching a podcast that they got Emma Hayes, the USA women's football coach, a successful Chelsea women's football coach, but she was making the point that the women deserve to have the kind of, those resources that are tailor-made specifically to them, like all the stuff that you just talked about.
Alice Capsey around the wicket this time, and Arlott hits it, drives it back to her.
Yeah, in a high-performance setting, you need to be understanding, not just assuming that it's. She talked about cut and paste from men's sport into women's sport. It doesn't translate like that.
Arlott on strike to Capsey, slightly short, and she's pulled it but straight to the fielder there at short fine leg for no run.
Danny Gregory in the sun there.
Capsey's into her 5th over.
Oh, we've got one of the 25-yard discs. It's that loose one. The wind has taken it from its 25-yard point, and Amy Clark's got to go and replace it. Could do with a bit of super glue or something out there, can't we? It's amazing that it's that windy that it could lift one of those discs.
Alice Capsey into Arlott, and she hits it straight over the bowler's head. It's not going to quite reach long off. They've run through for a single. She's just out there trying to play her shots, Emily Arlott, trying to get this run rate a little bit higher. Capsey into Wraith this time, who plays a reverse sweep and goes past the wicket keeper. It's running away towards the boundary, and they've run 2 singles.
They did. It was an interesting shot. It was a sort of attempted reverse, but she managed to get it backward of the wicket keeper. I'm not entirely sure how. as Chatley indicates to one of her bowlers to warm the shoulders up.
Capsey bowling the final delivery of this over to Wraith, who's on strike again, who just plays that down towards backward of square leg for 1 run.
Right, I'm going to leave you in Dr. Samara Afzal's capable hands. I'm going to hand over to Mike Perkins.
Warwickshire now 172 for 5 off 30 overs. They are chasing a mammoth 390. Surrey posted 389 earlier on today. Great innings from Donny Wyatt, and we welcome
Hello,
Mike
Samara.
Back. Hello.
It's not improved massively, has it, since I left you around about 25, but I think my 40 over mark is safe. I don't think they're going to get the 218, is it now? 218 in the next 10 overs, but if they do it in the next 20, it'll be spectacular, wouldn't it? They've got 5 wickets in hand now, so that equation is starting to tilt a little in Warwickshire's favour. Let's see what they can make of these last 20 overs, because either way, it's a long season to come. Warwickshire will be good in the 20 over competition as well. So there's plenty to play for here, even if Maitland-Brown might be eyeing her first Surrey wicket. Bowl short, she could get it here. Well, Nat Wraith is out. She's gone for a pull shot, and she's hit it up in the air. And she could have frankly hit that one anywhere, but she's toe-ended it, and that's just the sort of day that Warwickshire are having. We'll confirm the catcher. I think it's Alice Monaghan, but we will confirm that in just a moment. But dear me, that sort of sums Warwickshire's day up, really, doesn't it? Wraith could have put that absolutely anywhere, and it's not a toe end. In fact, it's high on the bat, and it's just gone up in the air, and it's one of the easiest catches you'll see.
Yeah, a bit of a miss-hit. Was probably hoping to get it more backward of square rather than straight up in the air.
Well, we gave them the big build-up for the last 20 overs. We sold it to you at home, watching on edgbaston.com or via the Warwickshire Cricket YouTube page. But unfortunately, it's not started well. That doesn't mean they won't have a good last 20 overs, but it's not started well. Monaghan has been credited with that catch, as you will have seen on the screen. And Maitland-Brown has her first Surrey wicket, so she will very much have enjoyed that. But forgive us if we are focusing a little bit on the home side's performance, because obviously that is the side we'll be following through this season.
And you've brought us bad luck. Very first ball back in.
No, it's not good, is it? It's not good. Luckily, I don't believe in commentators' curses. They're not real and they can't hurt you. So, fortunately, I won't be taking any of the blame there. But Izzy Wong is in to face Maitland-Brown, and she's back in an orderly defensive fashion. Izzy Wong usually an attacking player, as is Emily Arlott, who's 32 off 30 now. That's quite restrained for Arlott, actually. And I wonder whether Wong will be going, right, I've got 19 overs here. I'm actually going to show what I can do in a more restrained role, or is she just going to try and smash it like she usually does?
I think she's going to try and smash it like she usually
does. She does like smashing it, doesn't she? Right, waits for the ball now. Tries to play a late cut. It wasn't a smash, but it was an attempt to guide the ball past the wicketkeeper, and she nearly got a top edge through to the Surrey captain, Chatley, who will be enjoying her first game in charge, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, I didn't have the best outing with the bat, but her team's done brilliantly. And she's kept quite well, actually. She's a good keeper as well. Very tidy.
You've sort of almost not noticed her, which is sometimes the best thing you can say about a wicketkeeper. As Brown bowls, it's pushed into the leg side, Monaghan's across, picks up, no run. 172 for 6 it remains. In fact, the only thing that's happened in this over in terms of a differentiation from the dot balls is that wicket of Wraith caught by Monaghan off the bowling of Maitland-Brown, who's on her way again, delivers in the sunshine. It's cut away by Izzy Wong. We've been very lucky here today, as that one produces another dot ball that we've only had the one shower, the one delay for 28 minutes. I mean, in fact, it was more or less half an hour on the dot, wasn't it? We lost our full half hour of grace before we lost any overs, but thankfully it means we've still got a full 50 in this match, because Warwickshire are going to need them all if they're going to get that. Needing 12s effectively for the remainder of this game. It's Brown bowls, it's shorter length. Wong tries to stab it away. Well, 11.37 anyway, which will have gone up with that last dot ball of the over. So the fast bowlers union at the crease now. Izzy Wong and Em Arlett having a little chat in the middle. Goes up to 11.47 the rate now, so it's creeping up towards that 12 mark really. And if it was a 20 over game with 10 wickets in hand and a short boundary, you never know, but I think it's going to be a lot. And they've no power play, of course.
Yeah, looking very difficult, and I mean, Hannah Baker can bat a little bit. She's the number 11, so they can bat all the way down.
Here comes Capsey. And it's driven straight back to a no run there. Yeah, the days of the number 11, calling the number 11 a rabbit, are gone, aren't they? They all know which end of the bat to hold these days. But equally, when you're chasing to a ball, it's not easy. As Arlett drives back again, and every dot ball just creeps up towards that to a ball rate. Started the over at 11.47, the rate's now up to 11.58. That's the challenge here as the dots mount. Here comes Capsey again. Tries to deliver her third of the over and does so successfully. Driven to Monaghan at mid-wicket. It's more about what Warwickshire can take from these remaining overs for the rest of the season, really. As Capsey, around the wicket, bowls. Driven back past Capsey this time. Couldn't quite get across the crease to the side where the batter was standing on to stop the ball, and it rolled past her and up to long off. But I would say Davidson Richards, who's starting to look a little tired at this stage of the day, having scored a half century earlier and run around the field, bowled a couple of overs as well. Return the ball there. Wong marks the guard furiously. Be her first ball from Capsey, an England colleague, of course. And Capsey bowls, and Wong drives proficiently down the ground towards Davidson Richards, and it does seem there's an element of determination from Wong here to use these overs. I mean, I'm not ruling out her doing something flamboyant, because she can be a flamboyant character, but at the moment that was a fairly sensible shot. Arlett looks to try and play a sensible shot herself, but Capsey's quickly to it, and like any good bowler, doesn't want to concede a run even when she has 216 left to play for, and it looks as if Warwickshire are going to struggle to get to this. The clock ticking round to 25 past 5 on the scoreboard now beneath the golden weather vane, which is still pointing in a westerly direction. It really is windy out there. I've never seen a 25-yard disc try and escape the field because the wind's so strong, but we saw it rolling there. It's sort of like when it was a bit like when a hubcap comes off on a motorway and you see it rolling across the 3 lanes.
Yeah, we've seen a few caps as well flying off the players' heads.
Here comes Maitland Brown. Bowls, and Wong looks for that cut shot again. Again, trying to glide it down fine past the wicketkeeper, didn't make any connection. I think she might want to put that one away, because she's tried it twice now and it's not worked. Maybe go for a different option.
The weather's looking good now. I think it's the brightest it's been probably all day. Interestingly, those floodlights have been on all day. I think Claire was telling me there's a theory behind keeping them on.
You can see the shadows lengthening, particularly of the crane, and Wong does get a cut away this time. It's going to go wide of Tilly Courtine-Coleman. She returns it on the bounce for the loss of only 1 run, which I think emphasises what we were saying about even the longer side boundary probably isn't the longest we'll see all season. I guess it's difficult to know where to put it when you've got a short one on one side, how long to make the long side. Courtine Coleman will come up in the ring for Arlott. 3 back on the leg side to put her off trying to clear that fence, but she may well go for it anyway. Maitland-Brown bowls. It's driven hard down the ground. Good shot by Arlott. She'll still only get 1 unless they try and run hard. You feel they probably could have run a bit harder and got 2 there, but given the situation of the game and the lengthening shadows in the afternoon, Warwickshire felt just the 1 was enough there. 1-7-6 for 6 the score, with the 2 singles off the last 2 balls. Wong stood with hand on hip. Courtine Coleman staying up at short third, so if Wong can get the cut away again, she'll probably get 4 for it. It's short and wide, and she cuts it, but straight to the field for a deep cover. So having been looking fine the whole time, she goes very, very square there, having got onto it earlier, and only picks up the single as a result. 1-7-7 for 6. Yeah, occasionally the wind sort of blows back in. It almost reverts 180, doesn't it, and starts blowing in a westerly direction, but by and large it's been blowing in an easterly direction, and that's what brought the shower earlier as Maitland-Brown bowls short of length. 6 runs. That's going in the stand. Good shot from Emily Arlott. Don't bowl there to her, I think, would be the summation of that delivery. It was short on Arlott's hip. She stood tall and whisked it away into the stands. 183 for 6. That's more like it from Warwickshire.
That was a lovely shot. It went miles, nearly at the back of the first tier of that spectator stand on the leg side. She picked up the length early, timed it well.
It shows just how short it is there, doesn't it? Just how far these players are clearing the boundary by. And it shows, actually, I was hearing a discussion pre-season on the Cricket Hair podcast about pressure on wickets and there basically not being enough grass at the main venues as Arlott drives this one up to mid-off. No run on that occasion to back a 6 up, and that's another difference between the Wyatt innings that we saw for Surrey earlier and perhaps the Warwickshire innings, is when a 6 got hit by Wyatt, she'd always follow it up with a single, and Arlott just wasn't quite able to do there. But getting back to the point of grass, we are going to, particularly in Warwickshire, we're going to need to find some more grass to play on, because we've got 4-day men's games, we've got 1-day cup games, we've got T20 games and 1-day cup games for both men and women, and T20 games for men and women, plus all the internationals. There's going to be a lot of pressure on that square, and if we're playing so close to the boundaries, players in both men's and women's cricket are going to clear them with ease.
Yeah, absolutely.
Obviously Portland Road we used last year, we've got a fixture there this year. We've also used Moseley in the past, as this one is played away, and there will be 1 run to Maitland-Brown on the boundary in the regional cricket days, when this side was effectively called Central Sparks and it was shared between Worcestershire and Warwickshire. That took a bit of pressure off the pitch, but the ECB making the decision they wanted things to go back to counties, and yeah, it's an interesting dilemma that counties have now, as around the wicket comes Capsey and gets a dot ball as it's pushed towards Monaghan, who trots across a couple of pitches on the square to pick up.
Yeah, the Portland Road ground, which is the second ground, is actually really nice as well. It's a good wicket.
Capsey bowls flicked away into the leg side, and there will be a single on offer, returned with a couple of bounces from the backward square leg boundary. Yeah, it's a nice venue, isn't it? It's just a bit hard to get spectators in. I know we don't have many here today at Edgbaston. There'll be some sat in front of us at the Pavilion end. There are some at the Birmingham end, but not many. But that's probably its one disadvantage, as that one's flicked away fine and away for 4 runs, sort of almost on a 45-degree angle actually. Probably wasn't fine in the end, but a really nice gap found there for Warwickshire again. It's Izzy Wong who flicks it away this time. 189 for 6. Good shot from a player who's predominantly known for a fast bowling, but also likes to try and whack a few with the bat as well.
So 20 years ago, the women's team didn't actually play on this ground. They played at the nursery ground next door, which is now the training ground.
I see. As that one's flicked towards Monaghan. Picks up at mid-wicket. And that would have been fairly small, I think. Is that right?
Very small.
Yeah, it's very small. Yeah. So they do need to just find somewhere a little big. I mean, Moseley's a lovely big club ground, and you do have room there for spectators, but obviously you don't have the facilities necessarily that you have here at Edgbaston. So there's a bit of thinking to do about how to share it out. I'm sure the big brains at Warwickshire will be working on that as another over comes to an end with that dot ball. 189 for 6. It was just cut out into the offside. Arlott 41. That's an encouraging sign. Off 49 balls, looking to back up what was her maiden list A 100 last season, when she made 130 off 141 balls for.
She's showing that she is a all-rounder.
Indeed. Yeah, I'm just reading on the Warwickshire website. Actually, you can find all these things if you're at the match centre. Yeah, Emily Arlott made her maiden list 100, spearheading a stirring Warwickshire fight back as they recovered from 22 for 5 that day to overcome Essex for their first win in last year's one-day cup, as Arlott stands up and defends this one back down the ground to Maitland Brown, who's enjoying her work at the moment, having got her first wicket in the previous over. Yeah, that 130 coming from 141 balls last season. Supported by Chloe Brewer, 44 off 75 that day, and Caris Pavley, 31 from 40. And it was at Chelmsford that Arlott played that innings. Well, she's on 41 at the moment, and she'll have an 9.5 century, and guides that one away through the gap between backward point and short third, both up on the edge of the 25-yard circle, and the ball flies away for 4 along, well, can't fly along the turf really, can it? It bounced away for 4 in the gap. Really good shot from Arlott. She's on to 45. So these are encouraging signs for the season to come. But really, in the context of this game, Warwickshire needed this coming probably in the last 10 overs with a platform of 250 or something on the board if they were going to chase down 390. Here's Maitland Brown. Bowls. Arlott's gone straight, and has she gone straight into the hands of the fielder? No! She's gone over the fielder for 6 runs. It was one of those awkward ones for long on where they had to make a decision. Were they going to catch it or just try and keep it in the rope? And they did neither in the end, and it's 6 runs. 199 for 6, and Arlott has 50. 51 for M. Arlott. Really good sign for Warwickshire. First half century of the season for the Bears. And it comes from the bat of Emily Arlott, who's facing up once more. Defends that into the leg side and will scamper through for a single. And that brings up 200. Sorry, second half century. Beg your pardon, Amo Surankuma, who made the first one earlier in the innings. It's not been a bad innings in some ways. 59 for Surankuma, 41 for Katie George. It's just the fact none of the other batters have really got going, and they've never been up with the rate, as Wong is waiting. But good signs from a fellow fast bowler, M. Arlott, and Wong's looking to follow in the footsteps with a guided stroke away through the offside, sort of leaning onto the back foot but guiding the ball more than cutting it, and it brings up it adds to the score for Warwickshire here. 202 for 6 now. Word on Emily Arlott's half century after this ball, Samara Afzal. Would be curious of your views on it, as Wong stands up and defends back to Maitland Brown. Dot ball to complete the over. 202 for 6.
Yeah, as you said, Mike, I think the partnerships weren't there, and losing those early wickets as well, and losing your main batter run out with Davina Perrin. I think if she'd have stayed on, we know what she's capable of doing. And again, I don't think it was going to be in the starting overs. It was always going to be hard to keep up with the required rate. But as you said, if they'd have built that platform, then anything can happen in the last 20 overs if you've got wickets in hand. But unfortunately, at the moment, they've only got the 4 wickets left, and it's a mammoth target of 390.
Well, if you are just joining us with the last game going, because Durham have been bowled out in 40 overs for 154 against Lancashire, who were the reigning champions, and made 303 for 8 in a game reduced to 48 overs aside. Durham only able to bat 40 of those, all out for 154. As down the ground comes Arlott and hits hard to mid-off. Alice Davidson-Richards there with the thing. I think that victory will end up being one with a bonus point. Hampshire, they have also won by 5 wickets, but it took them until the very last over to chase it down, as this one's pushed into the offside. No run. Arlott slightly cursing herself there, or cursing to the sky, but I think in annoyance at her not being at her own batting, not being able to find the gap there. As in comes Gregory again, that sort of roll of the head that leg spinners sometimes develop, and the ball is pushed down the ground, and that will be just the 1 run. 203 for 6. We'll bring Claire Jenkins in at the end of this over to get her thoughts, and she may well take us through the last 10 overs, because we're going to be by far the last to finish, because Somerset won by a wicket earlier. Took them 46 overs to chase down their total, as that one was worked away for a single to Maitland Brown, who's gone back to the mid-wicket boundary. Warwickshire continue on their merry way, 204 for 6, but with another 186 still required for victory. So yeah, Somerset win by 1 wicket today, chasing down 178. It took them 46 overs to do so, and they only had 1 wicket to spare in the end. So you're all up to date as that forcing shot goes down the ground. And well, Samara, it's looking a difficult task for Warwickshire, but they've got to just keep their spirits up, haven't they, as Danny Gregory bowls. This one's worked into the leg side, and there's a final thought before Claire Jenkins comes in as we get to the end of the over. They've just got to keep their spirit up, haven't they, here, really, Warwickshire?
They do, and I think they need to try and play out the remainder of the 14 overs, use this as practice now, going ahead for the rest of the season, and I'm sure Wong Arlott, the tail, will bat again and will be needed to bat again. So I think if they just see it as maybe practice, if nothing else, and use it to build some sort of innings individually.
Indeed, indeed. We'll hear from Samara again in about 5 overs' time. Let's bring Claire Jenkins back into the commentary position as well. One thing that is helping Warwickshire salvage a bit of pride here from this fixture is the fact that Wong and Arlott, their 2 fast bowlers, have put on 32 runs, and their next target, I guess, Claire Jenkins, is to try and get this partnership up past 50. That'd be another nice little thing to aim for here, wouldn't it?
Yeah, well, you talked before about setting yourself small targets and then going for those, breaking it down.
Davidson-Richards back into the attack and prodded into the offside. I think Wong might feel she almost hit a wide there, first ball.
Yeah, it's probably the better.
She'd left that, she might have got a wide, but there we go. It was right over towards that line. But as we say, Arlott making that maiden list day 100 for Warwickshire last season.
50, and making a case for potentially getting into that T20 World Cup side with her showing she can bat as well as bowl.
Yeah, she sort of, as Davidson-Richards bowls. Oh, Wong's gone for a 6, and she's going to get it. It's in the building site again.
7-foot man.
He's off his chair, and he's running after it. 6 runs to the total's the most important detail. 210 for 6. Wong's stroke was a sort of typical Wong stroke, really. Cleared the front leg a little bit, allowed a swing to extend, and extended it right through the ball, put her hands through it, and as I say, our friend in the high-vis jacket, the hard hat, the big gloves and the big boots, is off fishing through the cement trying to find yet another cricket ball. We saw Wyatt Hodge put 3 in there en route to her century earlier in the day, and Izzy Wong and Emily Arlott have both cleared the rope on the short side of the ground now, with Wong the latest to put it into the building site. That was a good hit.
Yeah, I mean, when Central Sparks are that sort of slightly unusual a tactic of having Wongi open, sort of sending her in the power play basically with the licence to thrill. She was hitting a lot of balls to cow corner, so.
Well, you can see why they tried that. Because presumably she hits balls like that in practice as well, and you can imagine a coach sort of seeing that and thinking, well, it's worth a try.
Yeah, it's worth a go.
17 off 18 now, Wong. But it'd be nice to see her play a proper innings, if you like, in the sense that picking her moments to do that, but also looking to use the overs she had. She came to the crease with the best part, well, with 19.5 overs to play with. So it'd be nice to see her use her brain a bit and use those overs.
Yeah.
The big test will be here. She's hit the six, the adrenaline's going. Yeah. Is she able to back it up with a single with everyone on the leg side boundary, or is she going to go for it again and potentially get out? Here comes Davidson Richards. She's going to bowl. Right arm over the wicket. It's outside the off stump and it's dropped. Well, I don't know if that was necessarily adrenaline or what, but Wong did give a chance. It wasn't necessarily where we were expecting it, because Davidson Richards went outside the off stump. It was a tough one for Courtine Coleman, but I suppose it's the nature of these big prices for 100 players. You expect for 100,000 plus that
tag's going to follow around, isn't it?
That your spinner's going to catch that one, don't you? Really, because you've got to be a complete cricketer to be at that price in the T20 stuff later in the season. As Wong looks to chop that one away, Wyatt Hodge, who's used to that kind of pressure of being a big money player in franchise cricket and occupying a lot of a team's budget, comes in and picks it up right-handed, and she's probably a good player to have next to you, actually. They're one number different in the squad. Courtine Coleman 21, Wyatt Hodge 22.
Years between them,
and there is a few years between them these days, but I think Wyatt Hodge will probably just go to her. Don't worry about it. As Davidson Richards bowls, big swipe from Wong, looking, I think, again to go over the leg side, but it's too far outside off stump. Wyatt Hodge is one of those players who cricket doesn't seem to bother. Is that fair to say? Like, if she drops a catch, she sort of thinks, fine, I'll catch the next one.
So that's the sort of character.
I won't let it ruin my day.
That's the sort of she is.
Yeah.
But she's also
she's no nonsense, and she just doesn't carry each ball's gone, isn't it?
She's the Peter Pan of cricket. I mean, she just never gets older. That's the thing about Danny Wyatt Hodge.
Davidson Richards bowls and pushed into the offside. Another single on offer. It's returned with a bit of gusto and a bounce by Sophia Dunkley, and another single is added to the score. 213 for 6 over on the board on the far side. But some cricketers, they would drop a catch and they'd carry it round with them. I get the impression Wyatt Hodge I don't think she goes to bed at night thinking, I dropped a catch.
Which is actually a great survival mechanism, because if you can move on to the next one, that's a real skill. You were talking about the price tag on Tilly Courtine Coleman, and we were talking about franchise cricket earlier, and it strikes me that some of that is about recognising that, yes, she has potential, and also she's young, and I suspect that the IPL owners will want to, for want of a better way, own someone that they can move to the various franchises around the world.
Flicked away from the first ball of Gregory's over, and that's going to go for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot, actually, from Izzy Wong. Dropped off the previous ball, 6 the ball before that. She gets 4 this time. Beautifully lifted. It wasn't quite a sweep, but in terms of the trajectory of the bat, it was a sweeping-like trajectory that took that one away into the offside. 217 for 6 as Gregory comes in, bowls right on leg spin. Another sweep, a more conventional one this time. Bounces in front of the fielder at backwards square leg and is returned on the bounce for the loss of 1 run. It's Dunkley. Is that out there? I think so. There's not a 67, is there? So it must be 47. Seems to be everywhere, Dunkley, at the moment, but doing some good fielding as Gregory comes in again over the top, and that'll be 4 runs. That was almost dismissive. That was Arlott rather than Wong this time after the single, but it had a little bit of the the dismissiveness that you sometimes see with Izzy Wong, the way she sort of struck that and just watched it sail over the top. Was always a good batter at Worcestershire, wasn't she, Arlott? Sometimes opened, sometimes batted 3 for them, but that was in the era where the talent was maybe a little more spread out amongst the counties because it wasn't professionalised. And in the regional structure, she's mainly been brought in for her bowling, but picks up another single there. Going along nicely is Arlott. She's on to 58, 2-2-3 for 6. There's still plenty to play for here for Warwickshire. And if you just join us from other streams today, I hope you've had a good day's cricket, and I hope you enjoy the remainder of this game, even if it perhaps isn't going to be the close finish we'd like to bring you, given Surrey made 390 earlier. But Warwickshire just looking to set their stall out for the season. Another single there for Wong. Takes her on to 26, 2-2-4 for 6 the score.
I imagine Charlotte Edwards is going to be watching this with some interest as well to see her bowlers batting here. England match conditions at Edgbaston.
Gregory bowls. It's down the leg side. That'll be a wide, which compounds what's been a difficult over for Danny Gregory, and she's not out of it yet. Still got a ball to go. 2-2-5 for 6. The score moves 2 with the wide. Yeah, it's a big price tag for an uncapped player for Courtine Coleman, just to round that off. So she's only 18 years of age, uncapped, and her deal was 105,000 at the Southern Brave. It shows how highly they rate her, as that ball is delivered where Gregory intended, into the pad of the batter this time rather than going down the leg side. That one just gripped and turned back in.
And I think that investment, which was the end of what I was trying to say, was that they will then use her, that franchise will want to use her in their franchise around the world.
Yes, they'll want to take her to their Women's Premier League side.
Is a Mumbai Indian, MI London, MI, they sort of move them round.
Yes, that's generally what they try to do, isn't it? But yeah, it's difficult for an 18-year-old to be valued that highly in many ways. But we've seen why today with her spell of bowling. She was excellent earlier with the ball, opened the bowling as well, that's probably as much pressure for an 18-year-old as being apparently worth £105,000. It's the fact that actually the real pressure is opening the bowling for Surrey against Warwickshire, as that one goes through outside the off stump from Capsey, who's switched ends here, and she may not have have the crowd that she will perhaps have in for some of the 100 games here, but the pressure's still there. There's not many people get to open the bowling for Surrey, and Courtine Coleman got that privilege today and did very well, as Wong misses out a little bit on a full toss there, just swiped it out to the mid-wicket boundary on the floor rather than over the rope as she might have been intending.
Wong and Capsey exchanging a few pleasantries, I think, between the balls.
Were they? That's nice. Arlott's hit another 6 over the top of mid-wicket. There was a valiant attempt on the mid-wicket boundary, but even the allegedly 7-foot construction worker wouldn't have caught that one stood on the boundary, because it was about 14 foot in the air as that sailed over the fence. 6 more to the total, 2-3-2 for 6. So here comes Capsey again. This is difficult. This is the first off spinner we've seen bowling from this end, and this is why. Another 6. The ball's turning towards the short side of the ground, and Arlott's sending it there with gusty blows. 2-3-8 for 6. Arlott on to 70. Could we be about to see another century for Emily Arlott? She's 30 away now. The construction worker's off to look for that one too, because it's cleared the wall.
Again.
I thought that one was going to come back off the wall like the previous one, but it's not quite.
No, you have to get extra points if you can get it in there.
Well, a few of the hits we've seen going there have
really
been
6.
To me, have been worth 12 actually.
Yeah. Well, let's recalculate the score then.
152 now needed for Warwickshire. I mean, another hour of Emily Arlott, and you never know.
No.
She'll at least have 100.
She's not going to give up. That's what I was saying. That's how she got to 130. Because that day that they played that, I was taking my mum shopping or something. I remember looking at the score, thinking, "Oh, that's the end of that." Then I came out of the supermarket, and then 130 later, we've won the game.
Guided away, and that's going to be 4 runs as well for Arlott. As we say, another hour of this, and she'll have 150. Whether that'll be enough for Warwickshire, I don't know, but it'll be worth watching at edgbaston.com or the Warwickshire Cricket YouTube page, wherever you found us. 242 for 6 now, the score. Beautifully guided by Arla, and I think this was a big ask for Capsy. We haven't seen an off-spinner, I don't think, bowl from this end, the Birmingham end, all day, and the reason is we've got a boundary which can be no more than 50 yards. In fact, we think it's a little under 50 yards, and she's turning the ball towards that and trying to bowl outside the off stump now. Does get a dot ball through to finish, so Capsy takes a cap, and I think she'll be going to the captain, Chatley, and saying, I'd rather not bowl from that end again, thank you very much, with the greatest will in the world. 242 for 6, but the chase is 390, so there's another 148 required. We'll have one more over from myself, and then I'll hand you on to the erstwhile Claire Jenkins, and Samara Afzal can pop back in to give you her final thoughts of the day as well. Between overs 40 and 45. So one more over before we get there. Gregory is going to be taken off. Yep. She passes the ball to Davidson Richards, who clearly wanted a change of ends. And Capsy got a bit of tap as a result, because Davidson Richards was bowling from the Birmingham. Basically, everyone wants to bowl from the pavilion end, because you've got the big boundary on the leg side, and Arlott and Izzy Wong aren't going to baseball you over it.
Although Arlott is just shaping a reverse scoop. So.
See, I think reverse scoop would go a bit fine. I don't know. If it was a proper reverse sweep through kind of backward point, you could get that one for 6.
I think that was what she was practicing.
Ah, okay. That would be fun. Anyway, here comes ADR, and she bowls to Izzy Wong, who cuts and is very frustrated with herself, because she knows if she got that in the gap, it was 4.
Get it in the gap.
And she's hit it straight at the fielder. Sophia Dunkley, again, told you she was everywhere.
She is. Hannah Baker was a bit like that the first innings.
She was at backward square leg last over. Now she, 2 overs ago, when we were bowling from this end. Now she's at point everywhere. Well, backward square leg and point anyway. Here comes, or cover point, as ADR bowls. It's baseballed away by Wong, but to the longer side of the ground. Might still go for 4. Does go for 4. It's not even fantastically long on that side. We reckon around 65 yards on the longer side of the ground, and Wong has hit that one baseball style to left field and got 4 runs for it, and brought up.
Monaghan could get to that.
No, it's a valiant diving effort. The 250 is up for Warwickshire, and it was hit strongly by Wong. 31 her score. Oh, has the scoreboard gone quick this time? Oh. You'll have to wait for the 250 then. It's only 246.
Yeah, I think you're a bit.
I assumed it hadn't changed because it hadn't all day. There we go. It's flicked away this time. That'll be 250. There we go. 250's up for Warwickshire, and it's mainly been on the bat of Wong and Arlott. 50 earlier for Surrey Coombe, at 59 to be precise, before she was run out. But it's the 2 bowlers who've had to come together and look to chase down the best part of this total of 390. Their partnership now stands at 78. 78 now, the partnership for these 2, and they're enjoying their work. They're the sort of bowlers who enjoy batting. I think you know the type. I think you've probably met them if you've watched or played cricket for long enough, as this one's guided away behind square on the offside. No run on offer. 4th ball of the 40th over is a dot, much to the relief of Alice Davidson Richards. I don't know if she's particularly enjoying this change of ends. She's been whacked for 4 twice. She may well.
She was 4th in the Alice Davidson was 4th in the bowling averages for the Metro Bank last year.
So very useful, but at the moment struggling, because she bowls a wide down the leg side. 251 for 6 is the result, and that's the averages rather than the economy rates. So sort of that's balls per wicket, is it?
I've got a question for Aaron, because I think Aaron, I've got a feeling
Aaron
that
Vars
ADR
with us today.
ADR lost her rhythm last season. She couldn't bowl because she lost it, like the. Yeah, I
tell you what, I'll bring you this ADR ball, and you sort that one out with Aaron, because he's off mic at the minute.
I was trying to do it as part of the commentary.
And then
they haven't heard it now.
I know, but no one can hear Aaron is the problem as the
No,
ball
but
comes
I
back.
was
It's
gonna
one
relate
run
it.
taken, 2-5-2 for 6. So she lost her rhythm last year.
Yes, she did. I think
We've had the affirmative
despite
from...
the fact that she was 4th in the bowling average rankings.
We've had the nod of the head and the thumbs up from Aaron, who's
He knows
cricket
lots of
journalist in this part of the world and is in the box at the minute as ADR bowls. It's short of length, driven off the back foot to Alice Capsey, and there's no run to finish the over with 2-5-2 for 6. Right, that's me done for now. I will bring in Samara Afzal, and she can give you her thoughts on the next 5 overs, and Claire Jenkins will pick up the ball-by-ball commentary.
So Warwickshire face 138 to win off 10 overs. So it's a tough task, but I will tell you that Emily Arlott and Izzy Wong will believe that they can do this, is all I can tell you, because Warwickshire fans will know that they never give up, do they, Samara?
Yeah, I'm quite impressed with the way Warwickshire's conducted themselves here. I think when they were 6 down, it would have been quite easy just to put their heads down and continue to lose wickets. But no, there's been a really good fighting effort here from Emily Arlott, now Izzy Wong as well, joining her in that. So I think they probably still believe they can do it.
Yeah, I think, and that's from experience of watching Warwickshire and previously Central Sparks over the years. They, as Mike said, these are bowlers who like to bat. So we shall see. Tilly Courtine Coleman, as that's swiped but straight to the point. The cover fielder Alice Capsey, and there is no run.
Emily Arlott might get 100.
Yeah, well,
she might be the second after Danny Wyatt.
We'd like that. Wong slaps that one to long on, and they get through for an easy single. Kind of felt with the effort on that it should have gone for 4, but and it sounded good, just didn't go to the edge. So Arlott eyeing up that short boundary, which they will know. What is Tilly Courtine Coleman thinking here? Emily Arlott plays that past cover. They get through for a single. Rotating and picking off where they can, finding a gap. The impossible will be in their minds. Miracles might be a little beyond them, but we shall see. As Wong faces TCC is going round the wicket. Quite right, you bears, somebody in the crowd shouts. So keep it going now. Keep believing. Dare to was the hashtag, I think, last year. So yes, dare to believe. Wong back, finds a gap, but sort of bends the ball, and that's caught by stopped, I should say, rather, by Alice Monaghan, and they only get the single. They've left them a big gap to tempt them at Cow Corner. Emily Arlott. Where is she going to put this? Well, that's a wide ball. Warwickshire will take the bonus ball. Thank you very much. The run and the extra delivery. Oh, that's fetch that as well. The 7-foot man needs to go and fetch that one, because Emily Arlott's just deposited that for 6 over that Cow Corner. You bears. Yes, so the end of the over, Samara, 41 overs gone, and Warwickshire 262 for 6, and they need another 128, I think that is, to win.
Yeah, it's nice to hear a few more cheers from the crowd.
Yeah, bit of you bears.
I think Emily Arlott now into the 80s, and Izzy Wong quick 38.
Yeah, Arlott 81 and Wong 38. So a little discussion from Chatley to ADR with tactics, no doubt. ADR takes a cap off, hands it to Paul Baldwin.
They're needing just over 14 runs and over if they want to win. Difficult task, but never say never.
Never say never, that's the thing, particularly when you watched Warwickshire bat. So ADR starts a run up pretty close to the 25-yard circle. 30 yards in the men's game, 25 in the women. ADR in. Wong works that into the leg side. It's probably going to get cut off by Alice Monaghan, who's also all over the pitch. They're coming back for the second. Slightly tighter with that one.
Good
They've
running.
certainly got two. Good run in there, indeed. Wong to face again. She's just readjusts her gloves.
And the difference with this partnership is that actually they're not only hitting boundaries, but in between the boundaries they are now going for those 1s and 2s, which they weren't doing as much earlier on.
Yep, it's a good observation. That's to long on. Paige Schofield into the game. 1 run. Score moves to 265 for 6. Arlott on strike on 81. Wong on 41. Light's not brilliant here. There seems to be 2 of the floodlights on. ADR in again. Oh, in the air. There is a fielder underneath it, but it's gonna. Oh, Schofield had made a good fist of that, but unfortunately, managed to get it in the breadbasket, but her momentum took the ball out of her hands.
Yeah, unlucky there. She covered
It was a
good
good try
ground.
because it looked like it might drop in front of her, but she got underneath it.
Yeah, she had to make a lot of ground to get there, which she did, but then unfortunately it came out of her hand. Good try.
Wong to face. Plays that straight past Emily Arlott, who is glad she's got a helmet on, and Schofield stops that one on the boundary, so they just get a single there.
They're going for it every ball now, aren't they?
They are. They've got the bit between their teeth, as it were. ADR, a bit of medium pace, right arm over. I love that little trot at the beginning of her action. Arlott to face. It's in the air, but it's going to drop in a gap at mid-wicket. Monaghan comes off the fence. Wong contemplates a second run, but then decides against it. There are 1 or 2 fielders who will have got their miles in, shall we say, in terms of steps. Alice Monaghan being one of them. Who, as Mike pointed out, she seems to be going from one side of the pitch to the other. ADR in again. Wong defends that. ADR stops it and does a spectacular roll across the pitch. And that's the end of the over. 42 overs gone. Warwickshire are 268 for 6. Wong on 42. Arlott on 83. They need 122 more off the 8 overs left. They will think that this is possible. Dare the fans believe. Dare to believe. Come on, you Bears. Say the fans. Telecourting Coleman to continue from the Birmingham end. It's a bit gloomy out there. I know we're looking through slightly tinted glass, but it does look a bit gloomy. Played down. Oh, look, there's some confusion. There's going to be a run out. There's going to be a run out. Oh, there's a shot this Thompson. Oh, she misses.
Oh dear, Surrey completely missed having someone there,
There was
to
a
collect the ball at the bowler's end. That was a mistake on their part, else it was a very easy run out.
I think that was just a moment of madness there, which they've been quite good with the staying on the same tune. Now that's the 7-foot man will need to get that one as well, because Arlott's deposited that again in the building site for 6.
She's not rattled by the fact there was nearly a run out there.
No, she's
Straight on with it, 6 again.
yeah. I bet Mum and Dad are here somewhere. But Tracy's cheering her on. I'm going to just check the state of the ball, which must be covered in concrete dust and builders whatever. I imagine there's a discussion. Can we have that one? What do you think of that one? Looks all right. Amy Clark says it's all right. Paul Baldwin says it's all right. I'm going to give it back to Telecourting Coleman to finish her over. Spinning left arm around the wicket to the right-handed and tall figure of Emily Arlott. That's up in the air, but going to drop in a gap between her and the long-on fielder, and they get through for a single easily. 275 for 6. Wongy twiddling a bat. Oh, we've got fireworks here, Samara. It's exciting. That's defended down.
I thought there were fireworks. Wonder where they're coming from.
Yeah, a bit early. Warwickshire haven't quite won this yet.
Could be the Surrey supporters.
Yeah, too soon. TCC, and that's worked to short third, but Wongy thought about a run, but M. Arlott said quite rightly, no, there's no run there. Straight to the fielder.
Oh, there's the fireworks right in the distance there, towards the city centre, behind the ground.
Oh, okay. I don't know what else is going on today. It's towards the Birmingham City ground, potentially. And that's stopped at point by Alice Monaghan, and that's the end of the over. So 43 overs gone. Warwickshire 275 for 6. Wong on 42. Arlott on 90.
Nervous 90s.
Yeah, nervous 90s. 7 overs to go. 115 to win. Oh, stay with us because this is going to get exciting, I think, if these two really, now that they're in, seeing the ball. Mike doesn't believe. I've got a hat he needs to eat. We shall see. Yeah, and I think Charlotte Edwards would be loving this, seeing her bowlers put under some pressure with the bat, and also seeing their, certainly people like Alice Capsey have to try and bowl at the death, etc.
16 and a half and over.
16. How do you hit half a run, Mike? That's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous thing. Yeah, I've got a hat ready for him to eat in a minute. ADR from the pavilion end to M. Arlott, who's on 90. Where's this going? Ooh, past the edge of the bat. They're claiming a catch. Paul Baldwin's checking with his square leg umpire.
The keeper looks convinced.
He's giving it out. He's checked with the square leg umpire, and she says that was bat, but I don't know, having not seen a replay. Emily Arlott looks confused, shall we say, about that decision. And we're all crowded round by tablets. Have a little look at the replay. You need it. Oh, it's too far away, this camera, to see, isn't it?
Difficult to make.
We don't
out
have the
on that
technology. Although you're seeing a replay, this is not television broadcast standard, so we don't have all of the whiz-bangery that would tell you. We're going to put better replay here because it's end on. Oh, we're going to. Oh, didn't see the end of it. Oh, it didn't show us the end of it. Oh, that was a better angle. They showed us from the other angle a minute ago, but they didn't finish the shot. Mike's giving it out.
Mike says it's
he
out.
also doesn't want to eat my hat. That's what it is.
But for me, the only thing was, why did the umpire go to the square leg umpire? What was that all about then?
Well, obviously asking to see if it came off a bat or not, presumably, and whether it whether it
carried.
He's very annoying when he's in the back of the box and he says he's off microphone. He's still chattering away to himself. So ADR gets M. Arlott, and we see Mary Taylor bat for the first time as a bear. She's got a wicket with a ball. Oh, ADR's going to have a second go, half a rounder. Mary Taylor gets her first bat for the Bears.
I'm disappointed. I wanted to see Marlett getting 100. That would have been
90.
a second.
Nervous 90s. Doesn't even get all the way through that. ADR into Mary Taylor, who works that nicely into the gap there, the pocket for mid-wicket. And they're going to go for 2. They're not messing around here. Now, I've seen Mary Taylor, I've got a feeling, bat for Hampshire. And Charlotte Edwards, a Charlotte Edwards coached side will all get good coaching for batting. So you'd like to think she can wield the willow, as they say. And I've got a feeling I've seen her do such as well. Mary Taylor to face. She works in the same gap bringing Alice Monaghan off the rope again, but they get a single this time. What can Wongi do? Oh, I can see those fireworks now. Ooh,
I reckon there's a wedding happening.
Oh yeah, a wedding. It's exciting. It's a Saturday, so it's highly likely, isn't it? ADR into Wong on 42. Plays that back past the bowler, down the ground. Paige Schofield runs round and picks that up. They just get the 1. 279 for 7. Wong moves to 43. Chat from Capsey to ADR. Ooh. Floated ball there. Mary Taylor was caught with a length really, not quite sure what to do. Came forward but then just thunked on the pads as ADR and Wongi exchange a few pleasantries. One. Nelson to win for Warwickshire. 111. Oh, slugged up in the air, up and over the fielder. 2 bounces to Mary Taylor. So yes, she can wield the bat is the answer to that. Our new bear can hit the ball, so she moves to 7. Wong on 43. The end of the over, that is. 6 overs to go, and Warwickshire are 283 for 7. They need 107 to win. And the fireworks continue to go off.
Is there a bowling change at the other end?
Could be. Who have we got on the other end? So Tilly Courtine Coleman off, and this looks like, is it Maitland Brown? Coming back on. Oh, Wongi smacks that into the leg side, but straight to the fielder, so only going to get 1. It is indeed a Maitland Brown, first ball of her over. Maitland Brown's Surrey debut, as I understand it. Opened the bowling earlier. Back on to bowl. Mary Taylor to face. Can't get the ball away underneath her eyes. Manages to smack it forward to ADR at mid-off. There is no run. Warwickshire 106 to win. 5.4 overs to do it in. Work down the leg side. Underneath, Danny Gregory at fine leg. They get 1. Wongi says no, just the 1 then. Two, 8, 5 for 7, Warwickshire. 105 to win.
Looking impossible now, unfortunately,
yes.
for Warwickshire.
Yeah. 33 balls to get 105. And that's smacked. But unfortunately, Dunkley is just off the rope and fields that and just get the 1. 286 for 7. Disappointingly, this would be a score that they might have won a game with on other occasions, and you know, that I think they'll take some heart from that as Brown comes back in. It goes in the air and it's dropped by ADR. Sort of backward of cover.
There's been a few drop catches today. I don't know if it's the cold. Hands are quite cold, so as soon as the ball hits, suddenly it does hurt and sting, doesn't it? Claire, as you'll know, playing.
Yeah. I mean, it's just sort of coming a little bit out of the sun, looking at the long shadows, heading in ADR's direction. We'll give her that. As Wongi spins a bat. ready to face. Back. Ooh. And she's clean bowled. Unfortunately, she stepped backwards and was clean bowled by Maitland Brown, who picks up her second wicket.
Yeah, it's a shame.
Second wicket.
Izzy Wong did well. She deserved to get half a century there.
Yes, that's really disappointing because it would have been great to see her get a 50. It kind of felt poetically like she deserved one. Instead, she finishes 45 of 47 balls, 56 minutes at the crease on nearly an hour, 4 fours and a 6. So, yes, Wong and Arlott have certainly earned their crust today. And it looked possible when the two of them were going, smacking the ball into the building site and smacking fours for fun. And now it's even harder.
Skipper's in now, Georgia Davis.
Skipper.
At number 10, and I will leave and welcome back Mike.
Okay.
Whilst Mike and Claire see you through the rest of this.
Okay, so 5 overs to go, and Warwickshire need 103. So 103 off 30 balls. Well, at some point it will become mathematically impossible.
Firstly, our thanks to Samara Afzal,
Yes.
former Warwickshire player, for all her thoughts today. If anyone is thinking of leaving us, I've found
don't.
a way of introducing some jeopardy here.
Oh, yes,
so
jeopardy. Yeah.
We'll bring that after this ball. So hang around for at
Excellent.
least one more ball.
Excellent. So Danny Gregory to Mary Taylor, thumps that through the mid-wicket gap. Alice Monaghan comes round. There's a sort of mad thought about another run from Mary Taylor, and then she's sent back by the skipper, quite rightly.
If you're a fan of bonus points, and who isn't?
Who isn't a fan
Who
of
isn't a
bonus
fan of the bonus
point?
point, particularly
We
when you've
love
not
a bonus
calculated
point.
a bonus point for 12 months and you realise quite how problematic it is to complicate it?
That's played again into that mid-wicket pocket that Mary Taylor is, and now Georgia Davis is making the most of. They've left her a gap there to pop that into, and they're getting singles. So Warwickshire 289 for 8, need 101. How exciting will it be when it goes below 100? I think that'll be exciting.
Wow,
for
I
me
think the
anyway.
bonus point's even more exciting.
Danny Gregory up in the air, up and over the bowler, down the middle. Will it split them? And it does. 4 runs.
Oh, the bonus point's getting really exciting when I have 4 runs.
Come on then, give us the excitement.
As far as I'm aware, assuming we're playing the same rules we played all through regional cricket and the last season,
Okay,
where
give
there
me
was a
that.
bonus point if you got 1.25 more than the other
0.2.
team's run rate, correct?
Oh, something like that. Gregory into Mary Taylor. It puts that back past the bowler again into that gap behind the stumps at the far end to her, and that's another single. Yeah.
So by my maths, which has already been wrong today when I thought there was 356 days in the year and actually it's 365. The right numbers, wrong order. So
You've been around the moon too many
there's
times.
heavy caveats to this bonus point
Yeah.
calculation, but if I've remembered how to calculate it correctly,
Davies plays that into the leg side. Monaghan will scoop that up. They're just getting the one. Yeah, they are. Yeah.
you divide 389 by 50 to get Surrey's run rate. You then divide that by 1.25 to get the reduced run rate that Warwickshire have to achieve to have a run rate that is not 1.25 worse than Surrey's.
Straight to the field and there's no run.
If that makes sense. And you then times that run rate by 50 to give you a target total of 311.2. Now, you can't score 0.2 of a run. So I think if Warwickshire get to 312 here, they will deny Surrey a bonus point. Now, if that doesn't keep you
That's
tuned in for the next 4 overs, I don't know what will.
what a day to be alive.
Particularly,
So 312. That's the. I like it anyway, even if it's not true.
particularly given the bloke who calculated it could be completely wrong.
It sounds like think of a number, multiply it by your age. Yeah.
Now I hope, it's like a Darren Brown
Yeah, you won't believe it.
show,
Your
isn't it? In the
house number.
it's like a Darren Brown show in the Hippodrome. This, but I reckon 312 is the target for the bonus point.
Davis comes forward, plays it back past the stumps. They get a single.
I bet Darren wrote the bonus point target for this game on a
think-
card in 1996 on the back of the Ace of Spades.
Do you think he can explain DLS to us?
He's going to turn up before the end of the game and show us an Ace of Spades
funny
with
you should
312 written on it. I predicted you'd...
You have a scorecard in your top pocket. Have I? Brown in again. Mary Taylor. Up in the... Oh, I thought we were going underneath ADR. Who's gone down by instalments, which they've managed to get a single. Not rushing his ADR. I don't think she's seen jeopardy that you've introduced to the game.
Check your bag and you'll find the scorecard from this game,
yes,
which I placed there
and
before the start of the season. And you'll find it says Danny White Hodge 124 or whatever she got.
And the winning lottery numbers are Maitland Brown into Davis. It's up to Cow Corner. Oh, listen, Monaghan she's a bit too good on that boundary. She's a running stop again, very annoyingly for the Bears fans. Another one. We edge closer to that 300. 298 for 8. And we are below 100 needed off 21 balls. 92 off 21.
Or more importantly, another...
Ding, ding,
13 now needed for the bonus point.
Count
Or
them
to
off.
deny the bonus
Do your
point.
boxes and count them off. He does this box thing where he counts off what we need.
Yeah, we could do a
Could have
grid,
done that,
actually.
yeah.
We could do a grid, couldn't we?
Brown into Mary Taylor. Plays that into the leg side. Once more to Alice Monaghan.
I think the grid will reduce the jeopardy, though, because there's more than 13 balls remaining, isn't there?
Well, yeah, but, give you something to do.
Keep me busy.
299 for 8.
Is that what we're reduced to?
91 off 20 balls. Come on, Warwickshire.
91 off 20, or 13... no, 12 off 20.
Yeah.
12
Mike's,
off 20,
you can
that's
do your
better.
bit, and I'll do the
right.
the actual bit. Up in the air, but it's going to drop, I think. Yes, it is going to drop. They're going to get a single. Yeah, Warwickshire milking the singles. This will come in useful practice for later in the season when they all bat again on various occasions. Keep us quiet anyway.
90
300 up for
90
Warwickshire.
off 11, or if you're more fun, another 11 off 19.
Mary Taylor into the leg side again. Are they going to cut this off? They're not. It's 4 runs. 4 runs to Mary Taylor. Yes, she can bat. Warwickshire fans will be delighted with their new signing from Hampshire. Mary Taylor taking wickets and hitting runs. Score is 304 for 8. They need 86 off 3 overs. But Mike says...
Well, I was going to say it's either 86 off 18 or, if you're more fun, 7 off 18.
Come on. 7 off 18.
And you can not quite take that to the bank.
Stay with us. Stay with us.
'Cause
We're not betting.
I may have
We don't bet
calculated
on
it wrong.
cricket. This is just about, balance of probability and all the rest of it.
Well, this is about the bonus point, which
bonus
is,
point.
let's be honest, is the
Jeopardy.
thing we all came for at the start of the day, isn't it?
That's what I thought when I
But
set
bonus
off.
points can be crucial at the end of the
They
season.
can.
Let's
absolutely can.
Let's not rubbish a bonus point.
No, I'm not. Gregory into Davis. The captain plays that into the mid-wicket area. It's going to go between the fillers. No, she cuts it off again. And who is it? Alice Monaghan. God. Are we sure there's only one of her on this pitch? I'm not certain. 306 for 8. Mike, how many left?
That is 5
6 left.
off 17, or once they've got that, 84 off 5. There's no jeopardy either way, really.
There's no run off that one.
Because they're going to get 5, aren't they? They're not going to lose 2 for 5.
But
here,
like
surely.
I said to Dr. Samara Afzal, 306 would have been a winning score on other days, or around the country might have well have been in the other games, certainly down at the Yorkshire game. Up in the air, it's dropping, I think. Yeah, it is, in front of Paige Schofield. They just get a single. 307 for 8. They need 84 off 16, or, Mike says...
They actually need 83 off 15, or 4 off 15 for the bonus point.
The big pigtailed Danny Gregory, who doesn't love a pigtail, into leg side, straight to the fielder.
That hurt.
Yeah, good stop though. Also, it wasn't Alice Monaghan. So
I said there wasn't a
Jim's
67 on the
demand
pitch before, and we thought Sophia Dunkley was everywhere. There is a 67.
There is. That probably explains it.
Now, who's wearing 67?
They're all wearing. That was a bit like when Central Sparks didn't have the shirts and Amy Jones.
You know who it is?
Is it Is it Darren Brown? That's
She
through the
got-
gap. That's 4 runs.
Unless he got a 50 in the first half of this game, which I don't
Ah.
think that he did.
Mysteriously, he's put something in your bag, though.
It's Jemima Spence,
Jemima Spence.
who made an excellent 79 of 48, which is looking quite crucial in the context of this game.
Warwickshire
at the moment.
are if anyone's interested, Warwickshire are 311 for 8. Require 79 off 13 balls. Or have we done it?
1 off 13 balls.
Come on. There it is. It's going to the boundary. It is. It's a 4. Mary Taylor officially can bat. We like this. Warwickshire fans can be reassured.
So that means
That means that
Surrey
Warwickshire-
will, we think, defend 75 off 12 balls and therefore take 4 points from this game,
Come on,
as have
come on.
Somerset, as have Hampshire. But Lancashire, I think, will get a bonus point for beating Durham. So Lancashire, the champions, will be top, and then the other 3 winners will be...
So, Mike, did they win last year? You hadn't mentioned it, so...
It's a fact that
It's a
Lancashire did win
fact.
this competition
Yeah.
last year. And they will go top because they took a bonus point today. So they look, from the first round of fixtures, like the team to beat together.
They're the leaders in the clubhouse.
But Surrey look pretty formidable too, I would say.
Yeah, and it's going to be how many teams lose how many players and which players.
I mean,
lose.
we joke about bonus points, but it could be the difference between 4th or 5th, or more likely in Surrey's case, if they continue like this, it could be the difference between 1st and 2nd, and who they play in the knockout stages.
Indeed, little skip at the top of ADR's run into Captain Davis. Plays that to cover, who has to run round a little, and they get a single. 316 for 8. They need 75 off 12 balls. And we think that Warwickshire have denied Surrey the bonus point. This is still a big total. On another day, this would have been enough.
Well, that's what's doubting it, because there's such a difference between that and the actual score. But I think it's because it's a big total that there's that's the reason there's a large differential.
Yeah, Alice Davis and Richard swapped end again. She's coming in from the Birmingham end to Mary Taylor. That's played back to ADR. Crumbles onto a worn strip just off the one that we're using. Checks the spikes. Away she goes. Back to the top of her mark. I want you to observe carefully here. She's a nice little kick at the top of her run here. There we go. Oh, there we go. Oh, she's got it again. I'm going to have 2 this time. Oh, there we go. Oh, she's going to do it again. She listened to my commentary. Come on, Alice. Oh, yeah, it's the rhythm thing, isn't it? I was right. Oh, gosh, she nearly took Georgia Davis's head off then. Smack that back past the batter at the non-striker's end. They get a single. 318 for 8. Is that right? So, yeah, wait for the scoreboard to catch up. Satellite delay to the scoreboard. Come in, scoreboard. No.
They've had a long day.
They've had a long day.
I think it is
Yes.
317 actually.
Oh, okay. It's me then. It's up in the air. Is it going to be the 7-foot man? Oh, not quite in 7-foot man, but certainly over the boundary. That's 6 runs to the skipper. You Bears, Georgia Davis.
Yes, if you're just joining us, that means it didn't quite go into the building site where a man who is allegedly 7 foot would have retrieved
Because
the
he's
ball.
he's standing behind.
We
you can
think
see him
he's
if you
standing
go.
on a box behind the wall, or the wall is not 7 foot. They're the 2 working theories.
ADR to Davis. Works that. Underneath, long off for 4 runs. Go, Skip. That's the captain's innings. 327 for 8.
I don't think you were this excited when Hampshire and Warwickshire went to the last ball
I think I'm just
last
hysterical.
season.
I think I'm hysterical now.
It has been a long first day, hasn't it?
I'm
Warwickshire, the next visitors here, by the way, on Wednesday. Do make sure you join us for
Oh,
that
that'll be
game.
a cracker. That was a tie. Kevin James and I on the end. That was so exciting. That's almost as exciting as Mike's bonus points. ADR comes in again to the skipper Davis. Plays it on the full, straight to backward square, and they get a single. 328. Is it? Yes, 328 for 8. Davis on 20. Mary Taylor on 30. Nice strike rate from both of them. Mary Taylor 30 off. Where's it going? 30 off 19. Georgia Davis captain 20 off 12. 42. Oh, is that 62? 62. My site's going now. 62 off 6. Technically not
Calm
possible.
down, Claire. We're nearly there.
Technically not possible. However,
Well, a few wides and no balls.
few wides,
you never
no
know.
balls.
But I think unlikely.
3 hits. Or
Tenor ball seems unlikely.
Alice Capsey, right arm around, worked backward of square. There is a fielder coming off the rope. Oh, they're going to come back for 2. Yes, they are. Georgia Davis is probably going to regret that because she's just got a bit of cramp or something. As she limps to the other end. Oh, these are the days. Warwickshire 330 for 8. They need 60 off 5 balls. Come on. Worked backward of square again. There is a fielder there who's just going to stop that annoyingly for Warwickshire fans. Just a 1. $331 for 8. Need 59 off 4. Capsey this time over the wicket to Mary Taylor. Comes forward, plays the up and no, it's
Oh,
caught.
what a catch.
Oh, she's out. That was a good catch. Good running backwards catch. She's pleased with herself.
It's Danny Wyatt Hodge,
She's-
and
oh,
we
she's-
said earlier
Peter
she's the
Pan.
sort of person who wouldn't be bothered if she dropped a catch, and I think that's weirdly why she
That's-
caught that one, because I don't think anyone would have bothered sticking their hand out there if they were worried about dropping a catch, because it was for
You're
all the
saying she's
world.
laughing as she's catching it.
Well, for all the world, it looked like it was going for 4, and Danny Wyatt Hodge, because she's not
plucked
bothered
it.
about dropping a catch, just stuck her hand there and the ball landed in it. And that's a brilliant bit of work from Wyatt Hodge. She's a great fielder. She's a really great fielder, but that's a fantastic effort. She's just, you talk about people plucking the ball out the air.
Yeah.
That's the
essence.
picture they're going to use for what it means to pluck a ball out the air. Very unlucky for Mary Taylor. She deserved 4 for that
was.
shot. Enterprising shot
30
on debut.
off 19 balls, 23 minutes, 5 fours. So well done, Mary Taylor, on her debut. As Capsey comes in to Baker, who again plays that backward of square. It's obviously a good shot off that delivery. Another one to the total, and Baker off the mark.
It just shows, doesn't it, the fact they've got this to around about 50.
Needed off 2,
If they
given
just-
a mammoth total. And given Danny Wyatt Hodges' innings, that's played into the mid-wicket pocket.
But the point I was going to make, it just shows if they'd been able to just put a partnership together at the start and build a platform,
3 rash moments
they'd
as
have
well.
and not had 2 run outs and a reverse sweep, losing a wicket out. If they just built the platform, but I think the reverse sweep was fine, to be honest with you, but
Well,
the 2
yeah,
run outs
2 run outs
really
was
cost them.
Capsey up and over the bowler, and that's going for 4 runs. And that's the yes, it's the end of the game. Oh, the end of the game. So Warwickshire finish agonisingly. Actually, not too bad short, really. 337 for 9. Davis will finish 24 not out. Hannah Baker will finish 5 not out. So they were 53 needed with no balls to go.
Yeah, so Surrey win by 52 runs, and they don't get a bonus point for that, but they will have 4 points from their first game, which is a good return. As we say, those bonus points only really are going to come in if we're dividing between first, second, third, fourth and fifth at the end of the season to decide who goes to semis, we think. So a good day for Surrey. They've batted very well. The highlights of the day, and do make sure you rejoin us on Wednesday, because the beauty of this time of the season is if you've stuck with us all the way today, Warwickshire get another go against Hampshire.
Yes.
And it's not the Hampshire of old in some
No, it's
people's
not.
eyes. I've been hearing whispers about that. They have won by 5 wickets today, though.
Yeah.
So let's hope from a Warwickshire perspective it isn't the Hampshire of old, and they can give them another good game, and let's hope it doesn't end in a tie like last year, because that was thrilling
That was a
too.
great game.
But Surrey's victory today, comes by 52 runs. We'll just get that 100% confirmed as we go through this. But
they have. Yeah, 52
They've
runs,
confirmed that one then. 52 runs, the margin of victory for Surrey. It was built around Danny White-Hodge, 124, Jemima Spence with 79. And a good contribution in a stand of 100 with Danny White-Hodge from Alice Davidson-Richards of 57. There were 3 wickets for Millie Taylor on debut for Warwickshire. That is a point of note. Yep. Warwickshire's reply, it sort of stuttered at times, but Amu Saran Kumar made 59 before being run out by Capsey. Katie George 41 before being LBW to Courtine Coleman off a reverse sweep. And M. Arlott with a superb 90 in a stand with Izzy Wong, who ended up with 45 before she was bowled. An enterprising 30 from Mary Taylor as well to go with her 3 wickets on debut. So the margin of victory is 52 runs. Courtine Coleman, the pick of the bowlers, I would say, with 10 overs, 2 maidens, 43 for 3. 2 wickets for Maitland Brown on debut for Surrey as well. Capsey and Davidson Richards also chipping in with the wickets. Our thanks to Samara Afzal, former Warwickshire cricketer, for joining us today. Our thanks for former county cricketer Claire Jenkins for joining us as well. She will be back on Wednesday, because you're at just about every women's cricket game this season, aren't you? Commentator extraordinaire.
For those people, those sad people who follow me, I will be on the Derbyshire live stream tomorrow with the wonderful Freddie Cardy, and they are hosting Middlesex, so it may be a bit of a one-sided game. We don't know. Maybe Derbyshire will come up trumps. They certainly, Derbyshire have got Rhea Fackrell, ex of Central Sparks and Lancashire, and also Duckworth from Yorkshire. So we'll see if that helps.
So more Tier 2 cricket for you tomorrow, but most importantly,
Wednesday.
Get back here for Wednesday.
For
Warwickshire giving it another go against Hampshire. The margin of victory today, Surrey win this match, the first game of the season here at Edgbaston against Warwickshire, by 52 runs.